artificially. All right, well, good evening. Thank you all for taking time to join us for the 2024 budget hearings. As in years past, we will go over some high-level information to get us kicked off, and then we'll go through the individual departments. We'll try to be considerate as folks come and go. As always, if you guys have questions, don't hesitate to raise your hands or interject as we go along. We'll put some things up on the screen. Rob's really going to drive the train, so I'm the MC. I get to be the MC/producer of this evening's meeting. So, but just a couple of housekeeping items. There are water as well as Main Street deli boxes in there, so make sure at some point we'll grab those, or if you need a water, please grab those as we go through the meeting. So with that, Rob, anything else before we get started?
No, I think we're good. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 budget hearing. I am Rob Martin, Service Safety Director for those watching online. 2023, what a great year the city has had. We're 1 year further away from the pandemic by Site Selection Magazine. Other people measuring us, we were 9th consecutive year in a row, top micropolitan. We performed at a very high level as indicated by our KPIs, and we measure our performances on a month-to-month basis. We continue, as this slide shows, the trend over the last 10 years. We have continued to find or see success with our revenues, and we've been very fortunate with that. We have, as you can tell, in the last couple of years, experienced some windfalls that we do not expect nor rely on, but we have experienced those, and we're grateful for those, and we're going to utilize those funds as appropriately. As you're going to hear over the next few hours, just at a high level starting off, our city departments successfully manage their service lines day in and day out, and they manage their budgets and their operations very carefully and diligently to the point where we're going to anticipate a return to the general fund of $2.2 million this year. So, and that is a consistent trend year over year where we outperform what the budget is when we present it at the annual basis. And the next slide this got a little ahead of myself. This is another trend analysis over the last 10 years, and it breaks out all the different aspects from the general fund revenue, the capital allocations, the actual spend, and of course, just the different trends how we've been working over the last 10 years. The next two slides, I think, are pretty indicative of how we've been performing.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep up with you. That was like 10 lines worth of stuff.
Well,
You did no explanation on that. It's hard to read your bottom micrographic.
Yeah.
There as well.
So the green, the neon green across the first line is the general fund revenue. Solid green, as you can see, the spike in 2022. The capital and then windfall allocations, is the orange along the bottom. The general fund, excluding the capital, is the lighter green that trends. The general fund operating expense budget is the red, and then the blue is the general fund actual expense. So it breaks down essentially the different trends of what we're bringing in, what we're spending in the different buckets, budgeted versus actual.
Questions on that? Because I know it
Is a
of
lot.
information. We tried to this is actually a much more simplified version than we have given in the past, but the key point is the dark green is the revenue, actual revenue, and then that blue is our actual expenses. So continuing to manage below that, and then that dashed red is showing how we have managed under budget.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Would you want to comment on the reason for the spike?
Yeah, so as we've hit on a couple of times, and we did have permission from Marathon to share that with the Speedway sale, we saw obviously an increase in revenue that trickled through over the last couple of years, and then we've continued to see that sustained a bit above where we had originally anticipated because of the economic conditions that they're currently experiencing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so this slide, expense, as I pointed out earlier, that we've been overperforming the expense budget versus actual spend year over year. Again, this year, the projected return to the general fund is approximately $2.2 million, and that's consistent in years past, as you can see. And then this one is actual revenue compared to actual spend. So we're doing our due diligence, we're spending when we need to rather than just because. So we're outperforming ourselves with the revenue. Again, some of that is windfall, but we've been consistent, and the department heads do a nice job managing their expenses as they march through the years.
And one thing I want to mention on that, I know over the years and frequently there's comments that the city should implement a balanced budget policy. My words will come to me eventually. And, you know, I understand the premise of that, but I think what's more important is not running an operations to meet a figure, but running an operations appropriately and then looking at the long-term impacts. For example, if we had a sudden projection that the revenue was going to be dropped off, we could adjust throughout the year to accommodate that. But we don't want to necessarily make direct impact changes to our operations just because we're projecting something to occur. We need to actually start to see it and experience it and manage it well and make adjustments over time rather than just trying to hit a specific target without really no justification. All right, any questions on kind of just the overall condition before we move into our department presentations? Yeah, Auditor Stashak? If you could come forward, if you want to make comments before we get started, go ahead and do that. Just make sure you turn the microphone on.
Hey, good evening, everybody. And for those playing along at home, wanted to make a couple general comments as we roll into this for your benefit. We don't normally do this, but I thought it'd be appropriate to hit a couple highlights out of your budget book. I'm not going to point you out to the pages because it's in there and you can see for yourself, but there are a couple things that I want us to be cognizant of as we go forward this year. One, as the legislative and funding authority for the city, with you having just gone through the strategic planning process, a note in the budget book that it's going to be very important that City Council is vigilant in its understanding of the type of economic development that needs to happen in order to maintain the commitment that you've made in your strategic plan for the 1% income tax long term. So keep that in mind as we're moving forward into this year. Also, we continue to see the impact of the ARPA dollars, which was great. I wanted to take a minute to note here that we have to make sure those funds are obligated completely in 2024. So what's happened is we booked that as revenue. There was a one-time exemption that you were allowed to use under the federal government to bring those ARPA dollars in. However, the revenue is being spent, that ARPA money, by project. So through the course of this year, if there's projects that we're not going to be able to fully obligate or I want to use that word instead of encumber. If that money's not under contract, we're going to need to quickly get that money out of that project and move it to a place where it can be used. We don't want to take the chance of money not being used and having to be sent back. So be cognizant of that. And as we work with the administration, you may see a few things happen throughout the year, but we'll continue to monitor what's going on. Yes. Yeah. It's without going into too much contract. I want a contract. I want to know it's spent. I want to know it can't not be spent. In other words, it's got to be obligated. The best example I can give you, I was talking to Jeremy a little bit about it earlier today, was our generator for the water plant. That's not only in a PO, but we have a contract saying, hey, we know that's not going to be delivered, maybe not, and spent and paid for until 2025. But it's in a contract. It's in a good shape, and I'm comfortable that we'll get through audit on that particular item. So that's for your benefit. Another thing I wanted to mention as you roll into this, in the book, you'll note, and I comment on it every year with regard to the health insurance. We're very, in our health coverage, let's call it that instead of insurance. We pretty much self-insure. We have an overriding policy which covers everything. We have seen some increases in that, but generally speaking, we have one of the lowest per employee health coverage costs of anyone in the public sector in our area. CERB puts out a benchmark that we use, and we're very blessed that we fall under that. So additional costs that you might see if you look at the health insurance or health cost item is attributable primarily to the number of belly buttons we're covering. That has gone up significantly, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years. So the number of people who've had growing families and that type of thing as we hire younger individuals who come in. So I'll continue to keep you posted on that, but at this point, other than the full cost of the health coverage, the plan is benchmarked very well, and we're in a very good shape there. So I wanted to make sure we shared that with you. I did note, and it was picked up by the paper, I was pleased to see, there is in your book the word cloud that came out of strategic planning. And if you haven't seen that word cloud, the 3 biggest words that come out of that is the citizens, the community. Over 4,100 pieces of information came back to us. 1,100 people participated in the surveys. And it said Findlay wants to stay small, friendly, and safe. And it was very clear about that as a community. So that's noted in your book. And your challenge is to balance budget initiatives with that drive and that information that was gathered through that strategic planning process. So that's for you. And then I just have a couple more I want to share. I've already commented on economic development, and it's important that we're aware that that is a private organization, and you always need to keep that mindful, although we have had the successes that we've had, and it's something that is good to keep in the back of our minds as we do things. The other thing I want to mention to you is the subsidies. You've got a couple enterprise funds, particularly this year, the airport and the swimming pool, where your subsidies are a little bit larger than normal. Part of that is going to be due to us handling some of their costs a little bit differently through what we're going to call chargebacks, which is a focus this year for our office in terms of making sure that the funds that spent the money are the funds that 100% paid for those monies. But in that, and in looking at some of the costs, your swimming pool costs come in, it's going to be your largest subsidy to the swimming pool that we have recorded in our office. And I thought that was notable. And we get no revenue information back from the YMCA as to what's going on there. That's not a criticism of that relationship. It's pointing out to you as the funding authority that if you want Park and Rec to look at that, that's something that could be considered. Both Park and Rec and the airport have boards that are over those entities. So that's something to keep in mind. And then the last thing I'll say, if you don't have any specific questions for me that are general before you get into the details with the departments, is that I've included a full copy of your strategic plan in the back of the book. The book follows the government finance officer's best practice format, and it's supposed to tie strategic planning with budgeting. And the actual format is recommended and laid out by the Government Finance Officers Association. So moving forward, whenever this book is done with each annual budget, that will be included in there. So as you update it, we'll make sure updated copies are included in there in the future. So if there's no questions for me, I appreciate the time and enjoy your presentation from all the individuals tonight.
Thank you, Auditor. Couple of quick items. As the auditor mentioned on the American Rescue Plan Act funds, we were made aware of that earlier today by the deputy auditor. So as Jeremy and Rob and I look through those projects, we'll come to you with any adjustments that are necessary to make sure that we are complying with any necessary audit requirements. Additionally, I just want to remind you all to turn on your microphones when you speak so that you are on the record. And finally, I think everybody here has responded. Please make sure to mark your calendars for January 10th, where we will be having a committee of the whole meeting focused entirely on economic development. With that, I think we'll kick it over to civil service unless you have anything else.
I don't.
All right, Amy.
All right. Hi, my name's Amy Hazlett. I'm the administrative assistant for the Civil Service Commission, and the commission members are Jeff Fort, Chuck Clapper, and Tom Kemp. The main bulk of our budget every year is directed by the number of entry-level and promotional tests that we have to give, as well as per the Ohio Revised Code, we pay for the physicals and psychological evaluations for police officers, firefighters, and dispatchers. While we are not a large department, we do try to be good stewards of the citizens' money. We take that responsibility very seriously. Last year's budget, we were able to streamline it to reduce waste and redundancies, and then in this year's budget, we are allocating the new funds to areas where they will get the most return on their investment. Do you have any questions for me? All right, thank you.
Sorry, I should have pulled up the budget summary sheet. Oh, she doesn't have one. That's why I didn't pull it up. Correct. Any questions on civil service?
We had approximately, what, $37,000 increase from last year's projected budget, correct?
Approximately.
And so the majority of that is going where?
A lot of it is in the physicals and psychological evaluations. I used all of it this year, so I added some more to next year's. I needed to calculate for more new hires. If you just keep going, a lot of it is the salary. Are you talking about the operating expenses or the salary? I got a pay increase, and so that's a chunk of it.
Right. So are we planning on additional hires next year? We think we're going to have to go through more people than we went through this year?
It's about the same. Departments every year, when I do my budget, I send an email out to the department heads and say, do you have any idea how many you're hiring? Each department does a good job, and they try to guess.
Sure,
They'll
it's a
say,
guess.
I know this many, maybe more. I have potentially this many people retiring. And so typically what I've done and what my predecessor in this position has advised me to do my first year is to always take what each department says and add 2. If it's police and fire, add 4. I did that last year, and we used the entirety of that
And you were
amount.
spot on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Have we seen a significant increase in the expense for each of the tests too?
yeah. So one is not the test, but the physicals and psychological evaluations. Those have increased. I know a physical is $905 for one person. A psychological evaluation is $350. So for each person that we pay for, there's that. Psychological evaluations have not gone up in a long time, but I added an extra $25 just in case they do go up this year for those.
Very good.
Any other questions? The other expense I'll just address this is advertising. I put a little bit more in the budget for advertising in order to work more on the recruitment side of things as we market the city for jobs.
Okay.
Participants taking the test, are we seeing an increase now that COVID is over, or is that still kind of stagnant, or where's that
It
at?
depends. It's still pretty stagnant, but we are seeing an increase. For instance, I recently gave a police officer exam, and we got twice as many applicants as before. I'm currently in the process of testing for dispatchers, and we are already at double the number for those now, and that's not done yet. So that's part of it. That's part of what some of these, the allocation of these new funds is for, is to continue recruiting and advertising these positions to make people aware so that we can get those numbers back on track. So they are increasing, but not as quickly as I'd like, hence the allocation of funds.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
If I may, just
Yeah.
real quick, a couple of experiences that we had throughout the year. You get to a certain point in the testing and evaluation of some of the candidates that have contingent offers out there, and they don't pass those tests. So the tests are there for a reason, the evaluations are there for a reason, but if you don't yield an employee out of that, you start over. So you have increased expenses as you work through the process. So the vetting process is extremely valuable, but it can get expensive if it's doing its job and you end up having to start over, if you will. And a couple of things with what we've really worked with police and fire through the civil service this year is I'm going to emphasize the success of our lateral transfer process that we've implemented this year. Because of the lack of candidates or qualified candidates that we were getting, Findlay's a great place to work and live. And there are other communities in our region that people are already civil service or police and fire, and they might look at us and go, we want to go there and work there, but we don't want to start over at ground zero. So we've worked with Civil Service Commission and the chiefs and the unions, and we've implemented a lateral transfer for police, fire, and dispatch, and we're already starting to see some success out of that. So really happy with that. And I want to congratulate Amy because she's really brought an out-of-the-box thinking mentality. She's really out there trying to do exactly what we need her to do when it comes to bringing talent onto our team. So I want to congratulate
Well,
you.
thank you.
So do you have hard numbers on the transfers or percentages of
You mean how many people, like how many have transferred?
are doing the, yes.
Yes, not on me, the exact number. I can give you approximations right now, but the police department would know exactly how many lateral transfers they have hired this last year.
I wanna say
But I think it's
police,
three
one
or four,
dispatch, and I want to say 2 fire, but we will.
not laterally, but that's what they've hired for new hires. But lateral transfers, I think we've hired 2 or 3 lateral transfer police officers this year, which are filling spots that need filled.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
All right. Law Director's Office. I'm getting word we need to move this slightly closer.
Good evening.
Think we all know what we're here for, and just asking to see if you have any questions firsthand for Law Director's Office. Any questions on the handout?
Christina, where's your sheet on the law
We
director?
don't do a budget summary sheet for the law director. Those are only for the departments that fall under the mayor's office. So you'll need to look at the budget book for the law director's budget. The primary increase was obviously the salary increases, and then we continued to keep the professional services high, continuing to work through a couple of the legal cases and lawsuits, but overall relatively in line with where we're ending for this year.
It's
Yeah.
page 8 in your gray pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in salaries, and it was 367 on 144 and 389 119, so real close. So
What does the salary positions make up? What do we have on staff again, total for you?
4 prosecutors, and myself.
Okay, and then you have assistants.
Well, we had Denise, yes, not in this.
And then where's the line item for outside legal?
It's professional / legal
It's-
services. It's
Yep.
close to the bottom.
That's
4411.
yeah, 441100.
So that's for the outside legal counsel that we've been hiring a lot of lately. And then what's comp services?
Computer services.
Computer services. For,
What does that mean for the legal department, though? More-
So, how that works?
That's shared.
How that works is Brent and our IT department, they have a team, and they cover all of the needs for our city when it comes to IT services, from hardware to software, licensing, et cetera. Based on what the law department's, his specific needs are for his department, it's allocated out on a percentage base. So everybody's is gonna be different based on the need of their department.
Okay.
So, but that's specific to what his department's needs are for IT.
Okay, so that would be even outside, that would follow outside, because I know we have lease land and lease equipment. Dawn, can you explain a little bit what makes up those $2 figures?
Police equipment is typically the printers, copiers, those
We're
types of
gonna-
services.
But the leased
Yeah.
land, what land do we have that's in the law directors for 14,268? Item 4471,
I'm not seeing where you're looking at.
447100.
on page 9, if you're on the same grade page as I am, I don't know.
44799.
Ginger, do you know?
It's for the housing of the law directors of the private law office.
It's for housing what?
Yeah,
So it's the rent, so for those who couldn't
the
hear
rent
Ginger
that
speak.
runs through our office, yeah, okay. Yeah,
So the assistant law, and then where are the assistant law directors at? Are they in this building? Where?
They're in the private law office down the road.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so we just
They're-
pay a portion of their rent.
So we're
for their
paying
office. Their
to,
personal offices here.
to Rasmussen Hackenberg's practice, we're paying the 14. And then, and then none of the computer services go to that? Since they're off-site, we don't have to have any security for that?
Well, there
Yeah.
are accounts and different things that they
Yeah.
manage through the city regardless. But we're not paying them anything for their internet or et cetera at the other office, no.
Okay. And then, so our assistant law directors, I know we have a salary ordinance going on, Don, that item number 7 I brought up during council was that the law director had to work full-time and could not work outside the city. Is that the same rules for your assistant law directors or no?
No. No, it's never been that way, for as long as I've been here. Yep.
Well, I just think that's a conflict of interest, just like it was for Don, and that's the salary of $405,000 a year, plus we are covering leased land.
Well, it's not a
And then we're having outside
$405,000.
legal of
It's not
$200.
$405,000 to me.
No, to your
Right.
employees, which would be your assistant law directors,
That
yes?
includes us as well.
Who's us?
All the other officers that we just talked about.
Yeah, so the assistant law directors are in there.
Correct.
Denise is in there for part of that salary. Then we're paying to lease property from their law office. I guess I would put that out there for us to discuss later, that maybe the assistant law directors should not be working outside the city with those salary budget, plus the additional, 200,000 that we use for outside legal counsel on top of that, that we are subcontracting out quite a bit for on an annual.
Well,
That's a big
we're,
budget
we're,
that maybe we
it's,
can.
it's prosecuting for everybody, so if you don't want some people prosecuted, or what are you gonna do to, fix that? I mean, it's not like the building is prosecuting. It's just for them to, that's their property. They own that. They just work out of it.
And
If
you
we
own
had
it
to,
too,
if we had to
right?
house more people here, it would cost you more, I think.
But you have ownership in that business over there, correct?
I do not. I don't have that ever since I left.
Interesting.
And before it was that way too.
So I would just say it's standard practice for communities to have part-time assistant prosecutors that both prosecute cases in situations where there's a conflict. Obviously, they are unable to, the city takes precedent, they would not be able to take a case. And as we have seen, they have those, and in situations where it's necessary, outside special prosecutors are brought in. So we can certainly look at some of your concerns on leasing, but just as we would do with the public defender's office, individuals who provide a public service and have an environment where they need to work are covered on that expense for their.
But we're not
office
covering
space.
them on health care, are we?
They're probably getting partial benefits for the.
Well, they
their
are under
salary.
on these salary folks.
Right.
But outside public defenders and stuff are
That-
not.
That case, yeah, they.
Some of them are
public
getting our health.
defenders No, they are employed by the county. I was using that as an
Yep.
example of attorneys in the community that provide a public service, and taxpayer dollars goes to cover their office space.
So I'm just simply saying we have a big budget right here on salaries. We have a lot of outside legal that we're using on top of that. We have a lot of healthcare benefits, and then we have leased land. I just think there's a lot of conflict there. And I think there's room for improvement on this part of the budget. That's all.
Don, if you take out, we did some quick back napkin math here, taking your salary out, taking Denise's salary out, what's left over, dividing that by 4, right? We said we have 4 assistants.
Yeah.
Looking like 60, 65 is average what we're paying them a year. Does that sound about right? Average.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay.
Close to that.
All right.
It's only half of Denise.
What's half of Denise?
Half of Denise is in the law director's budget, half of Denise is in council's budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
it's smaller than that.
So for all those who couldn't hear that on the record, half of the council clerk's Denise DeVore's salary is in the law director's office, the other half is in the council budget.
And Councilman Webster, I'm just saying, we have a lot of conflict floating around in there when we have assistant law directors that are representing villages that sometimes come into play with things happening in the city. We have individual citizens that maybe have things happening with the city. And then we are using outside legal counsel at a much higher rate than we used to. So I'm just saying, I think if we're looking at that salary ordinance, I think that some of that needs to be improved with the assistant law directors, so we have a better handle on less conflict of interest.
Well, I see your point. Number one, his whole budget only went up $39,000 from last year. So that part of big increases, I'm not seeing what you're talking
I didn't
about
say,
there.
nowhere did I say big increase.
I'm sorry, you just said there were large increases in outside use of attorneys.
So yeah, 200,000 the last couple of years, but prior to that, your budget used to be
It was
less than
183.
100,000 in
Oh.
previous years,
No,
because
no,
you
no.
didn't use a lot of it.
No.
It's 170, 150,
That's
and
the last
183.
couple of years, I'm
No,
saying prior.
not never.
Okay.
Never. Not that low. And if you want to take it and keep it outside, you're going to pay more to buy a building or something else to prosecute out of. And there's that building's not even full. I mean, they're.
I think my words are just getting mixed. I'm saying we have room for improvement to make sure of how these salaries are being put in place to eliminate conflict with looking at the salary ordinance, and that's
Yeah.
all I want to say.
Very good,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
All right, planning and zoning, so regional planning, Matt Donner. You're sitting behind me, hiding.
I'm hard to miss, just so
That's why
small.
Well, typically, no, you're not, but you would sit behind me. I don't have eyes in the back of my
Yeah.
head, contrary to popular belief.
I'm Matt Cordonier, the Director of Hancock Regional Planning. We provide planning and zoning services to the City of Findlay and Hancock County. We have 5 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. We're overseen by a board of 22 members, 11 of which are from the city and 11 of which are county residents. Our request this year is the same as last year. We're a little bit unique. A third of our budget comes from the city, a third of our budget comes from the county, and a third of our budget comes from grant administration or special projects. So we pride ourselves in kind of requesting a fairly stable amount every year. If you look back 10 or 12 years ago, we were only asking we were asking for around 120,000. Fast forward 10 years, we're asking for 138,000. We try to keep it stable. The more grants that we get for the city, the more savings you receive in terms of the amount that you have to pay for regional planning services. Things we've been working on, 2023, we're a couple days short of completing a pretty major update to the zoning code. The third reading and public hearing for that will be December 19th. That was a several-year process. Looking forward, we want to work on an update to the land use plan. We're kind of just
Turn the microphone down away from the speaker just a little bit.
Yep.
Thank you.
wanting to work on an update to the land use plan for the city of Findlay and also with some of our surrounding neighbors. For the land use plan, we're kind of just waiting for the strategic planning process to complete, and then we'll take our cues from that document as feedback towards the land use update. We're also working on a hazard mitigation plan. It's a natural hazard mitigation plan update that FEMA requires. We're doing that for the city and the county. We're currently looking at brownfield projects for an application in April. And zoning-wise in the city of Findlay, there's probably 3 items that we're looking to look at in 2024. Parking standards, Airbnbs, and farm animals, and other items might pop up. Zoning codes are ever-changing documents. We're always trying to keep them up to date. Just some quick statistics. Findlay Planning Commission had 27 site plans last year. Let me start over. Regional planning is the staff for City Planning Commission. So I was just going to give you some stats about development in the city and county. We had 27 site plans, 11 zoning amendments, 1 street and alley vacation, and 18 conditional uses. Site plans, 2022 we had 27, 2023 we had 27, so very stable. Zoning amendments, 2022 we had 11, 2023 we had 11. Alley vacations in 2022 we had 8. 2023 we only had 1. Conditional uses in 2022 we had 7, and we had 18 last year. We administer the revolving loan fund. We had 0 loans for the city of Findlay last year. The current balance of that is about $750,000. That's not an exact number, it's an approximate number. Downtown design review, we administer that. We had 19 cases in 2022 and 19 cases in 2023. Probably the most interesting stat I would look at are the number of plats that we've seen. For example, and plats are proportionally, they're usually residential. In 2003 to 2026, we averaged 23 plats a year in the city and county. From 2020 to 2023, we averaged 2 plats per year. So the last 3 years, we've seen the fewest number of plats in the last probably 20 or 30 years. So what we're not seeing are new subdivisions being created in the county or the city. So that's probably one of the more interesting trends that we're seeing. But we are seeing a significant uptick in the number of new residential homes built out in the county on like 5-acre lots and things like that. So some nerdy facts for anyone that's interested. I got lots of them upstairs. With that, things are good at regional planning, and I'll open it up for questions. Yes, Dennis.
I've got a quick question for you. Would it be accurate to assume that you augment your budget by additional grants, and have we received more grants this past year than in previous years?
So in 2022, regional planning helped procure $2.5 million in grants, and that's county and city. In 2023, it was 2.1 million. But both those numbers are higher than typical because what we're seeing, a lot of COVID-type monies are being put towards infrastructure and all sorts of other places. So right now there's a lot of grant money out there, but we're kind of near the tail end of that. One grant that we received for $1 million in the village of Macomb the other year, that was the very last of the COVID money that was coming out. So we anticipate a pretty significant drop in the amount of grant money that'll be out there in the next 2 or 3 years because we saw such a big jump from the COVID money.
And does your office write the grants, or is that contracted out?
We write the grants.
You do?
It depends. CDBG grants, FEMA grants. Sometimes the police office will say, hey, we're interested in this grant. Will you write it for us? We will even help community organizations. 50 North, can you help us write this grant? Sure. So we really write grants for those who ask us to help them with a grant.
Congratulations on your success.
Thank you.
Matt, 2 questions.
Sure.
Did we get a new hire for a grant writer? Because I know we lost it.
Yes,
And that's full-time, right?
correct. Lizzie is working part-time.
Oh, she's staying.
She's still part-time right now, and she will be part-time as we transition, as we train the new person. The new grant writer starts January 3rd, full-time.
And then when we talked about grants, a portion offsets our cost. Like, what's a rule of thumb on if you write a grant that you get to keep to use to operate the department? Like, is it 1%, 5%?
It varies per grants. Some grants, there's no administration fees. CDBG grants, it's up to 10 or 15% of the grant total. But then you also, you don't just get the grant and they're like, well, here's a happy chunk of money. You have to, part of the administration is helping bidding out the project, prevailing wage. It's all the checks that you have to do throughout the grant process. But the amount of administration really varies greatly per grant. But none are over 20% that I've ever seen. Most are around 10%.
Councilman Russell, did you have something?
So, Matt, have you had organizations for like Blanchard River Watershed Partnership reach out to work with you guys on grant writing? Because I just that group for specifically, I know that is something that they do a lot of. And is there collaborative efforts that can be beneficial to both?
We have assisted them with grants, more so 4 or 5 years ago. Lauren Sandu did a wonderful job, and she was very capable at applying for grants and did a successful job. So she asked us less for help than other times.
I concur with you on her assessment of Lauren's skill, and that is definitely a loss for that group. We were a little surprised that no applications for revolving loan funds. Any thought as to why?
Well, some will say, well, it's high interest rates. Revolving loan fund would be attractive, but we require a note from the bank that says the bank will not give them that money. So we're not just a fun alternative to save money. We are truly gap financing for those who cannot secure the money by traditional means. I am a little surprised at the low activity. We have sent out letters to all the commercial lenders who normally get involved with the deal and then bring it to us to help finish it. I can't say why. I'm a little surprised, but it's not unprecedented. We've had years where we have 0 loans, and then we have years where we have 7 or 8.
I would just add to that, one, I know we've been talking about trying to do a little more PR and communicate around that. Again, following up with those commercial lenders, as well as putting things out to some of the business channels and just public communication. But those funds can also be used on a variety of other things, and the state frequently comes back and says, hey, you need to spend that down. So we will be looking at other ways to invest those dollars next year to get the levels a little bit lower. And I know there are a couple of qualifying projects that have already reached out, entities that are saying, hey, we need to do a generator, or we need to do something like this that provides benefit to the community. Is that something we can look at? So we will be working on that. And I just want to give a huge shout out to Matt and his team. They kind of work with us on all sorts of things and do a lot of great work. We're certainly going to miss Lizzie, but we're excited for this new individual to join the team, and appreciate them being kind of a Swiss Army knife when it comes to grants and putting public dollars, these tax dollars that go to state and federal programs, making sure that we can bring as many of them back locally as possible. So we appreciate the work. I think we do have one change.
One minor clerical change, if I can. There's a request to increase his postage from $350 to $385.
No.
Denied.
So we will
Just the messenger here. So that will be noted.
It was requested by Eric for your
Okay.
zoning appeals.
I'll say, we pay for our own postage, so I don't know, I don't know where that's,
So for the BZA mail-outs.
yes.
So don't be surprised, we will make that change unless there is a significant pushback. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we need to say all rise since the judges
Here comes the
entered?
judge.
Sorry, I missed you guys. I didn't want to interrupt Matt. I think we have the municipal court team ready to present, and I have a clicker for whoever is going to be.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna be in charge of that? Can you see
Yeah.
it?
Well, good afternoon or evening. It's always good to be back in front of council. This year, our clerk of courts, Heather Eigel, insisted that we dress up our presentation after so many years of just blandness from us, so we actually have a PowerPoint. So I'm not qualified to use the clicker. I am somewhat qualified to talk about some of this information, but as you can see, we've got the team behind us, and the best thing for us to do is put the people who certainly are in a position to answer some of the questions that you have of us, if you have any. So, 2023, another challenging year for the court. We did have some good successes, as you can see. We continue to hold our popular safe surrender and DOS clinics over the past year. Those are great community events. I think we actually presented to council after the conclusion of one of those events. We also have our e-filing portal going live later this month. That should further reduce some traffic into the building, make access to justice, access to the court a little bit easier for some people, to allow them to file electronically than having to come in person and present their documents to our clerk's office. Interesting to note, the state of Ohio, the legislature has proposed a bill that has not become law yet that is going to mandate that all municipal and county courts have e-filing. So we got a grant, if you remember, last year from the Supreme Court. We got that implemented, so we're ready to go. So when that becomes law, we've already got that in place. Some of you may or may not know, Washington Township comes into the jurisdiction for the Findlay Municipal Court. So what that means is any matters occurring in Washington Township, Arcadia will now come to us if we have jurisdiction. So that's going to be landlord-tenant evictions, traffic, criminal matters for enforcement in those areas. Some individuals, if they find themselves needing the court services for claims under $15,000, we anticipate, 750 or so total cases, civil, traffic, criminal, coming in. So not really much of a blip on our radar, but I do know that the trustees and a lot of people in Washington Township are happy to have that coming to Hancock County. As far as our court, they have to go to Fostoria and or Tiffin. That court was merged several years ago, and it really makes sense to have Washington Township part of the rest of the other townships in our county. Sorry, I need my cheaters at this point. So we have continued to utilize pretrial supervision. Our best guess is that we have saved with our intakes over the past year. We had what did we have here, Heather? About 196 intakes. That's people that we are monitoring through GPS, through Scram. We're checking in with our probation department on a weekly basis, if not more frequent. And as long as they can abide by that, they're out of jail. So we've saved about $100,000 in jail costs in letting these people show us that they can be trusted out there, where otherwise in the past we may have kept them incarcerated because they have a propensity to continue to make bad choices and violate the law and get new charges while their current charges are pending. We're happy to note we've been about a year and a half into our reimagining of our community service program. Our compliance rates are up to 83%, so that's really good. A lot of these agencies are getting the benefits of community service. We're not having to issue warrants and have people come back before the court, explain why they haven't done community service for their 5th or 6th time, so it's really helping out. And when they don't get community service done, usually they have to end up serving their jail days. So again, it's a win for everyone involved here. And with that, I'll turn it over to Judge Bishop, I guess. Yes.
All right, so Heather Eigel approached Judge Hackenberg and I with the idea of participating in Days of Caring. We thought it was a great opportunity
to have the court do something positive for the community as well as team building for the court. So we divided into 3 different teams and took the opportunity to go out on 3 different afternoons. We went to Can Do Studios one afternoon. They had us modify some tables to provide some extra support to their tables. Also did some cleaning and landscaping. When we got done there, we went up to the United Way office and did some cleaning as well. We went to Camp Barry. That's our middle photo there. You can see Judge Hackberg looks thrilled. We did some clearing of the paths, so that was exciting. Officer Glick attempted to kick a tree down. It didn't work, and ants fell all over him, I believe, right? Was it ants? Oh, mice, I'm sorry, mice, ants. So he learned not to do that. And then we also went out to 50 North and did some general cleaning. So it was a positive experience, and we got some positive feedback from the agencies that we went to as well as our court staff. So we're hoping to continue that in the spring days of caring.
I swear our slides were prettier than this.
I
I'm not
know,
sure what's
there's
occurring.
portions that are cut off.
But we have been able to continue to remodel and upkeep our building with our special funds. Our most recent remodel is partially pictured there, and that's to the probation and clerk offices. With our incarceration issues, you clicked too fast. With our incarceration issues, and then with state trends pushing us more towards community supervision, we have hired another probation officer and a pretrial supervision officer, so we needed an extra office. So by using one large office and part of our waiting area, we were able to create an extra office and take a little bit of the clerk's desk to give us a nice waiting area for everyone. And that finished up in April of this year. And we also, along with that, did some cosmetic updates for things that haven't been changed in a long time, like lighting fixtures. We didn't have anything on our walls, so we worked with the museum and got some historical prints of the community, which were really cool. And then we also updated our chairs, which were kind of a safety hazard. You'd sit on those and they'd flip forward because the bolts would strip and we'd have signs on them. And so we got those updated, loving the new chairs. And then we have a new remodel project on the books to make the most of our space, just like we did over in the probation offices, and some security measures as well. Right now from our 208 window, where we have some quite animated individuals, you can see our judges' offices and into our judges' offices, which can sometimes make it hard for our staff to de-escalate some of these individuals, and also just privacy and safety for the judges so they don't know where they are. And then also our judicial assistant supervisor does not have a private workspace, so we're going to create an office for him so he is able to do what he needs to do. So obviously, as our community changes and diversifies, we have some challenges that come along with that, just with different languages and culture. It's hard to see up there. We knew that the Spanish-speaking population was increasing. We changed some of our forms. We have our docket rescheduled to have Spanish-speaking interpreters there in person. We also have telephonic services, so we're doing great in that regard. But the increase in the Haitian Creole population has definitely been a challenge, and the Ohio Supreme Court does provide the telephonic service, but the dialect is so different, we find that we can't use it. And there's actually only 3 nationwide that is credentialed for courtroom duty right now through the Ohio Supreme Court out of North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, and we're actually utilizing the individual out of Florida that we meet with through Zoom. And then obviously we have that Mission Possible here in our community that's been great, and Hashemi's been willing to work with us and work with the court and come in and assist. But those started out with some minor traffic violations, and we're seeing an increase here at the end of the year as people start to move in, their families, everything else. We're starting to see the domestic violence charges, which then we're having a more intimate relationship. Now we're having to talk to these individuals through pretrial and probation, and then also with Marcy's Law, we have to communicate with the victim. And we're not only finding that they speak a different language, but sometimes they're illiterate in their language. So we give you the cost there of what we're spending on interpreters, but the staff time is very time consuming, and a lot goes into working with those individuals. And then there on the right, we have the language lines. That's the Ohio Supreme Court telephonic service that we utilize in court. We have other languages that just show up, whoever's charged by the police. You know, we have Laotian, Chinese, Punjabi, I think is how you say it. So we use it for a lot of other languages too, which you see there in our usage.
Okay, so I'm going to go through a bunch of caseload and financial information. So currently, our traffic and criminal cases are down a little bit, and all of these numbers are January to November for all of the years. So we're comparing everything together. So currently, we're down by about 30 cases overall on our traffic and criminal cases, and like I said, that's of the end of November. So we're hoping by the end of December we're increased above what we were last year. So our civil cases are up by about 461 cases so far. So the bottom number are the new actions that we have filed. The top darker blue is collections. So you can see that our civil department is up quite a bit from January to November. So this is the money that we've dispersed from fines and court costs this year compared to 2022. So the light blue number to the left is numbers that we send to the county. And I'll tell you what those are. Yes, that's 2022 on the left and 2023 on the right. Yes. So the first column is what we've dispersed to the county. So the middle number is what we've dispersed to the state of Ohio. The third column is what we have dispersed to the city of Findlay. And the last column is the total that we've dispersed for all fines and court costs for traffic, criminal cases, and civil cases. So currently, you can see that we're up about 100,000 in collections that we've dispersed to just the city, and that's all money that goes back into the general fund.
And that is, if you guys have looked at the reports on the income tax department, they've been really pursuing getting past due collections, estimated taxes, cleaning those up. So a lot of that has to do with the team making sure that we're collecting those revenues.
Currently for 2023, between both departments, we've receipted $4 million. So that includes civil judgment like the mayor was talking about with the increased collections for the income tax cases. Our Attorney General collections, we started in 2021. Those are up considerably. This is 21, 22, and 23. And at the bottom, you can see the first column is April to December. The second is the whole year of 2022, January to December. And the third column is January to November. And you can see just for the first 11 months that it's up considerably from the money that the Attorney General's office has collected for the court. And those are all fines and court costs. So currently, this is our budget request for this year. Currently, we're asking for an increase of 1.74% over last year. And with the 3% wage increase, we're saying that our budget is actually down a little bit from our request from last year, if you didn't take into the 3% wage increase that we're getting this year. We're also getting a reimbursement from the county for certain court staff. That's the judges, myself, and bailiffs. So we'll be reimbursed from the county 40%, and that figures out to be about $325,000 of salaries that were reimbursed by the county. No, they've always done that. And that's set by Ohio Revised Code. So these are some of the large expenses that the court pays for out of their special revenue funds. We do fund the security desk, so the officers' salaries we pay for out of special projects. We fund the computer services portion of our budget through the court computerization fund and through our electronic imaging fund. In 2024, we plan to replace our court Ford Explorer that our probation officers drive for compliance checks. That's a 2014, so it's getting to the point that it's needing repair. So we're going to plan to purchase a new vehicle this year that will then be also equipped for jail transports if we need to go up to CCNO to make those kind of runs. We're also paying for our remodel of room 208 in the judge's office out of our special court improvement fund. And we're also funding 2 staff members out of our special funds. So we've got our scanning technician, we'll call her. She's funded out of our electronic imaging fund, and another staff member is completely funded out of our special projects fund.
So, was it?
Yeah. It's in the book. She said she printed it.
Or that,
Keep going.
and I never had it.
Yeah. You're gonna have to wing it.
Okay, I can do that. Was that 22 we started that?
The slide looked very nice.
Yeah,
I don't know what
we got to work on our present. We got the PowerPoint, now we got to work on our presentation, so. So in 2022, the court started our strategic planning. 23, we really got up and running, and so, much like anyone else, we obviously are trying to identify things we need to do, when we need to do them, and make sure we have the funds available to do them if they need funds. And so that's been rather an interesting, but also I think a rewarding process for our strategic planning committee when we meet about once a quarter to continually refine this, update it, and move forward. In 2024, Heather addressed that. These are some of our longer term needs that we're going to have to address and obviously work on getting those accomplished or acquired as the case may be. Really the big thing is that 2026, 27, we may find ourselves in a need to replace our entire case management software system. I may retire at that point in time because it's not a very pleasant experience to replace your entire case management system. I believe Heather went through that once, right?
Once.
She may try to retire before that too. I don't know if she can, but so that's really a big thing, and that's just sort of put on the board to just be aware of that for ourselves and to work towards funding. As you know, the Supreme Court does offer technology grants to courts every year, or at least they have been. Quite a few courts that do get grants go towards their case management. So again, those are just some of the big ticket items and the bigger things that we need to make sure that we're aware of to get it done so we don't find ourselves in a situation where something's broke and we don't have the means or ability or the know-how to fix it. So much like obviously you guys have your strategic plan that you're implementing, obviously we are doing the same thing, but because we're so much smaller, we can sort of get ours going a little bit faster. So that's pretty, is there anything else? All right, so that's pretty much our presentation. We're happy to take any questions from anyone.
Councilman Russell?
Yeah, to whomever wants to answer this, on your strategic planning view, 10 years from now, are you still self-contained on the second floor of this building? Or do you start seeing the time when you'll need more room?
Great question. You know, that's one of the things that we've been able to do with the help of the administration and the police department. They've let us slowly but surely encroach down the hallway there. For the foreseeable future, yes, we've had that discussion. We think that what we currently have with the renovations that we make, that we will be able to certainly be sufficiently housed here to carry out our mission. Now, certainly if council and the administration decide to go a different direction with stuff, it may make sense to incorporate the court in a new facility, depending on what that may look like. But, you know, that's another thing that we set aside funds for, is for that eventual day where, you know, we may be asked to contribute significantly to a new accommodations. So, but for the next 10 years, I think there's a consensus amongst all of us that where we're housed on the second floor is sufficient to carry out the mission of the court.
That's because everybody on council will retire by the
Mass
day
retirement
before
coming
that
up, I
next
see,
one
so.
is.
I got a question, two unrelated things. Do your assistants to oh, you want me to turn it on? Do you see the interpretations assistance that you provide to the foreigners, I guess, that are coming into the city? Do you see that increasing like we have seen over the past year or two? Is that going to continue in your eyes?
Yeah, we think it is. It's continuing to increase. Just this week, we had 2 individuals who needed a Chinese, several Spanish-speaking, and several Haitian Creole. and it just continues to increase and pick up. We have docket time set aside every other week for Spanish-speaking individuals for arraignments. In addition to that, there's other slots that are being used for different types of hearings for Spanish-speaking individuals, and then Haitian Creole. We're probably to the point that we may have to find docket time set aside just for that.
And to follow up on that, if I might, are all of those services, I don't hang out on the second floor, I try not to go up there, but are all those services?
You can always come up and see us.
Oh, thank you. Are all of those services provided in this building on the second floor?
So some are in person, some are through Zoom, some are telephonic. So it just depends on what the language is and who we have available and what the need is. So we have the ability through the Supreme Court to use language lines at any point, which is over the telephone. We prefer in person if possible, just because it makes it easier to conduct a hearing in person with an individual as opposed through the telephone. Haitian Creole, if there's any type of plea hearing or evidentiary hearing, that we have a lady in Florida through Zoom. But we have Mr. Gabriel helps us with arraignments. He's more recently, I guess, become known to us, so we just started using him for Haitian Creole.
Yeah, Kirk Bishop gave us his name through the Mission Possible last month, and he's in Bluffton. And we actually shared with him some the Supreme Court's requirements to become certified, sort of encouraged him to look into that because he has an interest in that. And that is going to be here to stay for the foreseeable future. So we hope he takes advantage of that. That way, that allows for in-court. Now, if we ever had a trial, we would have to have an in-court interpreter, possibly even two, especially if it's a jury trial and a bunch of witnesses. So the one could have a break, the other one could be interpreting, and on and off. And so those are things that we are certainly aware of and are prepared to do, but we certainly are limited, especially in the Haitian Creole, as far as the availability at this point. So,
Is there
All right.
grant funding?
Thank you.
Or anything that's going to be coming out, or are you seeing other states having different tools that we need to look for implementing?
So we just got an email from the Supreme Court about 2 weeks ago about interpreting services. There was that much in the information about grants to allow courts. They gave us a lot of individuals who interpret, which we were already aware of in our area of what we need, and we were familiar with those. But as far as grants, there was no details and no suggestion that was coming down the pike.
On a positive note, they did identify that it's very difficult for an individual to become certified, as court-certified interpreter, so they were trying to make it more easy if there was somebody who wanted to become court-certified to be able to do that. So that was positive.
And the demand is becoming so great, and they're encouraging people to pay them more money and raising the price so people will get credentialed. Because now that they do give that great telephonic service that we use, well, then people aren't bothering getting credentialed anymore. And so they're seeing a decrease in those interpreters for the courtroom, so they're trying to bring that back.
So we're looking at more costs there. On a different note, legalizing of marijuana, what are you guys anticipating your courts to look like with all of that for recreation? Do we need to, do you already have that calculated in your budget?
So I don't know a lot about how the State Patrol will respond to that. They're the big generators of issuing citations. Usually it's on I-75, US 30, State Route 15, that they're pulling the individuals over and citing them for the various forms of marijuana. So I don't know how the state of Ohio is going to respond to that. I would imagine that they don't often, when they write those citations for either the possession of marijuana or usually the pipe or the paraphernalia, that they're not writing some other citations, maybe some traffic or maybe something else. They may switch to writing those kind of citations if they can't write those drug charges because they're within the limits of the law. It's 2.5
That's a fairly
grams,
small
right?
amount, and
Yeah.
most people.
Ounces? I always get that wrong. So it's 2.5 ounces. Some people, they blow through that and they never have less than whatever. Some people will be under that, but
But the
it's too
other
early
effects,
to see.
Like I guess people have said to me, like Colorado and stuff, they said the other effects that the courts have had from the legalizing of it, accidents, different things going on have overtaken their courts on a lot
Yeah.
of things. And that's, I guess that's maybe
Yeah,
where,
I assume law enforcement, that's their challenges, they may find themselves having to spend more time with investigations for possible impaired driver where alcohol is not the cause. Perhaps smoking, the use of marijuana or other drugs is, and so, their enforcement may take longer and spend more time with that. So it's so early in this process, and then obviously, how easily they're able to get it legally in this area is certainly something I'm sure that's coming down every body, decision-making body's gonna have to confront those issues as well. But yeah, it's really too soon. We didn't really factor that into what we anticipate sending to, as far as collections, because that's just already a sort of an unknown amount there. But I think it's going to be evolving and see how that law gets tweaked in Columbus with the pending bills in the various houses. So a good question, and we'll keep you, once we know more, we're happy to come back and let you know what we're seeing.
get another PowerPoint together for it.
One that works. Yeah, so.
Mr. Bash is our tech guy, and he's on a cruise boat somewhere, so we'll blame him.
Lucky
Well,
guy.
we combine PowerPoints too, so we can probably take some of the blame, maybe we messed up. Councilman Wilson?
Do we have a ballpark idea of what our expense increase has been with the additional immigrants coming into town? I know it's just a ballpark percentage, maybe.
What was the?
Well, yeah, obviously, we showed you the slide
I was gonna say,
on
and
interpretation costs, but that's just sort of one part of it.
Component.
Yeah.
I don't know if Candace, she's probably not in a position to break that down, but, or Heather, because our staff, we have to spend a lot of time trying to understand what's going on, and then we have to reschedule them to make sure that we've got an interpreter here. If they have post-sentence services they need, like it's community service or maybe it's a treatment, then obviously we've got to be able to accommodate that and make sure they know where to go and can get what we're asking them to get completed, and then monitor that. And so, yeah, we haven't, again, because as Candace said, and it started out, a lot of it with the Haitian Creole was, a lot of that was just traffic, not having a license, some minor traffic stuff. That's not really too much of a commitment of our resources post-sentence. But now when they get to domestic violence, the OVIs, the petty thefts, and some of them are getting probation or we're monitoring them, that's really where we're gonna start seeing an increase. And again, it's hard to estimate
Quantify
that.
that
I don't know,
amount.
Candace, if you've got a better answer than mine.
We just
but-
had the numbers for the amount we're paying for interpretation services is up by 224% from 2022. So that's steadily increasing. We couldn't begin to quantify staff time on what we're seeing, but as we get into next year, I think we'll have a better idea of how this is going to go, because just within the last 5 months, I would say we've just had a huge increase in what we're seeing, and things have changed drastically for us.
Are the majority of them documented and working, or they're passing through?
I don't know that we can speak on
Yeah,
everyone that
I can tell you that I've
passes through.
seen quite a few of the French Haitian Creole people that come before the court. A lot of them have obtained a temporary permit from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. And so to that extent, I think
They must
that
be.
we're seeing that, perhaps not as much as with the perhaps Spanish speaking part of that we're seeing. I don't really have an explanation of why that's the case there, but so yeah, it's sort of a mixed bag on what we're seeing. So
I would second what he's saying as for who we're supervising at probation. We're seeing the same things.
Thank you.
Very good.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Appreciate
time.
it.
Have a good evening.
Yep.
All right, next is the police department. Chief Matthias and Captain Hendry. comments you want to make? Now we're getting into all of ours.
I'll actually let Chief start off and then I'll play cleanup.
Okay. Well, that's a tough act to follow. I didn't bring all the extra people or,
Need your entourage. You have a gun, though? so
I do have a
that
gun with me and that. Hopefully I don't need it, but,
Needs no introduction.
well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I'm Jim Mathias. I'm the Findlay Police Chief. I do represent the dedicated 92 men and women that make up the police department, full-time and auxiliary. We are dedicated to preventing crime, enforcing laws, protecting life and property while upholding the constitutional rights and promoting a safe and secure community through fair and professional policing. We are proud of this community and we serve it well as we are proud of this community that we serve as well as dispatching services and provide for emergency services. The 2024 budgets that fall under the control of the police department is requested $11.2 million. The difference between the 23 and the 24 budgets is an increase of 1.3%, which is the amount of our Axon body-worn camera project year 2 commitment for the police department software's budget. I relate our costs to personnel, equipment, training, and then services and maintenance. For budget highlights, we had the Axon body-worn camera project, which is up and running effectively, with all the officers being trained and equipped since August 14th. Our grant reimbursement was through the Ohio Office of Criminal Justice Services, and we recently approved the payment in the near future, which should be coming here soon. Our annual Axon contract is going to be in the second year, and the funds are being moved from the capital budget to the operating budget. We have been operating below staffing levels both in the patrol division and the dispatch center for almost all year long, as seen in the charts, and I will discuss that here later. For 2023 capital improvement highlights, in addition to the body-worn camera project, we were able to purchase new patrol vehicles, a new parking enforcement vehicle, a new intoxilizer DMT machine, which is a breath testing machine, a drone, a UPS battery backup for dispatch, as well as we're starting to remodel the dark site dispatch center this winter for easier operation in case of emergencies and we need to go to the backup site. Some 2023 achievements. First of all, I'd like to thank Chief Robert Ring for his dedication and service and the direction and leadership that he has for our department. He has retired this past May, and he set us up for successes in many different areas. We are projected to finish this year with the large budget surplus, mainly from personnel costs, even though our overtime budgets were exhausted earlier than expected this year. Again, we were operating well short in the patrol division almost all year long, with 2 long-term military deployments and numerous promotions. We were also operating 2 persons short in dispatch center all year long. We are currently at 65 officers, but we have 2 officers pending background investigations. With these 2 additions, it would get us back up to the authorized strength of 67 officers in early 2024. We hired a total of 7 officers this year, but we also had 2 retirements, and we had 2 resignations, 1 full-time and 1 auxiliary. We have not been up to authorized strength since 2021, which at that time was only 65 officers. I would also like to look at possibly increasing our number of personnel, especially in our patrol division, once we are at authorized strength. We are currently at 11 dispatchers. We attempted some lateral transfers this year with candidates, but we'll begin testing for new entry-level position here in early 2024 to get us up to full complement. We have not been to authorized strength in dispatch since June of 2021. We had numerous officers on lengthy FMLA duty due to maternity leave, which largely affected our overtime budget this fall, and which also caused us below minimum staffing levels in our patrol division. We already know 1 long-term additional military deployment in 2024 has been scheduled, as well as multiple officers are increasing their size of their family in the spring of 2024. Sergeant Samuel Waters has been moved from the patrol division to a newly formed administrative sergeant position for mainly body-worn camera redaction for the courts, public record requests, and some Tyler Tech duties. Officer Samuel Smith was moved from the patrol division to the zoning office for the investigation follow-up of criminal complaints and enforcement under the supervision of Eric Atkins. Both of these patrol positions have not yet been backfilled other than promoting of a road sergeant. We also did some updating of our active threat response plan and scenario-based training to Stratasite, which is an online version with all local first responders and support services and departments. I'd like to call out Matt Cooper, Kevin Shanice, Andrew Welch, and Christopher Brickner. They spent countless hours on this new software and training of all of our first responders and personnel. We also trained in safe defense system through Findlay City Schools and all local first responders, increasing school safety for all the staff and students. And obviously we applied for the state grant through the Ohio Criminal Justice for almost $92,000. We purchased the body-worn camera equipment, and then the final reimbursement was approved just here recently for the $88,000, which should be coming here soon. We have the patrol vehicles equipped in early 2024 to complete the whole camera system project. All officers completed 24 hours of Ohio continuing professional training through the state, which is required. We've noticed here within the last year since the COVID that we've also had more events that's been occurring, which has also affected our overtime budget and staffing requests. These events are great for the community, but it's hard to try and plan for these additional events and the budget. And lastly, our VHF radio equipment is up and working and been fine-tuned. The city will see cost-saving measures on the service side by eliminating the need for Marks radios in 2024. Also, our Marks fees have been cut in half due to the state of Ohio picking up the other half of this cost, and that be a savings to us. 2024 objectives. The biggest goal is to reduce overtime expenses in both police and dispatch budgets, but also to have negotiated wages of 6% this year and other contractual obligations. Getting our staffing level up to authorized strength of 67 officers and 12 dispatchers, and work towards increasing staff accordingly in the near future for potential retirements, for proper staffing, especially in our patrol division. Implementing of the Axon patrol vehicle camera equipment by early 2024. I will also want to build on our de-escalation and scenario-based training for all uses of force for officers, as well as maintaining quarterly firearms and less lethal weapons training. I want to add new leadership training to our command staff and sergeants level to prepare the personnel for challenges ahead in our departments and to lead effectively and efficiently. I would also like for our civilian personnel to have some more training in crisis intervention, First Amendment auditors, and de-escalation training, where we've noticed that we're lacking in those areas. Our CLIA accreditation process has started actually this week, and we're going through that, and we should be fully reaccredited by early 2024. We also have collective bargaining talks scheduled for the fall of 2024. We are unfortunately looking to replace our canine Shadow due to his age coming up this year. With his replacement, we need another canine, training and equipment. Metrich, we'd like for them to be fully funded so that detectives can continue to operate and build criminal cases for drug trafficking and other vice crimes. As far as our crime prevention office, we want to continue building with the public relations. Officer Brian White does an excellent job with and continues to make a difference each and every day of being the face, one of the main spokesmen of our department. One example is National Night Out, where we've almost overgrown that space at Riverside Park because of the community support that we have and his dedication to that commitment. And last, we want to continue and assist other city departments when needed and maintain a good working collaboration. That's all I have, unless you have some questions for me.
Chief,
Yes.
thank you for your comments, and first off, thank you for all that you do and your officers keeping our city safe. You guys do a great job. Loved your picture on the front page of the paper, by the way. You were
Thank you,
looking
sir.
good. Although the kids look better.
Yes.
That you were
Very
helping.
much so.
You mentioned in your comments that you want to, if you get up to 67, so if we add those additional 7, correct? Or is
Yeah.
that,
Well,
if we get up to full speed, which is 67,
right, we're at
you would
60.
like to add additional. And I think you said 2, I'm not sure. Or did you even have
I
a
don't
number?
have a number yet. We
Okay.
haven't made it to 67 yet, so it'd be nice to kind of evaluate where we're at. But I think to look at the department, we're look at 67 as a number. We need to look more at the patrol division as a number to see where we're staffed. That's where the public sees the most of our officers in that. And I think that's where we're losing our main context, and that is that number and stuff. And we need to focus more on having our officers out there on the street.
So that would be the main reason for the additional head
Yeah,
count?
if we do need those. I think we need them, but we need to get up to 67 first to see that.
Yeah, it's been, how long did you say it's been since we've been at full?
Before 2021.
Yeah, so it's been
And
a
that
long
was
time.
at 65.
We don't even know
so
what that looks
we've
like.
never made it to 60. We
Right.
was authorized to 67 a few years and never made it yet. So,
So
we're getting close.
If I may quick on that, in 2023, with the breakdown of staff, that should be 67 because it was budgeted and approved, but we were running with 60 officers. So it's a little misleading that it says it's 60 when it really was 67. We didn't increase. We've been trying to accomplish 67 officers. And to emphasize what the chief has stated about patrol, you know, we have a complement of different officers that do a number of different things, but the forward-facing patrolmen that are out there enforcing the laws on the streets day in and day out, that's with the military and the FMLAs and the turnover that we've had, we don't know what that number looks like yet, what 67 looks like. And then we're going to break out what patrol is out of that 67 and understand what that number is, and we'll have conversations in the future. So hopefully we can accomplish it. We've been doing a lot of things with lateral transfers and some other recruitment and retention initiatives that hopefully we can get to that number and find that work-life balance for the patrol officers that serve our community.
And that complement that you've had for staffing has not increased since late 80s, early 90s.
No, actually, we've been down. We were
We've
off.
been down, but I mean, what the allotment is allowed, that was determined back in the 80s.
80s, yeah.
So I think either way, you need some staffing at the end of the day. We just got to get you there.
Takes time.
Yeah. But our population's growing quickly.
It is.
Chief, it looks like your budget, your projected 23 budget is down 730,000 from your original 23 budget. It looks like the majority of that, about 600,000, was in personal services. So is that strictly or mainly just for the fact we never got up to full complement? We'd hoped to get there but did not.
Correct. Yep.
Then
And our long-term are out when they're out. I mean, obviously, we're saving on those costs because we're not paying those folks who are on military
right.
deployment.
Yeah. And then the number goes right back to where it was in your 23. So actually your budget for personal services is almost identical in 24 as it was to 23 original budget.
Correct.
Okay. So the majority, your budget actually from your projected is increasing 7.8%,
Yep.
but hopefully that'll all go back towards personnel services.
services.
Looks like the majority of it's
Yes,
coming
sir.
there. I'll ask the same question that Councilwoman Frischie asked of the courts. Have we started to think forward yet on what's going to happen with marijuana legislation, how that might affect your department?
We've had multiple discussions.
I
We've
bet.
had multiple people buzzing the phones and that, and anybody's guess is as good as yours on that. Yeah, that with it'd be nice to have a clear-cut picture for everyone, including the public and that, but we're not there yet. I mean, we had great discussions with our prosecutors on what we're supposed to be doing on the enforcement side, and really nothing has changed yet other than, I mean, you can have it in your house and that, but so many things has happened with our canines too and that, and how they've been trained in the past and how they're going to be trained in the future, and so there's so many questions to be coming out of this yet.
Very good. The last question I have for you then, what increase have you seen in calls and whatnot due to our new immigrant population?
I guess if it's calls, it's more domestic violence or assaults, which from talking to the group and that, we've been sitting in on these groups for several months now, but those don't get reported down in Haiti. They take family matters into their own business, so if they discipline their child, it's usually severe discipline. So it's more of like domestic violence issues and assaults against family members is what we're seeing. But the court is seeing a lot more traffic-related issues. But those are probably the top three. But the language barriers is exactly the same. Theirs is a little bit more diverse because they have to make sure that all the legal steps are not that we don't have to have the legal steps, but just getting that first information from dispatch to the officers and then follow that procedure through. But those are the biggest increases that we've seen, and it's some isolated pockets within the city. It seems like when some of the motels that they're staying at, there's large groups staying together, 8, 10 in a room and that. So it's very challenging. And then they're trying to get a true theory of what's going on behind that call for service as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Officer Walters and his video redacting, and then a public records request. Is that going as planned, or do we see potential increase in personnel with handling those duties?
It's actually, we thought we was going to be busier at the beginning for public records requests. It was steadily moving in. It's getting a little bit busier. He did give me some numbers, so I don't know where you're at with what all you need, but for every hour of video, it takes him about 3 to 3.5 hours to redact and get it sent out and stuff. So his time is well spent on redacting and that. And once we get the camera project up, that'll be the true test as far as that additional coverage and stuff, because that interlinks if you got 3 people on scene, you got 3 body cams, you got potentially 3 cruiser cams, depends on if it's outside or inside. So yeah, we've looked at that. We just don't know if we need another personnel to help him. We do have support staff as far as lieutenants helping him when he's not there to make sure that we're not slipping on any public records requests. But yes, it's very busy.
But do the people that are doing that redacting have to have the same training and credentials as a uniformed officer? Or could you have a person who is let's say great at video games, for lack of a better term, who you'd never put a gun in their hand, but they can still do the same duty?
It could be a civilian person. Several departments do have like the records clerks do it. Our records is probably maxed at what they're at for records request and their duties. So if we hire somebody else, we would have to look at that if it's the right person to put in that. It could be a retired officer. It could be like you said, a civilian. But yeah, it definitely takes a special person to get that type of training and be proficient at it.
But once again, the long-term thing is this a 1 FTE requirement, or do you think this is a 2 FTE or a 3 FTE in the next couple of years?
I don't know yet.
We don't have just on a.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know yet.
You had mentioned
probably 2, but I don't know yet.
You mentioned patrol cameras and patrol vehicles. Is that in essence the dash cam, or is that also including license plate readers?
That is a front camera. That is a rear cabin camera for prisoners or anybody under investigation, and then also a license plate reader.
Okay. And then there was an item in here about the disaster sirens. I was a little surprised to see that in your budget. Has that always been the case? And then I guess kind of why? I don't know where I would put it, but I wouldn't put it in the police budget.
It falls under disaster services.
Yep.
So
that's dispatch. Dispatch activates it, so it basically falls under our service. Plus,
Okay.
it's radios, and so it's basically no one else has that coverage. So
And ours, we have 16 of these in the city proper, and then they're coordinated with the. I take it there are some in the county, or are there?
Yes. Ours are just the 16 in the city, but other villages that do have their separate systems.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Walters, I'll say, is doing a great job. After our last council meeting, I reached out to him to get some numbers on our documented, not English-speaking folks with traffic violations and so forth. And and that was good information that he provided, but I kind of asked him, he wasn't able to answer it. Is there, with seeing the language barriers that you're having to deal with the new population, is there anything that you guys are going to need to equip yourself with to be able to be efficient with your time, to be able to, because it seems that everybody I talk to, this language barrier in the schools and then the nonprofits and everything, and even in the courts, it takes a lot longer time. So that's going to take away from our staffing on the street when maybe a 40-minute stop is turning into an hour and a half. What can we give you, or how can we make you more efficient in these situations since you're seeing an increase with that?
Well, we was trying to tack on to other services that's already in the community. The health department has a translation device, but a lot of it's based on how many minutes and whatever package it is. I've reached out to Springfield police chief, and they are in the same basically boat that we are in. They have a population of about 10,000 Haitian community.
Just in this year?
No, they've started out
Oh.
7 years ago, but it's the same type of a wave. They come in small and they get large. So trying to get with them to see what they have in place, what we can get in place. We also had people from Mission Possible and some of the Haitian community come in and speak to our officers to try and break down some cultural diversity type things and that, and see if there's some codes, some phrases, some like cheat sheets so that we can have. So we're trying to work that all together, but trying to make it, I guess, for us and that. I mean, there's nothing that Springfield is doing that we're not doing, and
There's
vice versa.
nothing-
And
there's
and
no
but,
device, there's no nothing to make things
I mean,
more
we're all in the
efficient.
same boat. The housing down there is the same as us. There's no place to put all, this amount of people, and yeah, they're here for work. I mean, they come here, they do good work, and we're just trying to, I guess, follow the right path that we need to get to have a common goal.
Are we addressing the housing situation when you tell me that you're going to the motels and how many folks are to a room? I kind of attempted addressing that with the state fire marshal earlier this year. And, you know, we can't, if there's 2 beds, you can have 4 people in a room. You can't have 5, 8, 9. I mean, that's a health and safety issue, a structural issue. How are we doing that? Are we sending that over to the fire chief to go with? Are we doing nothing on those types of matters at this point? 'Cause I know there's a lot of emergency responses, 911 calls coming into those facilities, because I have those reports too from earlier this year. And, you know, we have to help folks, but we also have to keep them safe, as well as our community. And that's a big safety concern
Yep.
for me when we're not following state laws
A lot of
on the
it's
housing.
a lot of it's with Mission Possible. They're doing their best that they can, working with all the other, I guess, landlords and opportunities that they have to find them better housing, whether it's a house or an apartment. So they are trying to work with them folks. They have identified all the families that are here. That's why we have a good number of them, a count to work with each one. The health department follows them up. So everybody's working together. It's a good collaboration. The meeting got so large that we actually had to break off of that meeting to have our own separate meeting to discuss our issues and not, I mean, it sounds bad to say that the meeting got that large that we had to break off, but some of the meetings were last an hour and a half, 2 hours and that, and we need to focus down and drill in on our problems and stuff, and everybody else on the team is helping out as well. So it's a huge problem to take, but the community has wrapped themselves around them and working the problem.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, as the chief mentioned, Springfield over a period of time has seen a huge increase. Obviously, they are different positioned, being closer to Dayton and having a number of those things. We have reached out to them, and they've provided us a ton of resources that we're going through and reviewing right now to be able to provide to our team members, whether it's common phrases that are translated, looking at some of our key documents that we can provide. We are investigating some of the systems that the schools mentioned about the translation services that they can able to use for conversation, because as I mentioned previously, you know, like Google Translate doesn't work for it. So we are definitely working with all of our teams and the court to evaluate what is the most efficient
process, because we definitely don't want every different department or organization going out and paying for something different. If we can get a uniform system across and, kind of use economies of scales to address that. Additionally, trying to work to address housing, even though it's not ideal and we want to hold people accountable, being inside a hotel with multiple people is safer than being on the streets. And so we're working with different organizations to try to get folks out of there, because that's obviously not ideal. And there was something else I was going to say. And yes, we definitely have seen the increase in statistics, but I received a copy of the reports that Sergeant Walters provided to you, and I think it's good for the rest of the group to know it wasn't, huge numbers, right? And I just don't want that perception to be out there either. And I think our teams and Mission Impossible have done a really good job of going in there and helping people understand that domestic violence here, we treat people differently than you may have treated in your country, and that's unacceptable behavior. And so there is a lot of cultural education that is having to occur as well. So, other questions? Rob, you didn't get to add all your commentary.
Real quick, just had to keep us on pace. Chief Matthias took over obviously in May from Chief Ring, and we've had a lot of domino effect with our command staff as he was captain and then promoted to chief. And so there was the progression and promotion aspect of things. Our command staff has not lost a step or beat in the process. The professionalism is top notch, how they're serving this community, how they represent the city, us in the community. There are opportunities to improve every day, but we're forward-facing and we're addressing those head-on. So I want to congratulate you and your command staff, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Very, very fortunate to have you guys on our team.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Chief.
Have a good night.
Thanks. And the second part of our safety service side is Chief Everly for the fire department. I was going to say, it's a little anticlimactic. Sorry.
Walk-up music, I think, will be added.
I was really anticipating, with Chief Matthias being his first year, I was hoping he would stumble over a couple things, because he set the bar pretty high. So,
The floor is yours, sir.
I appreciate that. All right, well, appreciate the opportunity to be in front of all of you again. So, a little bit of introduction. I've been chief since 2015, so just over 8 years now. And I've been with the department since 2000, so a little over 23 years. And I just wanted to say, before I got started, about everything from this year, next year, like from a personal standpoint, and I realize I'm biased, but I feel like our fire department has not, in those 23 years, has never been this professional, this well-trained, this committed to customer service, and really positioned better than we ever have been for the future. So I'm just really proud of where we're at. It takes a village. That's support from city administration, that's support from council, that's support from the public, and that's dedication of our personnel. So I just wanted to kind of start off with that, because we get into this day-to-day stuff where we just do our job. Everybody just does their jobs, and we sometimes fail to take a step back and really evaluate where we're at. So, from a fire department standpoint, our staffing's staying level at 65 total personnel, and we have one administrative assistant that doesn't count towards that 65, but it's Beth Baker. A lot of you guys know her, and she's absolutely vital to the operations of our department. So, appreciate everything she does. Our staffing does fluctuate, just a couple, and that's really just the hiring and retirement cycle and training cycle and stuff like that. But for the most part, we stay pretty stable at 65. From a call volume standpoint, we're going to end up the year right about 2,500. That's slightly down from last year, which is kind of an anomaly, but it's not out of, it's happened in the past as well. So the trend for us, our calls are increasing. We looked at the last 10 years. We're increasing about 3% per year in call volume. And, sorry, is that me?
You have a magnetic personality.
Do I? That's the
I don't know
listening
what else
device.
it could be, so.
And since 2013, our overall call volume has increased about 28%. So we're seeing that continual trend line going upwards, which is probably the same as most other fire departments in the country. So looking back at this year, I'll go over some highlights. First, from the capital improvement side of things, we replaced the roof covering on Fire Station 2. That was about $50,000. That's the third and final flat roof fire station that we have. We've replaced all of those within the past 6 years, so it's nice to have that done. We installed a new SCBA compressor and fill station at Fire Station 4. That was actually just done yesterday. And 90% of that was paid for with an AFG grant. The total cost of that was about $65,000. So AFG grant really helped us with that. We also replaced 6 mobile radios on our apparatus to a new dual band radios. That was also an AFG grant award. And those radios are, I don't remember the exact dollar amount, but they're about $7,000 a piece. So it was about $40,000 to $42,000 for those radios. And then finally, we saw a lot of progress on the Strict Center construction training facility this year. Quick update on that. The training building, which is what we're calling the large non-burn building that you see when you drive by there, the construction of that is essentially finished. We're getting things in now, like tables for the classroom and chairs and display board and things like that. So we're kind of fleshing out the inside of that building. The burn building is scheduled to be delivered and installed between Christmas and New Year's of this year. So I really can't wait for that to happen. And then we've got some exterior concrete that we've got to do around that building that we needed to wait to complete that until the building was actually put up. So long story short with that is hopefully wrap up everything by springtime, do some sort of cool ribbon cutting ceremony, something like that, and we'll be using this thing for training purposes when the weather turns nice next year. That's our plan. So you'll all be invited to a ribbon cutting at some point early in 2024. All right, from the operations side of things, one really big thing this year had to do with our personnel. We actually hired 8 firefighters this year. 8 out of 65 is 12%. That's a huge number. That's a huge amount of our workforce to be hired in 1 year. So it's a lot of opportunity for us. It's really cool because you can reinforce the culture of your department really well with new hires. Through our hiring process, you identify the right people and you bring them into a good culture, and they just perpetuate that. The downside of that is we lose a ton of experience. With every one of those retirements, we have anywhere from 25 to 30 years of experience walking out the door. So it's even more vital for us on the administrative side and the more senior members of our department to stress training, use that Strict Center as much as we can. That's why it's vital for not only our department, but the region in general. So really excited that we were able to hire 8 people, but at the same time, we have to acknowledge the amount of experience that we're losing. So at some point in the middle of hiring 8 people, we found time to promote firefighter Nick Scholes to a vacant captain position. Pretty excited about that. Nick's been with us since about 2011. I feel like he's got a ton of leadership capability. He's an Army veteran. He was a staff sergeant. He's been with us for a while. So he brings a lot to the table, and we're pretty excited for him to have his own crew right now. You guys all know we dedicate a lot of time to training. The majority of our training, and this really reinforces the importance of that company officer, the majority of our training takes place at the company level, the engine crew level, or the shift level, with informal kind of daily training that they do. I'll highlight some of the more formal training things that we've done this year. So 5 of those 8 firefighters that we hired this year had to attend the Ohio Fire Academy for their Firefighter 2 course. That's a 10-week basic training course. They go down there and live there for 10 weeks. It's really intense, but it's really second to none. The Ohio Fire Academy is consistently ranked in the top 1, 2, or 3 for state fire academies in the entire country. So we really believe strongly in their curriculum and their instructors. 16 firefighters and officers completed a 40-hour hazmat technician class that was provided for by the LEPC, the Local Emergency Planning Commission. 12 fire personnel completed a fire instructor course. We hosted that here for the first time. Usually you have to travel to take that class either to BGSU or some other, the Ohio Fire Academy, some other training institution. We partnered with BGSU and we brought that class here because looking ahead, we know the importance of the Strick Center. And we want to position ourselves, we did this class intentionally. We want to position ourselves well to host regional classes, to get more of our local personnel involved at the instructor level. So we hosted a class here for the first time, and 12 of our personnel took advantage of that. We conducted a Train the Trainer course, which was on search tactics, and that was a partnership with the YMCA. We were able to use some of the buildings that they ended up tearing down on Hardin Street for some really good hands-on training. We contracted with a company, a fire training company called Squad 5 Fire Training out of Toledo. That's some Toledo firefighters that have a training company. They came down and did a Train the Trainer course for 12 of our personnel. We had 2 firefighters attend a 2-day peer support training class that was provided by the Ohio Association of Professional Firefighters and the International Association. So there's a very large push to take care of ourselves from a mental health standpoint. I feel like we've done pretty well with that. This peer support training gives us another option, gives our personnel another option to reach out and talk to trained personnel within our own department. So that complements the city's EAP, that complements the more professional counseling. It's just on a peer-to-peer level. So it's really important for us to do that. Really happy that 2 of our personnel were interested in that. As Chief Mathias mentioned, along with Findlay City Schools, implemented some new active shooter protocols and response plans through Stratasite, and all fire personnel, public works personnel, a ton of law enforcement, along with Findlay City Schools personnel, were entered into the Safe Defend instant notification system. And we did a couple training classes on this year, and we've got plans throughout the next couple of years to kind of grow that into some full-scale drills. From an equipment standpoint, it kind of dovetails to just with that last bullet point. We added 4 ballistic vests and 2 trauma triage bags to each fire engine. That was provided through a grant from the Community Foundation. And that just goes, we can train our personnel as much as we need to, but if we don't give them the right equipment, we're going to set them up to fail. So we got the right equipment on the engines now so they can have an immediate response if they need to. Hopefully, we never need to. We replaced 65 sections of fire hose. Doesn't sound that exciting, but it's for the first time, the fire department's in compliance with the NFPA fire hose standard. That's a lot of money in fire hose. And that was provided, 90% of that was paid for through an AFG grant as well. 2 things that I'm really proud of. We replaced the speaker system at Station 2, which also doesn't sound like that big of a deal. But when we rely so much on those overhead speakers and communicating with dispatch and our other fire unit, our other fire units, the system that we had in place was original to the building, which was 1975. So anybody who's born in 75 or in that era knows that probably don't work as well as you did at one point. So the cool thing about it is we replaced that entire system from amplifier to all the speaker wire to about 15, 16 speakers throughout the station. We bought all the stuff and all of our personnel installed all that stuff while they were on duty. Took us maybe a month to do it. And none of us are professionals in that area, but we did the research, we figured out how to do it, and we saved ourselves multiple thousands of dollars by doing it ourselves. So I was really happy about that. And then another thing, we replaced, I can't remember how many fire nozzles, 4 fire nozzles on each truck, and those are high dollar items too. And why I think this is important to talk about is 2 of our firefighters came to me with a proposal, because we needed some upgrades in the nozzles that we have on our fire truck. And I told them that we could start to replace those, but it would have to be just a couple at a time because they're expensive. So they volunteered to do all the legwork, do all the research, figure out what worked best for us. And then they wrote a grant to the Firehouse Subs Foundation, and they were awarded that grant. So that was $22,000 worth of fire nozzles. So all of our trucks are outfitted with brand new ones. And it was cool because it was firefighters Jonathan Mortar and Jason Maddox, and they did 100% of it, 98% of it on their own. So really appreciate their initiative, and I'm so happy that it paid off for them. A couple other smaller items. We purchased 2 fog machines, which is artificial smoke that we use when we're trying to make realistic training scenarios. And we'll use those in some capacity at the Strict Center as well. And we purchased 2 4-gas meters. So when we do odor investigations and gas leak investigations, we can provide some more detailed data than we used to be able to do. So we have one of those on each fire engine now. A couple of miscellaneous items. The Firefighters Union hosted a golf outing fundraiser, and this is pretty awesome too. They raised $9,000. Everything they make from this fundraiser goes to a local charity. This is only the 2nd year they've done it, and they raised $9,000, and they donated all of it to the Children's Mentoring Connection. And Camp 911 was the recipient of $5,000 in funding from the Hancock County Firefighters Association golf outing. So they gave Camp 911 $5,000, and they also gave the Sheriff's Office Explorer Program $5,000. So was really happy to be the recipient of that. And then the final thing is, about a year ago, we started a partnership with the Red Cross on residential smoke detector installation program. And that's something that's easy to overlook too, but it's so important, and it really cuts right to the core of the whole reason for the fire service in general. Because every time you put a smoke alarm in a house, increases survivability from a house fire by 50%. We've covered 80 houses this year, and in those 80 houses, we installed about 210 smoke alarms. So super cool. Partner with the Red Cross because they provide the smoke alarms. They're a sealed unit. The battery's good for 10 years. Our firefighters, Eric Wilkins in our Fire Prevention Bureau, he schedules it. Our firefighters go out on duty, install the smoke alarms in their house. They do a quick fire prevention tour around the house, give them some tips, and we're out of there in like 15 minutes. But it's really so vital, and it's just the coolest thing. Like, all the other stuff we have is awesome, and I'm super happy where we're at, but that service to our citizens, I think, is just fantastic. So that's our 2023. Looking ahead to 2024, we've got continuing the trend of new employees. We have 3 new hires starting in January. We've done our best to forecast retirements. When we know about them, we're doing our best to try to hire people ahead of time so we don't have that drop in staffing. So we've got 3 people starting in January, and we've got retirements. There are 2 in the summer, or no, excuse me, I think there's 2 in April and then 1 in the middle of the summer. So we're doing our best to get these 3 new firefighters trained, fully operational before those retirements happen. So really happy with where we're at there. We're going to host 2 additional hazmat classes to bring our entire department up to the technician response level. We're going to, for the first time, at least the first time I know about, we're going to implement a part-time fire inspector That's to increase our capacity in our Fire Prevention Bureau, because we currently have 2 people in there. And with the increase in plan reviews and fire inspection and fire extinguisher training and helping with the schools, and we're taxing those 2 pretty hard. So we got a part-time, we've got somebody identified that we think is going to be a good part-time fire inspector for us. A couple station maintenance items that kind of go along with the roof replacement kind of trend. We need to replace the windows, and some of this is capital improvement, so this will be fleshed out in the capital improvement process, but this, I hope these go through. The windows at Fire Station 2 are, I believe, original to the building, so again, 1975, they're not very efficient. So we're hoping to replace those windows. We need to replace the 1996, 97 era HVAC systems at Fire Station 1. As Chief Mathias said, we're renovating the classroom at Fire Station 4 for the backup dispatch services. We've got EMT training coming up for a couple of firefighters that we hired this year, and ultimately completing the construction of the Strict Center in 2024. And that will be awesome, because that has been on the agenda for years. Our total budget request for 2024, you can see it in your packet, 9.25 million. That's about a 4.3% increase. Just a couple things to note on that. Every time I do this and we're putting together these budget summary sheets at the end of the year, I feel like we've accomplished a ton. You know what I mean? And I think there's no way we can continue like this next year. There's going to be a drop off. We're going to run out of projects, and we don't. We never do, which is cool. The reason I bring it up now is 94 out of our budget, 94.5% is dedicated to personnel costs. So we have a very tiny fraction of that large number that's actually discretionary. So that's why we utilize grants so much. That's why we partner with other departments. That's why we do as much in-house as we can, because we have a lot of capability, and we can do it efficiently. So I think it's worth noting that we have a very small amount of discretionary spending, and we do as much as we can with it. That's all I have. Sorry for being long-winded.
We're used to it, it's okay.
I know, right? You got to see my emails. Is there any questions? I saw Brian first. Sorry, Denny.
No, that's all right. I've got a quick question.
Mr. Hellman. You guys fight it out. I don't care. I don't care.
What he said. I yield the floor.
I just had a quick question. Of those 5 that we sent to mandatory training, what do you expect the pass-fail rate to be on that? Is it we get all 5 back, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And we did that. That's par for the course for us. So that's like, the police department sends theirs to the State Patrol Academy. We use the Ohio Fire Academy. We have had, they run a pretty tight ship, so nobody gets a free lunch down there. There's tests that you have to pass every week. If you fail that test, and there's also hands-on skill evolutions that you have to pass. Those are weekly as well. If you fail it, you get a chance to retest that day. If you fail it again, you have a weekend to think about it, and then you have to retest on Monday. And if you fail that 3rd time, they kick you out. We've had a couple times where we've had people that go over that weekend and they're studying or they're practicing or whatever, and they have to take it a 3rd time. But knock on wood, we haven't had anybody that hasn't passed that course yet.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
My turn? Quick question. You mentioned early on that there are 2,500 fire calls a day, a year?
A year.
How many of those are false alarms, roughly?
I just brushed up on that. It's about 18. False alarms is a big category, but 18% of our calls are in that larger category. So unintentional activations, alarm system malfunctions, a sprinkler system that might activate for some reason, frozen pipe activates the sprinkler system. Those are all lumped in there, but yeah, that's a big chunk.
It is a big chunk. Are you reimbursed for that somehow? If it's done
No.
purposely?
We haven't really run into that.
No?
Occasionally, when it's unintentional, it's like a kid pulling a pull station. And we don't charge for that. We have the ability to charge for false alarms after, I believe, the third instance to the same location. And that doesn't happen that often unless there's something going on, some sort of maintenance on the system or something like that. So it's not typically something that we do. No. If we're going back to the same location for similar calls, we just kind of sick one of our fire inspectors on them, and they stay on them until they get the problem fixed.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. So three items. First, my church went through installing new fire systems this year, working with I think Kevin, and have nothing but high compliments and how helpful he was, not only with the installation process, but even as we were evaluating what to install and the input he gave. And so, you know, in essence, for the church, a big smoke detector for the church, and you know, we appreciate that kind of service. Two items aside from that in the strategic plan, item 1.1F, achieve an ISO Class 1 rating. Has that started to come into the discussions amongst your staff? And I really don't want to. I want you to keep this under like 45 minutes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Give you 30 seconds.
Was there a third question to that? Or?
Yeah, I'll follow up.
Okay. Yeah, Kevin does a great job. First of all, I totally agree. ISO Class 1, we had that discussion really in earnest for the first time when we were going towards the reevaluation where we achieved an ISO Class 2. So while we were looking at that, we thought we're gonna make a decent jump here from a Class 3 to a Class 2, and we thought I thought there was a tiny outside chance that we would be very close to an ISO Class 1 on our last evaluation in 22 years kind of run together. We've identified where we need to improve to get to a Class 1. Now, it's not easy, and any city that has made that effort, I mean, some of them work for decades to get to that. So it's not the easiest thing in the world. I think it's feasible for us, and I don't want to keep harping on the Strict Center, but it's a big part of it too, because we lost out on some training points because we didn't have a facility like that or something similar.
Okay.
So we will see an improvement in our score next time. I don't know. It will most likely take the second evaluation, ISO evaluation from now to honestly get there.
But it's something that's in consideration.
It's feasible, yeah. And the best thing about that is, from an economic, development standpoint, is that's a big feather in the city's cap if you can achieve ISO Class 1.
And then, real simple, small topic, and that's obviously the Strict Center. I mean, there's a lot of there's so many questions related to that. I'm interested to know, are we going to start the statistics we're going to be tracking on that, and are we looking at a separate line item in the are we looking for the ability to track costs that are associated with the operation of it, and then in an asides there, the date that I'm really interested in. I mean, I want this thing to open, but I'm extremely interested to know is the first time we bring in some of our volunteer departments to do training at the Strict Center, and that they to date haven't been able to do, and
Yeah.
that to me will be a huge celebration.
Yeah, I totally agree. So from a budget standpoint, that was something that we had kicked around. Actually, Ginger and I had talked about it, and Rob had talked about it back when we were kind of starting to plan for 2024. We can track things internally from operating and maintenance cost. Maybe not 100% accurate. For instance, there's a the natural gas feed that's going to that building is tied in with the meter at Station 4, but we had a sub-meter put on there, so we'll be able to track usage that way. We can track some of our labor costs. If we have an instructor and he's getting paid overtime to host a class out there, we'll be able to track that kind of stuff. What'll really be interesting is the revenue that we hope to see down the road. And once we see some of that revenue come in, I think that's when we'll have those larger discussions is, does it become a sub budget, kind of like the police department has with the 4 or 5 different lines? Does it become something like that? So I think we'll kind of see how that works over the next couple of years, and I'm hoping we'll get there. I'm hoping that ultimately we need to do that, because that means we're using it, and that means it's being used by other people as well.
But so nobody construes this the wrong way, we're not doing the Strict Center to be a revenue,
Correct.
to be a revenue center for the city. It's to provide a service. The revenue to me, the revenue is an indication that the region has found value in it. But
I agree.
the other stats are really training related. How much more training we're getting? How much training are we able to do here that we don't have our folks going out of town for? And also training that we're providing to the region, especially inside Hancock County, and the volunteers.
Yeah, we'll be able to track that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you brought up the instructor side of it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have some of our guys on the fire team that are trained to be instructors.
Mhm.
Then we'll just be paying them overtime to teach the classes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I didn't know we had instructors, so that's interesting.
Yeah, and it's kind of unique, and I won't dive deep into it, but within our own department, we can act as instructors for our own classes, even without the fire instructor certification, because that's a state certification, fire instructor is, and then a separate one is live fire instructor through the state. So where it becomes very important is if we became a host site for, say, the Ohio Fire Academy or BGSU or Owens, they might have a lead instructor that comes in to put on a class, but that agency may hire some of our people to act as adjunct instructors or assistant instructors.
So that would be independent.
Yeah, and that's where they want to see that fire instructor certification or live fire instructor certification. If we host a regional training class, we can totally put the curriculum together, we can deliver it with our instructors, and we can open it up to the region. And we'll be able to, that's where we would maybe pay our people overtime to do that. Yeah. So they would do, if they deliver it on their duty day, they would do it just as a regular part of their day. If they do it on the other 2 shifts, they would get overtime for that. Yeah.
How many do we have that are qualified to instruct?
Right now, we've probably got about 8. Before this class, we had about 8 to 10, maybe, fire instructors. 5 of them are live fire instructors. And then we had another 12, I think, that went through the class. So we'll be sitting around 20. And there's so many of these things, we're trying to prepare ourselves and put ourselves in a really great spot for the future. So.
Okay.
Oh, geez, that's the hook, right? Sorry.
Not to sound like a broken record, but
Yep.
again, Chief Eberly, his team, forward to the community. Prevention is the key. They do a great job. So congratulations and thank you for your service and your team's service.
Thank you.
With that, we will, if we can, have one more department before we'll take a break to stretch our legs, just out of respect to time, but yet circulation. So with that, thank you. Dave Hans from Public Works.
Good evening. I'm Dave Hans, the Public Works Superintendent. In the Public Works Department, there's the streets, cemetery, parks, traffic. We represent 21 street employees, 3 traffic employees, and 24 will have 12 parks employees and 3 cemetery employees. Some of our highlights is a 3% increase to personal services for all employees. We're anticipating some promotions in the streets and parks as well, as realigning 3 employees into different departments within the Public Works. Hold on a second. Sorry, I thought I had it big enough. Aligning 3 employees into different departments within the Public Works, but overall, we did not add any additional employees. Due to accounting purposes, instead of $400,000 coming from the capital, it will be in the streets operating budget for our street preventative maintenance program. Some of 2023's highlighted capital projects were $550,000 to traffic light upgrades. We utilized the Hancock County Park District grant for the pool house. We also replaced the decorative concrete at the entrance to Riverside Park. Some of our major accomplishments in 23, Parks Department completed Shelter House 15 upgrades. That was over 2-3 years. We completed multiple upgrades to the pool house, such as tuck point and seal the mortar joints to the exterior. They ground and epoxied all the floors in both the shower rooms. And then we paved Rawson Park's tennis court that will be finished in 2024. It's got to sit through the winter to the oils get out of the blacktop. The traffic department, they completed 3 new installs and 2 signal upgrades. They also completed their yearly 150 yearly conflict and monitoring testing. The street department paved 17 alleys, which totaled up to about 1.4 mile. We repaired CDF issues on 5 streets. And then since the state raised our forced account limits from 30,000 to 70,000, we were able to do a record this year and paved 15 streets. Replaced 1,800 foot of sidewalk, 924 foot of curb. Total miles of road, either repaved or repaired, totaled up to about 4.8. The cemetery continued replacing headstone foundations, and then we did some blacktop repairs after they fixed the sanitary sewer over there. We also removed 29 and planted 21 trees in the cemetery. 2024 objectives, we were awarded the $22,000 for the Hancock County Park District grant, and that will be used to tuck point and seal the exterior of the restrooms and the electrical room at Riverside. We were able to get the CDBG grant to replace the restroom at Rawson and add one at Swale. We budgeted to replace the roof and windows in the pool house. We will be resealing and striping the pickleball courts out at Riverside. Also on the plan at Riverside, we are planning to repave the parking lot and the kiddie corral side, as well as add the basketball court on that side, since it's basically the parking lot now and not really people can use it when there's cars parked there most of the day. We are also looking at adding additional toys in West Park and Riverside. The street department will continue collaborating with engineer on street projects, and our goal is to do $300,000 in capital and $400,000 in the street preventative maintenance fund. Traffic department will continue on their signal upgrades and replacements, and then we will continue to do foundations and road repair and also paving in the cemetery. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
A couple items I just need better clarification on. So R&M streets, R&M curbs, and R&M walks.
Correct.
Like, our budget has always been really low, and now it's really, really high.
That's correct, because we used to run it out of the capital fund. So this year we did $625,000 out of the capital fund. Next year we will only do the 300. The auditor's office is requesting that anything that's maintenance was in the operating budget.
Okay, so this is a
Anything that
new
we
way
can
to
put
look at it and breaking it
Correct.
down.
Anyway, and those will get moved around. So I kind of broke them up to where we thought we needed to be, but if we use some stuff on form boards, it's gonna have to get transferred to a different line item. Can't use it now.
Okay, then the R&M, B and G, I don't even know what that is.
Buildings and grounds.
It had a big decrease in it, so where you moved those funds to go.
That's because, remember, we had to come in early of '23 because we had roof issues and building issues. And you gave us a big chunk, and then we did a lot of that work
Okay.
this year.
So that was just why that was up, but normal.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
When you said you repaired CDF issues on 5 streets, what's a CDF issue?
It's about 18 inches to 2 foot that's in front of curb, no gutter pan that they done years ago. So when they took the gutter pans out years ago and just put straight 6 stand-up curb, they backfilled it with what we call CDF, controlled density fill, which is kind of sand and a very light concrete. Wherever they did that and put 1.5 inches of asphalt over it, with the car sitting along the curb, it starts to rut. Water gets underneath, breaks blacktop up, and it starts sinking.
Thank you.
Dave, your budget, your original projected budget versus what you actually ended up was up 1.2 million. Looked like it mostly came in 3 different areas, all other. And I'm guessing, is that personnel? What happened with, we had that 1.2 million from your original budget?
Which budget?
You had your 2023, I'm sorry. 2023 original budget was 5.2. Your projection is 6.5, so 1.2 up versus your original budget. What were our numbers? What was the difference in those two?
They're all of them, the 5.2, that's all of them together, correct? And then that's included capital?
Yeah, that's everything.
So part of that is the chargeback aspect of things. The other is we moved some things from capital to operating. So that's.
So you started that this year also?
This will be in 2024, yes.
But I'm looking at 23 original versus projection. One.
Capital.
So it's.
Transfers from capital improvement
Sorry.
fund.
So we started doing that now.
We've been doing it all along for years.
Sorry, capital is included.
When you spend money on capital in streets, that's allocated, not part of the operations budget, it shows up here.
Yeah.
It revises the budget when you do a capital appropriation during the year from the original. Original, right, is the same as your operating budget. Your revised budget then includes capital appropriations that you do throughout the year.
Okay.
Yes.
General fund, you didn't see that. Like,
Yeah, so it gets confusing, but if you look into like your budget book and the object number 761600, that is where it'll show some of the operating, the capital transfers within the department. So typically it's the larger equipments and things like that. So
Okay.
it shows up here. We thought about in the future we might go ahead and back that out because it gets a little confusing, but when you look at the total numbers, it has to be represented somewhere. So we felt it would be a little bit, unless we went back and changed it across all of them and split out personal services, other, and then capital as a separate line item within there. But that's primarily because of the capital investments.
Well,
Okay.
what would chargebacks be then for capital? I thought he said it was chargebacks.
Yeah, chargebacks is one and capital is another.
All in other. So what?
Because other is a culmination of a bunch of your different line items.
Right.
You have probably 6 object codes that are your personal services, which are broken down here so that we show how much we're spending just on our people. The other is not a specific category. It's a culmination of a bunch of your other line items, and chargebacks is one of those that has been changed. Make sure we're representing everything accurately.
I'm going to use Ginger's words without quoting her. You have your 1s and 2s, which are your personal services, and then your 3s and 4s. The 1s and 2s are our labor force, but when you start charging back, the 3s and the 400 category is professional services. When we're starting to keep accountability for different groups doing work in different departments, so we can hold that accountable, they're going to be accounted for in the professional services, which is a 400. So that's the differentiation between personal services and others.
And it kind of
Good?
inflates
Okay.
the numbers because we're not paying our people additionally. It's almost being double counted, but you're just not seeing the culminating on your T account. You're not seeing the revenue on this sheet.
Transactional accountability.
So where does the downtown fall into? Under streets or traffic?
He's under Rob. That's under Rob. Downtown's under Rob.
Okay.
My guys under streets. We do
Okay.
charge back to Rob.
Oh, so your guy's in the street, but we charge it back to Rob's budget number.
Right, that comes
So
back
he,
towards
so
our,
then it still shows under streets.
it comes back towards our revenue. Basically, the way to explain, and the way I understand it, because I get confused on that also. Our budget was the 523 or whatever. We asked for 675 in the capital fund for our street maintenance fund. Then that become 5.6. We asked for 100 grand for the salt barn. Then that become 5.7. Keeps going up. I think he transferred 100 grand for the roof to go to the street department. And that's the way I get confused on that too. That's the way I look at it. Is that explained right?
Good enough.
Any other questions? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Again, I sound like a broken record, but there is a common theme with the team that we have. Dave's team across traffic, streets, cemetery, parks, phenomenal. It doesn't matter what is needed. This team is probably one of the most diverse groups of individuals. I'm sorry?
It's our Swiss Army.
The Swiss Army knife. When police need something, fire needs something, whatever the case might be, they can figure it out. So congratulations and thank you. Appreciate what you guys do.
These two guys back here are my right and left. AJ took the spot that I used to be in. AJ Copus and then Jason Rail. Hard shoes to fill, Tom Muth, but he was able to do it.
We appreciate it. Great work, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the work you do. With that, we're gonna give everybody a quick 5-minute break. Be stealthy, be quick. Again, there's food and water in there, so if you need a quick snack, do that, and then we'll be back at it.
You're losing the padding. Oh, a hemorrhoid one?
Brett, are we going to just continue streaming? Is that the easiest?
Let's get so out of order.
Good. Well, and you've been sitting at the edge of your seat.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Well, the accounting is very different than it used to be. The variance is always on from the budget, not from actual. Normally, you're comparing your 23 actuals to next year's budget.
Are you staying for the whole thing?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm last. I have to know whether or not you guys make changes, because I'm the one that has to.
You have to make the changes.
Yeah, man, it doesn't get any better. I have nothing else to do. Actually, we had our $4 stock. Are you missing it? Yeah. Don't do that. Oh.
Plan B, we're going with lapel mics.
Yeah, it actually is much better.
I'll deal with this later. Are we good?
All right. Just
All right.
make sure that's on, Lisa, and you're good to go.
Welcome back, everyone, for the quick break. We're going to continue with the agenda with rec function with Lisa Mansfield.
Good evening, everybody. The Recreation Department, we oversee all of the recreation activities for families that the city puts on, as well as we maintain the Flag City Sports Complex, which encompasses the Cube, the Diamonds, Roethlisberger Field, and the Blanchard Valley Health System's Miracle Park. We do that with 5 full-time staff members. That includes myself and a clerk and 27 seasonal employees. Of those 27 seasonals, 8 are coaches for our Learn to Skate program, and the other 19 help with our summer and winter concessions, field maintenance, skate rental, skate guard, and janitorial duties. In looking at our budget, you'll see that we're down just a little bit on the personal services piece of that. We're just doing a little bit of structuring differently, using some of our seasonal employees a little bit differently instead of a full-time position, which reduces that number. And then in looking at our actual operations budget, that's up about $60,000. And of that, what that includes is some maintenance that we're going to be doing routinely now with our parking lots, resealing and restriping on a regular basis. We're going to be doing upgrades to our camera systems, as well as adding a few new cameras to take care of some blind spots that we have around the facility. And then we had a big increase this year with our AEP with the change in the contract pricing. So in looking at those numbers, that's where the difference really comes in at. In looking at our 23 achievements, we continued to have strong summer baseball and softball tournaments. We've been able to expand. We only have so many weekends in the summer to be able to host tournaments. So where we look at gaining is by using our other parks throughout the city. And we do that with utilizing those seasonal employees to take advantage of all the different locations that we have available. We were able to add an additional hockey tournament this year. The Bowling Green High School came down and used the Cube, as well as running it up at BGSU. Before they were only using BGSU. So made a tournament larger for them by utilizing the 2 locations, similar to what we do with the Holidays tournament with the Findlay High School. Our Keep Active this year, we increased to 10 activities over 8 in the previous year. And we've been tracking the participation, and we saw increase there of about 100 people over the previous year. Some of the other activities that we participated in provided activities at Camp 911, National Night Out, the Freedom 5K downtown at Marathon, Senior Fair, and then provided activities for the Hancock Leadership Youth and Adult Kickoff event that was hosted at the Cube. Throughout the year, we did 18 school groups at the ice rink, those different reward parties, things like that, between the Findlay City Schools and the county schools. The ball fields, we were able to get Field 1. That was the last one. If you remember, in the previous year, we did the other 4 ball diamonds where we had them regraded, re-top dressed. Field 1 was the only one we had left to do. We got that done here this fall. Now we have those in line. We'll be doing a field assurance plan where we pay an annual fee, and then every 4th year they will come in and they'll do all 5 fields, where they'll go back through, make sure they're to proper grade, and any top dressing and anything that needs to be done will be taken care of at that time. During the times where we had the ice out, we were able to take advantage of that and have 7 dry floor events. And when we had a little bit of downtime, we were able to start working on updating the landscaping around the facility. Started out by the street, ripping out some old, outdated, oversized items that were starting to get up into the actual Cube display sign. just updating that landscape, and we'll be continuing that in the 24 year. What we're looking forward to in 24, we actually are taking advantage of the update that BGSU is going to be doing, and have been able to bring the USA hockey camps that they've been running up there to Findlay. So in the summertime, where we typically have a lot of downtime with our ice, we'll be able to utilize a lot of that time. In talking with the person who's hosting that, it looks like he would like to start expanding on what he's doing. So if everything works out with the transportation from BG down to Findlay, he may be expanding on that, and this might be something that will go from just being a 1 year to possibly an ongoing. So we'll do everything that we can to be good hosts, to entice them to want to continue to work with us on that. Another thing that we're looking at is the meeting room space. We want to try and make the best use of that as possible. One of the things that we wanted to add this year is doing some board game nights, make some things that are family friendly. You know, a lot of times when we think about recreation, we focus on the physical activity piece of it, but recreation can really be anything. So this is a good opportunity to be able to create some fun family nights where some different people can come together and enjoy playing little games and meeting some new people. And then, as I mentioned, we're planning on continuing to do the updates to our landscape that we started this year into next year. Any questions?
Lisa, I always get confused where the line is drawn between you and Dave's, Hans's group.
Yeah.
You've got in here resealing and striping north parking lot.
Yes.
That would seem to me to be a maintenance item. Why doesn't that fall under Dave? And why does it fall under you?
Because it's part of the recreation department. We take care of all of the maintenance of the entire facility. It will be Dave's staff doing it, and as we talked about with the chargebacks,
Okay.
That's one of those items that we have it allocated in our budget for the materials and for the chargeback labor. So he's got that labor accounted for in his budget under the 1s and 2s. We'll be paying him back out of the 4s.
Okay. The other question I had, have we upgraded to LED lights in all of the ball fields and the cube?
I honestly could not answer that question.
Would that be something that we would probably, and the only reason I thought about that is you mentioned AEP.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I think about electricity, I think about the beautiful lights that are up there all the time throughout the summer. That might be something we need to investigate.
I believe the ball diamonds are LED, but
I'm sorry?
I believe the ball diamonds are, but I can't answer that for certain. I'll look into that for you, though.
That and the cube, those lights are on a lot.
Yes, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
Lisa, just, there's a couple line items in here. It looks like men's softball, co-ed softball, that have nothing budgeted for them. Is there a reason for that, or?
Yeah, so that's actually going to be going privately next year. It'll be run the same way as like youth baseball, softball, all of those. Those have always, they were originally started under the recreation department, just like some of the other things, volleyball, and they've slowly migrated away from that. This way they'll be maintaining it. What we'll be doing is just working with them, similar to what we do with the youth organizations, where they'll give us their schedule. We'll make sure that the fields are drugged for the day, and then they'll be responsible for preparing them game ready, umpires and all of that themselves.
All right, thank you.
This question might be more for Rob. When you just talked about chargebacks, when Jeff asked about, for instance, the parking lot paving.
Yes.
Well, if it's in your budget, why would we be putting it in his hours if it's going to be a chargeback to them? I feel like we're over appropriating.
You have to, he has to account for all of their labor, but he doesn't know how much time exactly is going to be used to do our parking lot. We know roughly what we think it's going to be, but there's can be variations to that. So he has to account for his department's labor 100% no matter what. But then I have to be able to pay for whatever labor ends up being used on our end of it. So it does end up getting captured in two different areas. It's just a matter of where we're generally fund subsidized and the street department is out of the street maintenance. So making sure that the money gets allocated out of the right bucket to get moved
But
around.
it wouldn't come out of street maintenance, it would come out of your budget. I got lost
No,
on
that's
this
okay.
church back.
And we're all kind of working through this as well. It's the governmental accounting practices, fund accounting. So the work's getting done under her department, and it would be just like hiring a vendor or a contractor to do the work. We have an internal contractor, but we have to account for their time and what project it's being used on. So therefore, Dave's time from his team to do the work will be, they will be charged through her department to do that. So it's just transactional work that what's being done is being accounted for by who's doing it.
Yeah, Ginger, would you mind coming down and just giving everybody
I
a
guess where I go.
30 second? It does always appear double
Like
counted
we're
within
doubling
the.
it, so is that why we end up having a big refund coming back from the department? Because
No.
we're double doing it? No.
You did a great job, Lisa. I was very proud.
Okay. Because you have fund accounting, you have different departments. So the Public Works Division has general fund with Parks Department. Also has cemetery, but cemetery also has funding coming from the Cemetery Private Trust. You also have the street fund, which is funded out of gas tax. As was mentioned before, Dave's whole division is kind of like the jack of all trades. They work on all sorts of things, and that's great. However, by law, we can't solely use a person that is funded out of the gas tax money street fund to do a recreation department function without there being an exchange of revenue and making the street fund whole. So Dave budgets for all of his people in his personal services because we don't know where all of his people are actually going to be working. On Lisa's side, on her other, in her professional services, or there's a line there for time services, she's going to get charged for however many people are working on recreation stuff, and the offsetting revenue from general fund then goes back to street fund to offset it. So it makes street fund whole, and it charges and shows the expense for running the recreation department in general fund.
So Dave,
So it's a net
so
zero
Dave
streets.
didn't budget in his budget to do the paving.
Correct.
For that, you were just offsetting the salaries to make sure the pots are right.
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Right.
But it kind of inflates it because you're seeing it in two places. That's why we keep noting it.
Yep.
Thanks, Ginger. And great job, Lisa.
Thank you.
Other questions?
The only thing I'd like to just point out about this, a little different version is the rec department is so crucial when it comes to people coming into our community for softball tournaments, baseball tournaments, ice tournaments, whatever the case might be. The Miracle League of Findlay is a regional draw for all ability individuals and their families to come and be able to participate in America's pastimes. So Lisa's having the facilities at the level they are and how they look and how they're able to be utilized by the community, not only our local community, but people that come in and have tournaments. That's increasing, people staying in hotels and buying gas and groceries and going to our restaurants and all those other things that there's a ripple effect here for this department and how they actually perform. So thank you for what you do, and you guys do a great job. So thanks.
Very good.
All right. Onward and upward. Next is the silent department that touches everybody in this the whole organization and does so much but gets little credit until something doesn't work right. So, Brent, you're all up.
Good evening. My name is Brent Schrader. I'm the Computer Services Department Manager. My department of 4 is responsible for supporting all of the computer functions throughout the entire city. 2023 was another big year for us. We had a lot of projects we accomplished. Some are still ongoing. We added a new help desk employee, Troy, who many of you probably worked with. He's been integral in helping us maintain our day-to-day operations and allowing us to work on more of the major projects and get things updated and keep our computer infrastructure secure. So big shout out to him. We also finalized the security camera project that started near the end of last year. That's been functioning as expected. We've been fine tuning it throughout the year. Everything seems to be going well on that, though. That's most likely a continuing project going forward. I know Lisa's got, or she mentioned that they're doing new cameras out at the Cube and replacing some of the older cameras, so that's all falling under the same system here. So we also got the disaster recovery system fully operational out at an offsite location earlier this year. This will allow for business continuity. In the event of this building being non-operational at all, we'd be able to fully function out of the Cube, you know, with all of the computer systems functioning as it would here. So that was a big goal of ours that we've had for quite a while, and we were able to get that going. We also completed a major relocation of network equipment within this building that allowed us to add, I believe we added 50 to 60 additional Ethernet outlets in this building to keep up with the growing demand of technology. So that was a big project there. 2024 budget, it's around 8% increase overall. Same as last year. A significant part of that is increased costs for support, licensing, as well as additional requirements for different entities for security measures on our computer systems. So we're attempting to keep these costs in check by moving to some of our software that we know that we'll continue using into the future, moving that to multi-year contracts. A lot of times we can see price reductions of 30 to 40% by going with a 3-year contract over a 1 year. So we're doing that where we can. It takes a lot of planning to make sure we get everything staggered right, so we don't end up with multi-year contracts all coming up on a single year. So trying to keep everything in line there. Along that same vein, we've been for the past several years we've been working on adjusting computer specs for desktop computers that we replace throughout the city. We've been speccing them a little bit higher than what's needed at the time of replacement, in the hopes of getting more than what our average life was out of those. So we're hoping to get 2 more years out of computers than we had in the past. 2024 will be the first year of that. So I think we have maybe like 2 or 3 computers to replace this year, whereas normally we'd be replacing 50, 60 computers. So and then we'll be using this time going forward to kind of stagger that to try to get the numbers so we replace an even number of computers every year to keep that number pretty consistent. But we're hoping to see around a 30% reduction in annual spending on desktop computers because of that. We have several objectives for 2024. A couple of those are finishing the physical security initiative that we started this year for several of our remote sites. That'll be utilizing electronic door locks and card readers at a lot of our remote offices. We'll also be hopefully completing the rollout of a dedicated disaster recovery site for the city and county police dispatch offices, which both chiefs mentioned. But our plans there will allow for both city and county dispatchers to operate with full functionality off-site. Even in the event of a completely detached network from municipal building, they'd be able to operate with zero downtime there. So that's a big project, but we're hopeful we'll get that completed soon. And again, we'll move to continue improvement of security on all of our computer systems through network segregation and monitoring, as well as enforcing multi-factor authentication across more systems going forward. Lastly, we're planning for the upcoming end of life for several vital pieces of network equipment in our systems. Some of these require years of planning and implementation to move off of. So, something going end of life in 2026, we may need to start working on in 2024, purchase in 2025 in order to actually have it fully functional by the time a piece of equipment is no longer usable. So that's like I said, a couple things we have coming up soon that we'll be starting to work on this year. But otherwise, keeping up with the changing security standards and maintenance and support on our existing systems. So, any questions?
Keep up the good work. I'm
All right.
surprised Dennis Councilman Hellman didn't ask why he has to always do all the trainings and how to get into his email this week. No, I'm just kidding. No, thank you. Your team does a wonderful job. We certainly appreciate it. And I just want to point out real quick, Brent highlighted a good example of small tweaks that our departments make with, spreading out and spending a little extra money to get a better quality computer that then we're able to keep it for longer periods of time. And that's a great example of how our department heads know how to manage their department and make small changes that long term provide a huge benefit to the city, because that cost in infrastructure adds up, and that's a great example. So thanks, Brent, to you and your team. And they didn't talk about all the help desk tickets that they also fulfill for me, and I am very grateful for their speedy turnaround times to help with that. Any other things?
No,
you guys,
covered it.
You guys are doing so good. It makes it easy for us. All right, let's make sure I don't get out of order. All right, Eric. Zoning, you're up.
Good evening, councilmen, councilwomen.
Good evening.
It's been a year since we've talked, but hopefully we'll make this a little quicker. Name's Eric Atkins. I am the zoning administrator and floodplain manager for the city of Findlay. We ensure that the enforcement of our zoning code is properly handled and also maintaining the integrity of our floodplain within the city limits. Couple highlights from our budget from this year to last year. As you can see, the non-personnel items have dropped drastically. That's almost covers what we've gone up in personnel. So we have a decrease of almost $4,000 this year from last year. From last year's budget, we were able to get back $67,652. This is the second consecutive year that we were able to do such. Our budget does include all the property abatement issues, including cleanups, demos, etc., that Officer Smith handles, who's our special service police officer, who's under our umbrella. Last year was his first full year here with us, and I'll get into detail with that a little bit more. So we are a staff of 3. I share a half of an employee. Sounds funny, but share Deidre with Jeremy's department. So she does a great job making sure that everything's facilitated in front of our department, and getting people to go where they need to go, whether it's myself or Jeremy. Some of our highlights over the past year, we did work closely with the Planning and Zoning Committee to redo the zoning code, take a lot of make it worded a lot better and make it more easily to read for some individuals, and make it easier to, in the long end process, make it easier for modifications to happen in the future, because it became a mumbo-jumboed piece of work that was hard to edit whenever we needed to edit it. So we were able to work with the Planning and Zoning Committee and HRPC very closely to get that done. I have some updated numbers from December instead of November. We were able to issue 692 permits so far this year, close out 443 of them. Still have 21 issues of work without permits that we were able to find during inspections of other properties. And we're up to 40 cases with the Board of Zoning Appeals, which we are their administrative staff for that board. The next numbers are pertaining to the property enforcement. Officer Smith has been able to open up 659 cases, closed 456 of those, and only having 97 cases that he had to do property abatement, which he did invoice to the property owner. To give you a little bit of a background of the last time we were in charge of that outside of a police officer, 2021, we opened 217 cases, closed 118 of them, and had 46 cases of property abatement. So his value is very well documented with those numbers for a full year. And then our last thing that big thing I want to touch on is through zoning and engineering, we have been through a phase of digitizing all of our address files to make it more accessible to the public. We're in the final of the phase 1, which scanned, I think it was over 30,000 address files, probably millions of documents. So that'll give us the ability to easier accessibility to send a digital copy of a site plan or a whole address file to a member of the community instead of having them come up and printing out a copy for them. Going into 2024, some of our main objectives will be, as I mentioned last year, we had the community assistant visit from FEMA. We're going to start working towards we've already identified the properties. We're going to make contact with them and start the process to bring their properties that have been identified into compliance. We'll continue to do phase 2 of the scanning project, hopefully making a way for a database to be searched at home by a community member so they don't have to call me. I know they love talking to me, but maybe give them a little bit easier way to see what's going on with their property. And then I've always, since I've taken over, tried to modernize our zoning department as best as I can. So if you have any questions, be glad to answer them. Yes, Councilman.
I've got a quick question. Do you have anything to do with abandoned gas stations?
We all work hand to hand with that. Abandoned gas stations, Matt Cardonier works closely to identify them through a study that he has the ability to do because he has brownfield grant capabilities. So Matt Cardonier would be the contact point with that, but we do work closely whenever those come up. Is there a specific one?
I was just thinking of the property that's up there across the street from Wendy's.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one that we're continually working on, and with this next round of brownfield grants coming from the state, we've been trying to make contact with the property owner to see how we may be able to get it remediated. There are a couple of other properties. Each one's a little bit unique because it depends on a lot of different factors that we don't need to go into, but we do work on that, and that's one that we've had our eye on for a while.
Okay. I know I've asked that about 20 years ago when I moved here.
We're making some good progress,
That's
so
good to
hopefully
hear.
we'll be able to help get it taken care of. But yep, that's something that definitely is on our radar.
Thank you.
Yep,
Going once?
very good.
I just want to point out the small but mighty group. We have 2 floodplain managers, Jody Mathias as well as Eric. Actually 3, sorry.
Jeremy,
the engineering department, but in this department. And they handle a lot of particular things that aren't necessarily fun or popular, but, making sure they're in compliance with the zoning ordinance. Bringing on Officer Smith was a huge benefit for that compliance aspect and the accountability. And he's a go-getter, so he keeps us all on our toes, but does a great job. So thank you for what you guys do.
You guys have a good remainder of the evening.
You mean are you going to stick around, Eric? Next up, the lady that everybody loves because she brings in the money, Miss Mary Price with the City Income Tax Department. Did you like my introduction?
Yeah. Good evening. I'm Mary Price. I'm the Income Tax Administrator for the City of Findlay Income Tax Department. The City Income Tax Department is in charge of administering and collecting city income tax. We ensure that the city has revenue to operate while making it convenient as possible for the public to report their obligations to our office. Currently, as of December 6th, income tax collections for 2023, we're sitting at around 3.8% above 2022 collections. I don't anticipate that at the end of December due to some pretty large business receipts in December of last year, but we're still sitting well. Looking at personal services, the original budget for 2023, you'll notice, is higher than the 2023 projection due to reducing full-time staff from 7 employees to 6. Going into 2024, I plan on maintaining the staff number that we currently have and potentially promoting internally for the assistant to the tax administrator role. And we still plan on bringing in one personal temp agency, one seasonal temp agency employee during tax season. I can't say enough about our staff. They take pride in their work. They're super professional, and they're very productive, and we're a small group, but we get a lot accomplished. Looking at 2024's budget, we'll have an increase in legal fees expenses due to an increase in small claims court costs that increased in June of this year. The refunds line item has was increased in 2023 due to a couple of factors. We've had to refund some of our business estimate payments that have been made, as well as remote work continuing to be prevalent everywhere. And just, I guess, to touch on that a little bit, the number of refund requests that we received this year, we've received 1,164 refunds in 2023 compared to 1,097 in the entire year of 2022 and 940 in the year of 2021. So the number of refunds continues to increase, which also means that the amount refunded has also increased. We've had to refund $994,526 in 2023 so far. We refunded $630,149 in 2022 and $397,490 in 2021. So at this point, employers should have started making adjustments to withholding accounting for remote work. We've seen some adjustment in collections due to remote work. People work for a quote-unquote Findlay entity, but they live outside of Findlay and also now work at home. So the withholding for Findlay city tax obviously is different if they're working and living outside of Findlay. So I'm hoping that with some employers making some adjustments, hopefully we won't have quite as many refunds next year, but it's still a fairly new topic, and we're just, kind of having to account for that. We've also budgeted for an increase in software for 2024 due to support costs for our new income tax software, City Tax. It's been a major undertaking this year, and we actually went live yesterday with the income tax software. Our online filing portal should be open to the public in January once our staff becomes more acquainted with the new software. Other 2023 achievements at the end of October, or through the end of October, past due collections were up 33% year to date over 2022. Various cross-training measures on specializations within the department have taken place this year, as these measures have continued to form a more well-rounded department. We revised our income tax code. According to the Ohio Revised Code, municipal income tax section. Looking at 2024 objectives, we are hopeful for a successful transition to the city tax software program and the launch of the online filing portal. We continue to seek more efficiency and effectiveness in our current daily processes, many of which are sure to change with new software, and continue to pursue past due collections and progress in filing compliance research. Do we have any questions?
Any questions? Councilman Russell?
Just one comment. I was speaking with a owner of a CPA firm here in town, and out of the blue, he mentioned how much he appreciates you and your department and how easy they are to work with, and they make his ability for his company to serve their clients that much more easier, efficient, and just wanted you to hear that and have the public hear that. And it's one of those quiet things that you might not realize, but your work is, and your team's work is very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will just comment, and I know I speak for Rob and the whole team, and Mary, we appreciate your leadership and the team's work, and know that it's a lot that is put on the small team, and obviously a critically important department. So we appreciate the work you guys are doing, and I know everybody's excited for city tax and the online filing and the additional data insight that we'll be able to have. Not, obviously very specific, but I think one of the key things that you talked about with the refunds is right now we really don't have a good way to understand the breakdown between live and work in Findlay, live in Findlay, work elsewhere, live elsewhere, work in Findlay. And that could really have a long-term impact if tax codes change. So being able to have some more data around those points, I think, is really important going forward. So I know that's something that I'm excited about, and I don't like that our system gives reports in PDFs instead of Excel. That doesn't make sense for numbers, but we'll work with it. So thank you, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Right, thanks.
Okay, moving right along. Next up is our airport director for FDY, Amanda McGee.
Hi, good evening. Thank you guys so much for having me. All right.
You didn't have a choice.
I didn't have a choice. I like to eat, so I will be here to get paid. So I am the airport director for the Findlay Airport. It's a general aviation airport that provides aviation services to passengers and on-demand cargo operations. And we are often that first impression that folks get when they do visit Findlay. I represent 5 highly trained professionals that are the heartbeat of the airport. One employee we did have retire in February, took all of that continuity with him, but his replacement has allowed for some staff restructuring to improve our team efficiencies. So we are asking for a 4.57 increase for this 2024's budget over 2023. Talking about our capital improvements, we began upgrading our fuel farm this year. We also increased revenue streams by replacing outdated forklift, or our outdated forklift and our aircraft tug. And we actually completed the North Apron reconstruction project. In 2023, we increased 100 low-lead fuel sales by 32% over 2022. This is the highest number of gallons sold in 20 years. And we achieved that with aggressive marketing strategies and not being branded or married to a fuel brand. We average 107% hangar capacity. We were able to accomplish this because we lease out every single hangar that we have, the city owns on the airfield. And when those tenants go for maintenance or whatnot and they have empty hangars, we're able to sublease those. The airport team attended several training classes to improve processes, safety, and fuel. We actually went to get some forklift training as well as some fuel quality assurance training. We hosted more than 30 hot air balloons launching from the airport for the Flag City Balloon Fest. Lots of fun. We attracted Oshkosh traffic. Oshkosh is the largest air show in the nation that they host in Wisconsin, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. We set a record-breaking week fueling 234 aircraft with 10,869 gallons of fuel in 1 week. It was amazing. We attended several speaking engagements to promote the airport in the local community as well as at the state level. We partnered with state and federal agencies and provided aviation support to those folks. We offered aviation merit badges through the Boy Scouts of America. And we coordinated and hosted the 2023 Wings and Wheels event featuring the Ford Trimotor and Miller's Custom Car Show. This event was attended by more than 3,000 people, 20 vendors, 400 cars, and all of those proceeds were able to go to our Flag City Honor Flight. In 2024, we are not stopping there. We want to develop and implement a runway de-icing program that is more involved than it is now. We are also going to be developing and implementing a robust equipment and facility maintenance program. We are implementing an airport point of sale system. We are going to acquire an aircraft de-icing truck and secure formal training on that de-icing truck. We will be able to construct a cold storage building for our equipment. We'll also renovate the airport terminal restrooms, and replace those windows and doors on the airport terminal. And that'll be done with the ADA transition plan as well as some airport terminal grants. We're going to be replacing electronic vehicle gates and the 15-foot wing or batwing mower deck. And we will complete repairs and updates to those fuel farms. Lastly, it's not on here, but I failed to mention that we are going to be hosting another community event around the solar eclipse this year, or in 2024, excuse me. Are there any questions for me?
Yeah, Councilman Russell?
Could you roll up to the numbers and explain? I do the math and I don't get the same numbers that you get, and so I don't know if the request numbers are wrong or the math is wrong or
It's
what.
probably a calculation error on the spreadsheet. Can you tell me which columns you're looking at and which one you?
2024 request 500,346 less 2023 original budget 494 is not a negative number. It comes out to about $5,600.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the number below it. So I see the budget increase of about 91,796, 7.7% increase. So but you know, I didn't go to the book and translate them up there.
Well, the personal services lines and other lines, those are all correct data. So most likely the total and then just the changes are inaccurate. So I can update that and send it and give it to you guys next Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I will just know, I could tell a really funny story about the airport gate, because that's how my dad broke his finger and crushed, and when he tried to teach my sister how to count, he could only ever go to 9.5. But back in the day, that was a long time ago, obviously. But I just want to give Amanda and Kyle and the team, you know, she hit on the amount of fuel sales. But this 20-year high, I just want to point out, that's with losing a corporate tenant that had been there for many years and was a significant user. And so Amanda and the team have really done a lot to make sure that they were continuing to bring in new aviation. And I saw Kyle over the weekend, I think it was, and he said that you guys had like 8 or 9 different people flying in last week that were kind of not normal users of the airport. You're fine. Not normal users of the airport, but I think, you know, we've been investing in the airport. We continue to see that as a great asset, and we're starting to see some of the fruits of that labor. So that does not happen by accident. That happens because the team really puts a lot of effort into it. So thank you for all of that. Councilman Ballman?
Keep it short. The best. The best around.
Very good, Councilman Russell.
Similar question to what I asked of Findlay or of the courts. 10 years from now, will the building infrastructure of the airport look the same? And
Don't
if
get me
not-
excited, Councilman Russell. Don't get me excited. I got plans. We're partnering with our on-call consultant for the airport to work on that 20-year master plan. And you'll be seeing more of that in 2024. but really that will happen in 2025, and you'll see bigger picture items for 20 years.
So you expect a 20-year master plan in 25?
I do, yes,
Okay,
sir.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Amanda, you're,
Oh my gosh.
I don't know who it came from, but they were prepared. Boy
I'm so
Scouts
sorry.
over
I'm
here.
getting over a cold, and I
Mhm.
didn't anticipate. I ran out of cough drops. I'm sorry.
Good. Very good. Any other questions?
Amanda, you were telling us that we had the big day, 10.8 thousand gallons of fuel in one day, and
In a week.
oh, excuse me, in a week.
A day.
I
That's
wish
fine.
today.
But being an old marketing person, gallons don't mean anything. What was our margin on those gallons?
I don't have those numbers for you off the top of my head, and I don't want to misspeak, but I can get that for you.
I'd be interested in that.
Yeah.
And actually, you could take in just an aggregate for the year. I'd be interested in your total average margin for the year.
Okay.
Was that the day that we did the fuel sale?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I said, was that one day or 1 week of fuel? Was that when we did the fuel sale day? We had to empty our tanks. I don't remember what they posted about, but
that was a separate event. That event that you're referencing, that was in November, because it's not the season for flying. It's colder. People don't like to fly. So we were offering a little bit of a discount, still making a profit. So
We make profit.
Yeah, just to get us on the map for fuel stops and stuff. But the 10,000 gallons in a week, that was people were traversing our airport, going to and from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, which is that Air Venture show. So we capitalized on it. We did. We dropped our fuel prices a little bit, still making a profit, and we did some really good marketing with offering hot dogs. You know, it's a hot dog. And people loved it. They want to get out of the plane. They want to get some cheap gas. They want to stretch their legs and have a hot dog and keep going to get to this show. So Kyle and the team worked on that, and they were aggressive with that marketing, and they nailed it.
Very good. Anything else? All right. Very good. Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys. Great questions.
All right. We're going to skip engineering for now. We're going to go into water pollution control. Dave Beach.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dave Beach. I'm the superintendent at the Water Pollution Control Center. I manage and oversee the operation of water pollution control, sewer maintenance, and stormwater.
All right, Dave. I know you're a quiet talker. You're going to have to speak up
I
as
got-
much as
can't
possible.
hear me? Yeah, I'm sorry. Got to yell.
Sound like you're yelling at your kids.
I'm not used to yelling. Budget highlights. You'll see a 3% decrease in WPC and personal services. That was mainly due to retirements. We had 3 retirements last year. Other, you're going to see a 6% increase. We need additional chemical for phosphorus removal, and the cost for repair and maintenance of equipment's going up, keeps increasing. A 3% increase, that's due to the wage increase and sewer maintenance. Other, minus 1%. Stormwater personal services, that's a increase due to wage increase. And the 3% in other, that was for the increased cost of catch basins, frames for the catch basins. Capital improvement highlights. We removed a combined sewer on West Lincoln, installed a new storm sewer. Repairs were made to the sanitary sewer on Monroe Avenue. Sewer maintenance, South Main Street sewer replacement. Replaced a section of storm sewer from McPherson to 6th Street that had collapsed. And long-term control plan flow monitoring. Achievements for 2023 included the oxidation ditch concrete repairs, We have 4 oxidation ditches. We drained each ditch, cleaned each ditch. Contractors came in, did any repairs to the concrete on all the vertical joints and any spalling concrete that they found that was damaged inside each ditch. We also removed over 6,000 cubic yards of debris that had settled over the years in 3 of the ditches. Probably easier for me to look up there. What's that? As, debris, I'm talking grit, sand, it's not poop. Completed a sewer separation project in the cemetery where we ran a new sanitary sewer from the office building there down to Findlay Street and got it. We removed the storm collection system from that. At the completion of this project, we were able also to remove a SSO on Findlay and Marshall Street. High voltage power repairs at the plant. A lot of that work was done for preliminary work for the replacement of the automatic transfer switch that we're going to do in 2024. Upgrades were made to Lyman Avenue Pump Station. We replaced the pumps, the guides, the base elbows, and the discharge piping in that station. And computer services, they replaced 3 security cameras out at the plant this year. 2024 objectives, we're going to replace the plant automatic transfer switch. We're going to continue to work on our long-term control early action projects. The sewer manhole lining program, continue to work on that. Sewer televising. Going to install new storm sewers on Washington Avenue. And we're going to continue to work with the Ohio EPA and Jeremy's office on the sanitary collection system replacement out in Spring Lake subdivision.
Very good. Thanks, Dave. Any questions? Yeah, Councilman Wobser.
Dave, you early on you mentioned the increased cost for additional phosphorus removal.
Yeah.
For take it that's a chemical process. We're using a catalyst.
We
of some
use
sort.
ferrous chloride for phosphorus removal at the plant
Okay.
to help precipitate the phosphorus out of the wastewater. EPA requirements. We're going to have it be put in a general permit in March of 24, and that it's a seasonal permit. This general permit is a seasonal permit which runs through March through July. There's 39 other facilities that discharge to the Maumee watershed. So as a group, they're going to basically give us a waste load allocation, which ours is 3,200 kilograms. Our current limit in our permit, individual permit, is 1 milligram a month, an average for the month. We can't exceed that 1 milligram for the month. Well, in this general permit, they're going to allocate each treatment plant depending on size, and we're one of the we're one of the 4 larger treatment facilities in that permit. They're going to allocate so much, how much phosphorus in kilograms we discharge. So we're going to be in this group permit. It's kind of hard to explain. We're going to be in this group permit. As long as everybody in that group meets the group's waste load allocations, we're fine. Even if we exceed our waste load allocation.
As long as somebody else is lower.
Correct. As long as the group doesn't go over, we're fine. After that, we'll still have our individual permit, which would be 1. The only way we can get, I want to say, kicked out of this group permit is if we exceed our waste load allocation, which is 3,200 kilograms for the season, or don't meet our individual waste load allocation. So as long as we're, like I say, as long as we can exceed our waste load allocation as long as the group don't exceed it, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Okay.
We can work off somebody else's good works.
Yeah.
For a period of time.
For a period of time.
Right. The question, what are we seeing as far as phosphorus increase? Is this something that's continued to go up? Is this, we expect this to go up again next year? I mean, phosphorus is always the biggest issue when it comes to water back into our rivers and streams.
Since we discharge to the Great Lakes Basin.
Right.
Like I say, they did a TMDL on the Maumee watershed, and we're part of that Maumee watershed. So they're going to, over the years, I think they are going to make that more stringent, keep lowering that waste load allocation for the group and possibly each individual facility. So yeah, that's something we're probably going to have to look for alternative chemicals, new treatment, new processes to lower phosphorus discharge limit.
And then I guess the next question, and I apologize for all the questions, but where's all the phosphorus coming from? Is this runoff off fields, so we're getting it through stormwater, getting into our system?
Yeah, my understanding is we got industries that discharge to our collection system.
Yeah.
We impose limits on them to protect the treatment plant. So we impose local limits on all the industries. So far, they've been meeting their limits. Every 5 years, permit cycles, every 5 years, we'll have to do a technical justification, or we'll hire an engineering firm. They will look at what our limits are, what the industries are contributing to our collection system, and then we adjust their limits accordingly.
Okay. Well, I look forward to capital discussions. A lot of this is going to be headed that direction, I'm sure.
Yes. Eventually, it probably will. Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, Dave, do we still monitor upstream of the treatment plant and downstream for phosphorus or not?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so we know that some phosphorus is coming from, as you mentioned, runoff. Some, maybe not a lot, but some is. So
some is.
And this permit that you're talking about, the general permit, is just for a short period of time, 4 months, I believe you said?
6.
Oh, 6 months.
It's actually, they consider it's a seasonal permit. We'll be under that general permit March through July.
Okay,
Beginning
because
of
that's
March through
usually
July.
when the algal bloom develops up in
That's
Lake
when you have
Erie,
all the
and that's why
runoff, the rain, and
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Like I say, my understanding, the treatment plants, all the facilities, we only contribute maybe 7% of the phosphorus issue that's going to the Great Lakes Basin. The other 92%, or 92, I think there's home septic tied into that too. They contribute a little, but mainly agricultural runoff.
Thanks, Dave.
Dave, you mentioned the sewer televising program. I know we put some additional efforts into that in the past few years.
Yeah.
Are we to the point where you are comfortable you have enough of it has been televised or has been crawled through and cameraed, or are you reaching to the point where you're now starting to be done in essence before you start over again type of thing?
I think so. A lot of usually every year engineering gives us a list of street repavement, streets they're going to repave. We will televise them, make sure the storm sewers are good, sanitaries are good before we go ahead and say, okay, it's good to pave. So they give us a new list every year. So as far as the other streets that we're not paving, that's what our televising guy does when he's done with them lists every year. So I think we're getting there. We may be getting close to starting over, and I know Jeremy's thrown extra money in capital to help us out televising.
Okay.
So
With regards to Spring Lake, if we take our resources and work on Spring Lake, that is something that our resources can't be doing elsewhere. What kind of time and effort are we looking into that, and are we thinking this is going to take, and is our expectation that if you put $100 of labor into it, the Ohio EPA can't just reimburse us $100 because we're losing on the deal? I mean, do we know how that reimbursement's working to keep us whole in essence?
Well, we have already televised Spring Lake.
I'm talking about any of the work that you're talking for 2024, and I know that there's more effort than just televising Spring Lake.
All right, so I'll go in on the Spring Lake side because that's kind of more coming to my side. So Dave's guys have done a lot of work, like what he said, with videoing and all that kind of stuff. If there's any kind of repairs or something that is going to pose a environmental threat to our community or, our watershed and stuff like that. What EPA, while working with them, they have been very great to work with, and I appreciate the efforts they have put for that. But they have reimbursed us through the H2 Ohio grants and stuff that we have received. All our time, engineering time, sewer time, or anything that's going towards that. So we, through the chargeback process that we do with the auditor's office, we're able to track all those. We have, within our office too, for engineering, we have ODOT time cards where we split everything out, and you can see that. But they want to ensure that the time that the city of Findlay is putting into this system, that we're not using our sewer funds for it, because it's ultimately not our system right now. We're working towards to get that point. Where we are right now, we're kind of in the final design of the project. We watched all the video that these guys cameraed all through that whole thing, and the pipe was not even lineable. I did not feel comfortable putting a liner in that, because in 10 years, then we're going to be fixing it, and I don't want to take over a system that we're going to be in the upcoming future taking over that. So that went from a smaller project to a large. It's pretty much we're replacing the whole system within that, new pipe, all that kind of stuff. Well, once you start looking at new pipe and over top of the existing line is now a fiber line and the gas line. Well, now we can't put it there, and we got to move it 10 feet over. Well, there's a water line. We got to move it over here. Now we're running into rock that we weren't going to be hammering and all that kind of stuff. So we're finalizing design and all that. But going back to your original question, with all all our time we're putting in, we're tracking all that, so we get all that stuff reimbursed back to. So all the Dave's guys' time, all our time is all reimbursed through those H2 Ohio grants.
But the reimbursement needs to be more than just our time, because the time you spend doing that is time you're not doing engineering work on the sewer replacement line on ABC Street and wherever. And that therein is a challenge. If this thing sucks up 100% of your available time, then we don't have an engineer. That time isn't being spent on other places. And
Right.
That's my concern. And you answered with the doomsday scenario. Okay, we've got to replace it all, and it's turned into a bigger project. But there's probably not an answer to the question. Is there an end to this project? Do you see this thing being wrapped up in 24 or 25 or 26?
Yeah, so my goal right now, where we're sitting at right now, I want to be in construction in 24. Just finalizing some things, kind of methods of construction. How are we going to keep the system moving and still get it across 15 while using the old lines? So there's kind of some, how are we going to do this and keep everything going at the same time? There's testing requirements. So right now, where we're at right now, working with the EPA, I'm planning in 24 to put this thing in construction.
Is the line under 15 and
that's in good shape.
Okay.
So I want to use that as a carrier pipe underneath 15 so I don't have to bore a new line. But the thing is, as soon as I put that force main into that pipe, now I just shut off the whole system. So it's how do I keep the old system running with the new system as well. So we're trying to figure out, okay, temporary connection here, temporary connection here. Now we got to connect everything. So it's a lot of A plus B type thing, but we are finalizing that right now. We're moving forward. We've been working with the EPA on that and kind of communicating back and forth where we're at.
But we are connected. So we are connected. They are getting service, and I think it's notable that I know you know that I talked with Rob that those folks in Spring Lake are not paying water or sewer fees to the city of Findlay at this point either.
They pay water. They don't pay sewer because the sewer was a private entity that we're working towards taking over. That was discussions we had that with EPA on, hey, we're treating this. We understand we had to get this connected because that was an environmental concern that we wanted to get addressed immediately. And then it was, okay, now, everyone's connected this. We're treating these funds or treating these waters. How can we do it? They don't really have a financial route where they can say, okay, bill us and then we'll bill people.
But we have to get to that point.
So we are getting to that point. That is a concern with ours. We are treating that, but in the talking with the EPA and stuff, the homeowners shouldn't have to pay the additional charge of the replacement because they did not let their system go disarray. They weren't the failure of that. So working with the EPA, they're saying, hey, you guys have mechanisms to track both ways through the pump station and through your water as well to know how many gallons went through that pipe from the time you put it in to the time you fully take it over. And they said at the end, we will be making that right with you because we understand that. So we're not seeing that monthly bill coming through, but we will be seeing that reimbursement for that treatment that is going through that pipe that we have treated. This wasn't originally going to be taken as long because, like I said, I thought it was going to be a simple line and go, and then it turned into a huge project where we had to design once, and all of a sudden we had to go back to the drawing board because there was a whole bunch of stuff. There was rock and all that kind of stuff. So the EPA has, like I said, numerous times, they have been great to work with. They have held up their word with everything they have said. They have reached out and got all those H2 Ohio grants for us, and that was a huge concern. So they said, you were able to track it. If you can show that, we will reimburse you for those costs.
And then are we oversizing any of it since we have to put that whole new line in?
So we are planning for the future. If we're going to put a pipe in, I don't know what's going to head west there. We talked to them about that. I said, hey, I don't want to put a small 6-inch line in. Then some come and say, hey, it's undersized. If I'm going to be digging a hole, I'm going to be putting a little bit bigger pipe in there to account for that. So we have service areas that can account for all that area because we don't want to shut it off if, we want to have capability to expand.
Councilman Greeno, did you have a question? Or are you good?
I guess I'm good. I just wanted to state that, this whole project stems on the city of Findlay being satisfied with what is being done out there, or we're not taking it over. That's correct, right?
Correct.
And we also are replacing the laterals to the people's houses so that we do not have any illegal connections for stormwater coming through that system also.
So it may not be every single house. That was kind of what we were looking at, but there's a lot of unknowns with that. So we've approached the EPA with that because, they have different mechanisms than what we do through the H2 Ohio and all that. We said, okay, we have to make these connections. We're going minimum to the right of way. So that way we have that. But if we have concerns of what they are looking at, that's where we want you guys to step in as the EPA to go to the homeowners and say, we have a problem, we're getting on private property and all that. So that way it's not looking like, hey, city's coming in and we're replacing all your laterals up there, we're coming on your private property. So they understand our concerns with that, and okay. It's going to be one of those as we go through. Our inspectors out on site are going to make those determinations, but yeah, I don't want more infiltration into our sewer because of
right.
this.
If we're getting a new system, we want a new system.
Correct.
But we are taking it over. I mean, we already have.
Yeah, I know that. I realize that.
We haven't taken over their system. We just have
we
the
outlet.
We
just took their sewer.
So we do not maintain or manage their system right now. It's just that outlet pipe.
So I know Councilwoman Frischie in the email that Mr. Martin sent you today, and I just want to clarify what Jeremy said. They are currently outletting to our system because that needed to happen immediately. What we are not charging the individual residents at this time, though we are tracking it and will be reimbursed by the EPA for the water or for the sewer that is being treated. The reason we're not billing the individual residents is because at that point in time, that is our system. We are responsible. We're billing them. And we said we're not willing to do that until it is to the condition that we expect it to be, because we didn't want to take it on and then the EPA not hold up their end of the bargain. So the citizens of Findlay who are currently receiving the services, we are protecting the sewer fund dollars. People are not inappropriately receiving, a service. We will be fully reimbursed for those services. And then once it is ready to go and we take over, then those folks will start receiving a sewer bill along with their current water utility bill. All right.
And communication will be going out to those homeowners from the EPA, and we'll be, in conjunction with that letter. But the whole letter stating all this, so you can see that it is be driven by the EPA, that those letters will be going out prior to construction to those homeowners. So there will be communication all the way.
Mr. Green.
Got one other real quick question for Dave. We're still way away from our design at the treatment plant, correct?
Correct.
With what we got coming out on the average daily
Right now,
flow?
we're about 4 million below our design of 15 million.
Okay.
We average around 11 million a day.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate it, Dave.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
what you guys do. It's a small but mighty group, and again, it's a service that no one appreciates until it doesn't work. So it's the one that we're very grateful it works well, and Dave's team does a great job. So, all right. Moving on. We're just changing up the agenda a little bit due to people being here. If you're okay with that, we're going to move on to the water department, treatment, distribution, billing, and Jason Phillips is up, our water superintendent. Sir, floor is yours.
Well, good evening. I am Jason Phillips. I'm the water superintendent, and I get the wonderful opportunity to take care and ensure that this community has an amazing gift with clean water and a great staff that goes above and beyond trying to facilitate the needs of our residents. So just to give a couple highlights of the budget moving forward, here in 2024, we're looking to start back up additional riprap out at the reservoir. We're also looking at continuing to have a good inventory of pipe and brass for future projects. We saw a bunch of our chemicals at the water plant continue to increase in price for 2024, and we are looking forward to the final leg of lead service line replacement here in 2024 as well. Some of the highlights, we were able to accomplish a few great projects here in 2023. The first and the biggest and the most impressive is the fact that the staff, in conjunction with utility billing, with water distribution, as well as Public Works, worked hand in hand to complete the transmitter project. A 5-year project that was slated, completed in a year and a half, which was a monumental feat, and the team worked tirelessly together and made the project happen. So I'm very proud of the fact of what we were able to accomplish, what they were able to get done, and then after it was completed, the diligent work of the billing staff to make sure the reconciliation was completed accurately, fairly, working with the administration and water and sewer to come up with a fair and equitable approach and making sure that reconciliation process was completed. In the treatment plant world, getting a couple big projects moving forward that have been on the books for a long time. The reservoir overflow project was a project that has been 7 years in the making. Finally being able to get the valves ordered and those valves actually showing up on site so we could bid out the remaining portion of that project is a huge step forward. That is a project that we're required by ODNR to make sure that we have an overflow. We were given the blessing from ODNR to be able to use the transfer line as the overflow and not have to cut into the dike of the reservoir. So being able to make sure that that project moves forward is a big step. The final valve didn't show up until here in November, almost 2 years after we ordered that valve. So for that valve to be here and to actually see that project moving forward, that'll be taking place this spring, the actual construction. So that was a very large wait to be able to see that project moving forward. Then the generator for the treatment plant, being able to use the wonderful cooperative purchasing programs that we are a part of. The generator has a lead time, again, almost a 2-year lead time. So we had a meeting today. Those lead times are coming up a little, but the switch gear, the main functional part, is still going to be 2025 before we can actually see that project go completed and that generator be in service. And then to see the CO2 project, that project move forward and get bid out, so that way we can again look at having more than one supplier of CO2. Our current supplier is the only one, and they keep continuing to put the plant on notice that we've not been able to do the proper inspection on our current system because of the age and because of the way it's piped. So being able to move forward with that project and see that go forward is a great, it's going to be wonderful here this spring to see that move forward. So again, just continuing the accolades and the achievements that the team has done. Again, I cannot speak highly enough of just the effort put forth in that transmitter project. Second to that was the work done on Center Street. Center Street was the largest concentration of known lead service lines in the city of Findlay. It was a major thoroughfare. In looking at that project, the original timeline for that project, that was going to be a 2-week project in which the team thought that we were going to have Center Street shut down for over 2 weeks to get that completed. We were able to, with the cooperation of sewer maintenance, public works, and the staff at water distribution, they were able to get that project done in less than a week. And it was phenomenal. If anybody had the opportunity to see that staff, to see everybody down there putting forth multiple hours and staying late getting that done because of the knowledge of the inconvenience that was causing to the community was phenomenal, and it was great. We were able to knock out, again, the largest known group, did full service line replacement, and it was wonderful. So at the treatment plant, we were able to finalize our SCADA system upgrade. One of the biggest highlights with that is I don't know if anybody's seen the news, but our SCADA system is what runs the treatment facility. Upgrading our SCADA system and still keeping it isolated from the outside world continues to give us the security and the knowledge that the treatment plant can function. We, on a regular basis, because the EPA requires it, we do shut the SCADA system off and run the entire system manually. That's a requirement from the agency. So the staff of the treatment plant knows and can function the treatment plant without it, but it's nice to be able to have that upgraded and have the security and the confidence that's done. We've been working tirelessly on the security system at utility billing. We upgraded and we continue to upgrade. There's a few more components that we're waiting on. We're going to add some additional security cameras to better facilitate. One of the greatest things that we've been doing with utility billing is working with the deputy auditor on that external audit that was completed. There were some additional security cameras requested by that. Here in 2024, we'll be actually continuing to make sure that those are facilitated. We continue to work hand in hand to make sure that the cash handling policy and the procedures are to the highest quality, that we are facilitating the needs of the community and keeping everything as safe and protected as possible. We also began a valve exercising program as the service line renewing and the lead service lines is kind of coming to a conclusion. Now the distribution crews are focusing on going out. We're focusing on making sure that all of the valves in a 5-year time period in the entire system are exercised. Then all critical valves for schools, hospitals, for the very specific areas of town, those are exercised every year to ensure that we have very little to no downtime, and it really helps make sure that the distribution system is functioning, that if we have any disruption of services, areas can be isolated and we can continue to supply service to all of the residents as effectively as possible. So we also completed a clear well evaluation here this past summer. One of the recommendations from our last sanitary survey was to have an inspection done of the clear wells. We looked at taking each of the clear wells out of service, and that is a very challenging aspect to ensure that we maintain the quality of service and the quality of water. And so we looked at alternative methods, and we found a company that was able to come in and use an underwater rover. And what that was able to do is, while the clear wells were in service, it was sanitized, and we were able to actually navigate through the clear wells and inspect all of the walls, the floors, check for sediment, and it gave us a really good picture of what's going on. And so now, instead of having to drain those clear wells on any type of a regular basis, we will be able to do the underwater rover on a probably every 2 to 3 year basis to check any areas of concern, monitor those, and ensure the quality of those clear wells. Couple other quick items. We've done some repairs to a couple of the high surface pumps. We had one of them completely tore apart, rebuilt. My staff, the staff at the treatment plant, then wanted some guidance on realigning and adjusting of the pump and the motor. We bought some equipment in the past, and so we've had a couple additions to the maintenance staff. So the company came back in and trained the maintenance staff on how to properly balance and align the high surface pump and a motor, which now then the staff will on a regular basis check the alignments on the rest of the high surface pumps, which then allows us the ability to make sure that we're getting the most efficiency from pump and motor. So now looking forward to 2024, again, the installation of that CO2 project is going to just be phenomenal. The installation of that overflow, we're due in 2024 for our next dam inspection from ODNR, being able to, with 100% confidence, show them that we've moved forward and that we have that drain valve in place will allow us to look a lot better and be able to fulfill the obligations that ODNR wants. Probably the biggest and most important thing to me is going to be the starting of the master plan for the water system. Through this evaluation and through everything that has taken place over the last couple years, we've determined that it's time to do a full and comprehensive evaluation from the reservoir through the raw water system, through the treatment plant, through distribution, and thoroughly evaluate all of the current status, needs, and future development that needs to occur within the water system, and be able to give us a blueprint and a roadmap with options to look forward to the next 100 years to see where it was best for the city to spend the money in the correct ways and how that all looks. So one of the things that it's going to be very exciting to me to work hand in hand with whatever engineering firm that's chosen to be able to see, evaluate, have the discussions, look forward to options, and then take those options and bring those to water and sewer and be able to sit down and actually have options and discussion points from the simplest little thing to the biggest challenge that is going to be facing with new and upcoming rules and regulations. So that master plan is going to be a key piece of that puzzle, and it'll give us as a community the opportunity to truly see and set forth what the future of the water system looks like. So very excited about that, and very looking forward to those challenges. So making sure that I hit all my high points. Just a couple quick little other things. We are looking with engineering, we're going to be removing some 4-inch lines and finalizing another section of town in which currently is being fed with 4-inch lines. The biggest challenge with that, and the biggest reason for that, is fire protection in those areas. Anytime that there is a challenge, specifically in that Garfield, Midland, Allen area, in which they've had to connect to fire hydrants, we have fire hydrants connected to 4-inch lines. That's a real challenge for the department, and they have to string extra hose, and it's one of the key points that the agency always is bringing up, trying to make sure that we have fewer and fewer 4-inch lines. They really don't like 4-inch lines connected to fire hydrants. So that project is going to be another big chunk in which we can get those out of the system, get a larger water line in, get fire hydrants that can give the adequate amount of fire protection for those areas, and improve water quality as well. And then the final thing is that we have been working for the last quite a few years on replacing roofs on the campus at the water treatment, or at the water department, and we have the final leg of that. The final roof will be done in 2024 as well. So that's kind of the highlights from my department as it stands. Are there any questions?
Lead service lines.
Lead service lines. My favorite.
You knew I was going to ask that question. So so that Center Street was the final removal of known lead service lines?
Known.
So we have no more known lead service lines.
However, the agency in October 14th of 2024, all unknown service lines become lead service lines. So we have 2 more water lines in which we will be working with engineering. And we have one in the Hemp Hill area that we have some unknown services on Hemp Hill, and the other is Southwest Street. Both of those 2 areas are going to be, those water lines are going to be replaced. So those unknown service lines will be removed from the system, and then my goal is to be able to stand here next year and with 100% confidence say There are no unknown services in the city of Findlay, and all lead service lines are done as well.
Well, and I know that in the last month or so, the federal government made a point of lead service line replacement as being a priority across the country. I think Chicago is talking north of $10 billion to do their replacement, and I know that you and I we've been having this annual conversation for a long while. That would be nice to hear that. But we're down to 2 unknown, and we're just replacing them.
Yes.
Now, that takes care of us to the place where our responsibility ends and the homeowners takes over. Do we know what's on the other side of that?
So, wonderful question. So, in that requirement for October of 2024, we are required as a city to notify or to give, there's this wonderful giant spreadsheet the EPA has given us. We're required as an entity to give them our side as well as the customer side. And so we're currently going through, and our current water rules state that anything that at least 10 foot from the meter pit on the customer side has to be copper. And we're fairly confident in most of our situations, we have copper leaving on the customer side. So we're currently working through so we were very fortunate that the rule or the notification of the customer side came right in the same time in which we were doing a transmitter replacement project. So while the staff was in each meter pit all over the community, we had them document our side and the customer side on every work order for every transmitter that was done. So what that has done is now, once we got that notification, we have a few that we had already gotten transmitters on before we got that notification that the staff here, this late fall into the winter, they're going back and just verifying that. But at that October date, we'll have a clear and complete picture that we will be able to submit to the agency of our side and the customer side throughout the entire system.
Jason, exercising valves.
Yes.
Tell me that's just running them up and open and close them a couple times, make sure they work. How else do what's exercising a valve?
Well, so the staff goes out, we take the valve box cover off, they make sure that the valve box is clean, that they can get onto the valve very easily. Depending on location to a hydrant, a lot of times they'll open up a hydrant close by, because you're going to break stuff loose as they're working the valve up and working the valve down. And so they open up a hydrant, they exercise the valve up and down. I believe they do it at least 2 times, maybe 3. Leave it open. Once the water clears up, to close it back down and move it on to the next one.
All right. Do you have a timeline yet for your selection process of a consultant for the master plan?
No.
We have not started that process yet.
Okay,
But
I didn't think we had, but we...
No, we have not started that process.
Then on your budget numbers, this year you returned back $1.15 million from your original budget, which is about 12% of your budget. And then from that, the amount that you actually used, projected amount to be used by the end of the year, your request is $2.1 million above that, 20% increase. I guess number one, 1.15, 12% of your budget's a pretty significant amount. Were there things we did not get done? What accounted for that 1.15?
So a couple things there. One, specifically with certain chemicals at the water plant. My favorite discussion topic when it comes to chemicals is carbon.
Carbon, of course.
And so we leave a very significant amount in the budget to be able to facilitate which carbon we need to use from which vendor, because depending on what the water quality is. We keep a pretty healthy balance because of the fact that way, when the situation occurs, I can pick up the phone and we can call the vendor and get the carbon that we need without having to come to council and request additional funds and financing, and therefore stretching out the period of time that the community is unhappy with the flavor of the water at that point in time. So that's part of that turn back, as well as we also keep a fairly healthy balance in for inventory on product, on brass hydrants moving forward. If I take a step back in time, there was a potential development that we were anticipating that we went ahead and purchased quite a bit of inventory for. We have that inventory now, so since that development didn't go forward, our stock was pretty well. So we ordered what we project for the end of next year, but since we had a fairly healthy inventory, we went ahead and didn't order quite as much.
So you didn't order as much inventory.
Right.
Sure.
Because there's no need to be greedy and have way over inventory, but we have plenty of stock to be able to move forward with any additional projects that would come before us.
Okay.
That situation worked in our favor, but the reality is brass lead times are over a year. So if you don't keep a stock and there's a development that occurs. So
no, that makes sense. Of course, having too much, so we have to build a new warehouse for you or something to store it all in. But the 2.1 over that, then what are your big expenses above and beyond where we're at this year?
So one of my second favorite chemical at the water plant is our lime. And we got notified, actually, when we put lime out to bid, we actually didn't get a bid. And so we went to the vendors and requested pricing for 2024. And we were made aware that EPA has changed the air quality regulations for lime facilities. And so our lime price almost doubled coming into 2024. So we saw a very substantial increase in lime. We also saw another increase in that carbon price, as well as we saw we saw a decrease in our hypo cost, but was way overshadowed by our a couple of our other chemicals that went up fairly substantial for 2024.
Just to kind of point those numbers out, lime, we have over $375,000 budgeted. And then in carbon, we have $440,000 alone. So those two are significant amount of money just for those two chemicals.
What was it for the last couple of years?
I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry.
I thought you
The itemized, I don't have that. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jason.
Well,
I thought it
Yeah, I don't have my.
I don't have the
breakdown.
itemized.
No.
The op chemicals is a
All together.
consolidation
It's all-
of all of them. But for this budget, I actually had them itemized out because of the significance of them.
Couple questions for
Yes,
you. Supply reservoir, you are hiring a second.
So we originally budgeted in 2023 to hire a second full-time employee out at the reservoir. We currently only have one full-time employee. Rich Cap he's a little over halfway through his career. We have two very substantial projects getting ready to take place out at the reservoir. So to be able to have a second set of eyes on the overflow, as well as the second permanganate feed and the lining that's going to go on, we are requesting coming back and adding that second person. When we were looking at the fund in 2023, it was decided that at that point in time it wasn't the best move to go ahead and add that person in 2023. So since hopefully things are going to look much better for 2024, and we're going to have the projects going on. Having that extra knowledge, that extra set of eyes will be truly invaluable. One of the other main projects for 2024 out there is there was a recommendation from there's a recommendation from ODNR that I think it's like every 6 years to bring a third-party engineering firm in to do a full-fledged evaluation of the dike and the overflow and the operations. So we've got it budgeted in there to have that third-party engineering firm. So to be able to have 2 employees work with that individual, or to work with the firm, to be able to make sure that we're operating, that everything is functioning, and we're keeping up all of the what's that?
Can I jump in?
Oh, sure.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. If everyone knows their business and loves water, it's you. So one quick point about this is we did hold off in 23 with the hiring that individual because of the fund situation. But traditionally, we have always used a second person out there, but we've pulled them from distribution so we could actually just reallocate our resources. With what's going on, with what he's mentioned, what's going on at the reservoir moving forward, we felt the time was to keep that in the budget, and when the time is right in 2024, actually hire that individual on. Randy?
Apparently, we're doing some major landscaping. It looks like $300,000 R&M scape. Is that landscaping?
That's riprap?
Yeah, that's the
Which is
riprap at the
it's the
reservoir.
big rock that actually maintains the integrity of the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got one stretch of Reservoir 2 yet that we did not finish. So and when the last time we did riprap, we actually ran out of money for rock before we ran out of time with the high reach excavator. So we put that much in there just for that rock to be able to do complete reservoir number 2. And the hope is to begin the process of putting riprap on reservoir 1 to move forward.
Right, that number just stuck out.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would that reservoir position, and I could be completely like left field, could that person then be the person that's going to maintain the flood basin? Would that be coming through your department when it comes through? So are we looking at that position being the flood basin position?
That was the intent.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just one question on chemicals. I've been told, and I don't know, we used to dump chemical directly into the reservoir when we would have the algae grossness happening.
So we
don't do that anymore.
So we monitor the water quality at the reservoir all the time and continually. We have a multitude. We actually technically have 4 different chemicals that we utilize at the reservoir, depending on the species, depending on what the problem is. And so what we do is we choose and we apply the different chemicals in different ways depending on the algae bloom and depending on the needs at the reservoir.
So we physically put it in at the reservoir?
Yeah, we still do, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I got a quick question, and this may not be in your wheelhouse, but we've had the pleasure of being educated on the digital transmitters. And
yes.
They give off, I don't know, some kind of radiation or gamma rays or something like that, and we ought to be careful that we install those. Do you have any comment on that? I mean, I don't believe it.
I'll comment on that.
I was going to, yes,
Please.
There's a lot of opinions that you can find out on the internet.
I did not research.
I am not a physician. However, extensive testing and regulations are in place to keep citizens safe. And so I am not concerned about having that technology in our community.
I'll take your word.
How about that for now?
I'm not either. I'll sleep well tonight. Thank you.
Can I add the technical?
Sure.
Real quick?
Real quick.
Real quick.
Past my
Okay.
bedtime.
Yes, ma'am. So also with the transmitters for the water meters, They only when they read, they kick on, they transmit, and they shut back off. That's how the battery can last 15 to 20 years. If they stayed on all the time, the battery would wear out really quick. So when they transmit, they come alive, they transmit, and then they shut off.
Yeah. So you are, much higher hazards and waves from all the other devices you carry around and standing in front of your microwave and doing all of those things. All right, Jason, before we let you off the hook, can you take 30 seconds to tell the group what you did last week on your vacation?
30 seconds.
30 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to talk really fast because it was a really cool experience. I got to go to Antigua, Guatemala with a company called Filters of Hope. Filters of Hope is an organization that issues one of the most vital resources that you can believe. Every time we want a drink of water, we go to the faucet and we get it. We get it with confidence. We get it with assurance that it's clean, it's healthy, and it's not going to make us sick. There's a lot of places in this world that don't have that assurance. I was able to go to Guatemala, go into homes. We were able to give them a gift, families a gift of a small little filter, and they gave a 5-gallon bucket, and we had a filter system that was given through the local organization, and that little filter it gives a family 250 gallons of clean, bacteria-free water for 10 years. And we were given the opportunity to go out, and one day it was a weird set of circumstances, but we did 2 in-house filter installs in which the team goes in, we installed the filters, and then in the afternoon, crazy set of events, we actually did a whole room full in which we did multiple filter distributions to multiple families, and just the joy that these individuals and the relief that they see from such a small, little, simple gift that we take for granted each and every day is an absolute life-changing experience. I apologize, that was more than 30 seconds, but it was something that I am very obviously passionate about, what I get to do and what you guys allow me the opportunity to do, to serve this amazing community, but to take that and to take that to the next level and give a family such an amazing gift for no more than a filter costs us $40 to be able to give, and these people have the assurance that for the next 10 years they don't have to worry. A 5-gallon bucket of water in this community was over $10 for a 5-gallon bucket. And when I asked the question, and I apologize, but you cracked the nut.
You started, yeah.
You cracked the nut. A 5-gallon bucket, over $10. And when I asked the question, I said, why don't we just go to the municipality? Why don't we go to the community and fix it there? I'm like, let me go there. Let me go to the well, and I will fix it at the well. The problem is that the people that own the well and run the well are the same people that own the truck and the company that's selling the water. And so the corruption is run amok, and these individuals take advantage of the residents because they want to sell the 10-gallon or the 5-gallon bucket of water. And we were able to give these families a gift, and it didn't cost them anything but a 5-gallon bucket. But to them, a 5-gallon bucket's still a week's worth of labor. So they had skin in the game, and we were able to give them the gift of clean, bacteria-free water. If anybody wants to know more, I have pictures. I can talk for days because it was a life-changing experience, and I will definitely be doing it again. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Sounds like you were making some enemies, though.
Probably.
He knocks at the door at night saying, "Hey, American, go home."
Yeah. Well, but the joy is that it was a very safe community. Where we stayed and where we went, nobody chased us down at night. So it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Just real quick, thank you. Thank you.
Great job, Jason. Thank you.
Jason and his team from utility billing, forward-facing in the community, dealing with a lot of the reconciliation process and answering a ton of questions and making sure facts are out there. I want to congratulate them and thank them for their hard work this year. The distribution, getting out there at all hours of the night, making sure the water's flowing when we have water main breaks. They usually happen when it's the least desirable time to be out there, and those guys put on their boots and go out and do what they do. And obviously the treatment guys and reservoir guys with the quality of the water getting where it is. So it's been a hell of a year with this group, and a lot of time and effort put into it. So thank you and for all you've done. So,
Very good.
all right, moving on.
Engineering, Jeremy.
Jeremy Kelb.
All right, I'll keep it short and sweet. So, if no one doesn't know me, Jeremy Kelb, city engineer. So at the engineering department, we pretty much have our hands. We have the privilege of working with all the departments on everything. It's not out of our norm to be working on 30 to 40 projects at one time, if that's not managing, designing, planning. So we have a lot of work that goes into all that. One thing I want to point out with the budget real quick, just because, that kind of stood out to me, was on the personal line item, that 7.31% raise. What that is we had some changing in health insurance. That actually from last year to this year went up 40%. So that's where most of that was. So to kind of help offset some of that and looking at kind of historical trends, 'cause now this is my third year kind of being in here, I kind of have a good feel of what's happening in there. So in the other line item, I went through some of those and kind of found some stuff where I haven't used that much money, or our department has not used that much money. For example, the professional services, we used to have about 30,000 in there. We cut that in half because most of our professional services is all tied into projects. If it's not tied into the project, we create a project to make sure we can track that, because we do have a lot of work with all other departments. So, we had a little bit more in the personal services, but then in the other service on the other side, those other line items, that's where we try to make a cut to make sure that we're efficient in what we have in our budget. So going forwards, kind of highlight really no change going forwards in 2024. I'm still going to be keeping the same staff, still working with zoning. We are going to be transitioning from the Marks radios to the VHF. A lot of that too is we do pay cell phone allowance to most of our field employees. So we don't really use as many radios anymore. We use our cell phones. So, that was kind of another cost savings where, hey, we don't need all those radios now. We use our cell phones most of the time. So no real change there. Capital improvements, some of the highlights. We applied for, not just us, this is kind of working with everyone. We applied for roughly $11 million in grants, and we have received 7.6 to date. One of those big contributors of that is ODOT, and that's kind of going back up to the Greenway Trail Phase 2 project. That was $2.2 million that they granted over to us for that Greenway Trail project. I know a lot of misconception with that, and I explained this to quite a few citizens as well, but those Greenway Trail Fund projects are how they're funded. They're through a TAP program where those funds can only be used for transportation alternative plans, so bike paths, multi-use paths, and stuff like that. So those are grant funds out there that the only thing we can use them for are for those. So that's what we're trying to grab those as much as possible to expand those type systems throughout our community. The Phase 2 project where we just did that boardwalk system and the bridge, that's an exciting project. That's something that you can show everyone. You can use it. My kids can walk across it. That's the first bridge structure that we have set in a number of years. So that, from our standpoint, that was kind of one of the bigger projects and an exciting project, not just paving streets or putting pipe in the ground type thing. We can actually see this one. So, that was exciting to complete this year. We still have some work to finish out in the spring, but we do have that operational. We have that open. People are using it daily, so it's exciting to see that. Through my achievements, you guys have heard a lot of this through the other departments, so I won't go through all those. But one of the big achievements that we had in working with the sewer department was really getting that amendment to the EPA long-term control plan, because tying back into that TMDL requirements with the phosphorus and stuff. Now that we kind of know what is our requirement for the general permit, we're going through this amendment right now. We can make sure that what we are doing in the long-term control plan is going to have a positive effect to that permit. So before we didn't really have that because that permit was now in hand. Now we can actually take advantage of that. Strand, our consultant on that, actually brought that up and say, hey, we're going to make sure we build some of that stuff in so that way you're not coming back in the future. So everyone's aware of that. We're moving forward. So some of those projects, like we were saying in Capitol, you're going to be seeing that type of stuff where it's going to have a positive effect for our plant on that. Another project that we're kind of taking in-house is the GIS. I know I brought that up last year. We have majority of it done right now. That became a pretty large project. We had no storm sewer in our GIS, so now we have a storm sewer. We have the water and the sanitary updated. With the water alone, there was 400 lines that were either duplicates or triplicates. So our consultant had to go through all of our plans, all of our records, and figure out which one was correct and which one to keep, which one to get rid of. And then with sanitary, once they kind of got everything uploaded of what we had, we found out they put flow lines so we know which way it's flowing, all that kind of stuff. Well, everything seemed to be flowing to this manhole and not to this manhole, but it should be flowing here. So it was a lot of work to figure out, okay, what's the elevations of this, before we kind of move forwards too far, too fast with that. So what I want to do first before we get into, and I know Eric brought it up with the zoning, before we get into that, I want to make sure that our utility lines are 100% before we get too far into it. We still got a lot of work to do with that. It's got a lot of great capabilities, but the main purpose for that on how it helps, not with our Department of Sewer. I know fire uses it a lot with where's a catch basin, where's a hydrant, and stuff like that. I want to make sure that stuff is correct if we're using that out in the field. So we are going to continue working on that. We are going to finalize that out. I don't think that's going to be, even completed in 24. I think that's going to be an ongoing process to see how we can better utilize the system. So that's kind of some of the big highlights that we had within there. Like I said, we worked through a lot of that.
Sorry. Sorry.
That's right when I turned mine on. I'm like, what was that?
I forgot about it.
In 24, we're still going to work on that.
Everybody's awake.
The 10-year capital plan, still expand on that. We're still going to be overseeing projects within ourselves, within the other departments as well. Still research and apply for those grant opportunities to make sure we can bring those dollars back to Findlay. Another item that we have on there is finalizing a master plan. So we've been working finalize a master plan within the city of Findlay for shared use paths, because we use that a lot for the Greenway Trail Phase 2 project, Phase 3 project, Interstate Trail project, any TAP project that we put in there. We started working on that, and then ODOT came out with a multimodal handbook to kind of say where you should put them, why you should put them, distances and all that kind of stuff. It's a 500-page manual. If you guys want to take a look at it one time, it's an exciting read. But we want to make sure when we have these master plans that we can easily then apply to these TAP programs, and we know we're within ODOT standards. So we kind of started out on that. They said that was coming around through some seminars we went through. That came out, so we were kind of changing our direction on the little things. We still have a good idea of where we want to go, but we don't have a finalized master plan, because we want to make sure it, as every master plan, this is going to work out in the future. But with the GIS system, like I said, I want to get that up and running, because the next thing I really want to do with that, and I think it's going to help us in every aspect, is have a digitalized asset management program for our sewer and our water utilities. So that way, you know, we know what our system is looking like, we know the condition of it, and we have hard data backing up all our decisions on why we're replacing this line or why we are not replacing this line. So everything ties together with everything we are working on. You know, and that's why once you finish one project, it kind of kicks up a new one type thing. But we're going to continue moving forwards, working with all the departments. Great to work with all them, and looking forward to the future.
Perfect.
Any questions?
Yeah, Randy?
You knew it.
I knew.
No, this has nothing to do with water or sewer. Can
Okay.
you believe that? The bridge that was put on.
Yeah.
I've been asked this question. Is it going to be painted?
No.
It's
No.
going to.
So you do not paint those structures.
Okay.
So there is a coating on them to make sure that it does not rub off, but
Okay.
you do not paint those structures, because that was one of the questions I had when it showed up. I was like, why is this thing not black
It
or
looks-
you
it
know,
looks like
steel
rust.
color?
Yeah, it looks
It's
rusty.
rust color.
Yeah.
We did talk to ODOT and some people, you know, some other entities that put up bridges all the time. They said they do not do that. When it first comes, it's going to be that real bright rust color, and then it's going to eventually kind of dull out to a blackish brown where you won't notice it, but it does not rub off. One of the reasons why you don't paint them is because then every 5 to 10 years you are going to be sandblasting that and doing it again, and that is a costly measure.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry, do we have to take care of maintenance on the bridge?
Yes.
So we should start going long on treated pine, right, for about 10-year buyout.
Probably.
Make
Yes.
some investments.
There's going to be a lot of pine that's going to have to be
There is a lot
replaced.
of that, and you know, I like that system of how it was put together, because that whole substructure is all steel. So I don't have to worry about the substructure failing. It will be those top boards. There are different capabilities with those. You can use concrete planking, you know, kind of your composite board and all that kind of stuff. We looked at using composite board on that because that was one of ours, but the price of that made you switch back to pressure treated wood pretty quick. So it is a concern we have with that. That's something we are going to have to keep an eye on. But as the mega structure of itself, the steel underframe is all steel, so we don't have to worry about that. It would just be the top boards.
So we're gonna maintain all of that. The parks is not gonna, there's not gonna be a,
So yeah, we're working on a maintenance agreement with the park district on, okay, we take care of this, you're going to take care of this. We have the capabilities of snow removal and stuff. Working with Dave at the street department, working up with those agreements. But that the boardwalk is pressured or is rated for like a side by side to go over top of it and all that kind of stuff. So we kind of built that stuff planning for machinery to go over top. It is not built for machinery, but we made sure for maintenance.
So I'll just comment on a couple things. One, because it was a discussion point, we did receive confirmation from ODOT about the $1 million towards 99 and 75. So we won't need to contribute that. So that's great. We received that in writing. And I know Rob's going to hit on a couple of other things, but you know, Jeremy and Rob, I'll take this as an opportunity. Jeremy and Rob are really my two go-to guys. Obviously, we have a fantastic team, but we spend a lot of time together. We're very fortunate to have such a talented team. Jeremy knows his stuff, and I think because of his background on the construction side, he doesn't just understand the mechanics of engineering, he understands the mechanics of process management, good planning, you know, working with our departments and making sure that we're really thinking through the full process. And when we talk about Center Street or the transmitter project, Rob and Jeremy sat down in a room and pretty much coordinated how we could get all of the teams together to get things done, and then sat down and pretty much walked through, here's how we want everybody to work together so that we can get these types of things done. So those are the things that behind the scenes, you guys, you know, people don't see or hear about our team doing. But I'm extremely proud that we have a really strong team of folks that are looking for opportunities to run the city of Findlay, not just well, but extremely efficiently. And so thank you to both of them, and Jeremy for everything you do. And obviously this list is not comprehensive because there's many, many other things, but I'm really proud of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Want to hit
Thank
on
you.
anything else?
I can't.
I know we're like near the end.
I would
You guys were-
echo that, but he knows he's all right.
Getting sappy. We're getting sappy. All right, so we're gonna roll in last but not least, because he's not necessarily last, and he's definitely not least. Don, we'll have you come up and talk about HR stuff, and then Rob and I will do kind of a final review, and we have a couple of questions for the group, and then we'll hand it over to the Ginger and Auditor Stashak to kind of clean up and get us all out of here. Thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long night, but good stuff. So, Don.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm Don Essex, the HR director, and on my budget, which is at the bottom under personal services, there is a 1.2% decrease, and that's largely because we were going to hire a seasonal in 2023, and we didn't end up doing that, and we're not going to do it in 2024. So that's why there's a decrease. There's a 53.5% increase under other. It's another chargeback situation. Amy Haslett, who was the first speaker from civil service, she's a civil service clerk. She's going to be doing some work with HR. So I'm really excited about that because I've been here about 9 years and I've been the only person in HR. So it'll be nice to have. Yeah, nobody talks to me except when they have a problem. Yeah, but I'm really excited to work with her. She's done a lot of stuff in civil service, kind of outside the realm of what's been done before as a clerk. She's done a lot of meeting with people, and I think when you look at like more police officers or candidates recruited, that's largely because she's reaching out more. She has a law degree, so. And she likes HR, so I'm really excited to work with her in 2024. So some of the achievements in 2023 are we have a new EAP, an employee assistance program. I think that's really important. Mental health is really important, and they also offer supervisor training as part of the package. So we've taken advantage of that. They offer 3 supervisor trainings. We had safety assessments through BWC. So BWC, our safety consultant, came out and she did safety assessments in water treatment, water pollution control, the airport, and all the buildings of public works. So we're still working through that safety assessment. It was probably about 60 pages, so she kind of caught anything and everything that could, usually minor stuff. So, but she caught all that, and we're working on making amends. We participated in Raise the Bar summer education program. As we talk about, recruitment and really getting Gen Zs involved in city employment and government employment, we have to reach out more and just casting a wider net. So Raise the Bar, they had a program where educators are going around to different businesses around the city and just learning about what they do. And it gives them an opportunity to talk to students. A lot of students don't know what the city does. They don't know all the different occupations that are offered in the city. So this gives the teachers an education so that they can talk about us as a potential employer for students in school. Even today, we went out to Findlay High School, both Amy and I, and they have a communication program where you do mock interviews with students. That's another good opportunity to kind of spread the word about what the city does. We started supervisor training, so I talked about ProMedica. We also use the Employers Association. It's turned out really well. They do a survey at the end of the training, and very positive results. So I've gotten some positive feedback from people that attended the training. So we're going to continue to do that. We're going to have a program. So I'm meeting with the trainers, Amy and I, and we're going to have a program for 2024. So we have a calendar of training so employees know ahead of time what trainings are offered so that they can schedule to be at those trainings. So we've had 7 sessions so far this year. It's going to be more robust in 2024. We created a separate records retention schedule. We were part of the mayor's office retention schedule, and that's just through the state, making sure that we are compliant with all HR laws. And that's just getting ready for an audit I'd like to have in 2024. So making sure that all our records are in compliance and everything that we are doing is in compliance. Worked with the project manager, Jacqueline Holman, who is a new employee with the city this year, on an employee retention group. So that's giving us a lot of information on what employees are looking at, what's important to them, what kind of things we're missing. So not only doing the employee satisfaction survey, but having face-to-face interaction with employees so that we can find out what we can do better. So that we, of course, the goal is to be an employer of choice. And I just went to the University of Findlay, again, just going out talking to students about the opportunities through the city. So again, casting that wider net. So some 2024 objectives are, again, I talked about having the program, the training program for 2024, updating all job descriptions, and part of that is just looking at the titles of positions. Some of the titles may be a little bit outdated, so just doing a good survey of the job descriptions, making sure that they tell the story of what the employees are actually doing. Again, forming relationships, making sure that we are out there, making sure that people know what we do, know what the city does, know all the opportunities offered through the city. There's also, and it's not on here, one of the things I like to do is have Excel training for all the employees that use Excel. So because we haven't had any formal training, some people came in knowing and some people just kind of learn as they go. But there's a program through TechCred where you can get up to $30,000. Well, you get reimbursed for tech type training, and that falls under it. So I'm checking into that. I met with Owens, and we hopefully will be doing that. And it's online training. You just have to complete the training in 1 year, and then they reimburse you once you complete the training. And then we had active shooter training in 2023. So those are some, I'm going backwards. That was in 2023. Evaluate the performance management system. So the performance management system, there are just maybe some rooms for improving the form. I've gotten some feedback that it's long, and we want to be able to get the information, but we don't want it to be a burden to the people that do the performance evaluation. So looking into that system and seeing if we can improve that. I think I've gone through everything.
Any questions for Don?
No questions, Don, but I want to commend you on your efforts to get out and recruit in the community. I think that's going to pay huge dividends down the road. As we look at seeing so many more students looking for alternatives to college, we have a great employment opportunity here. God knows, you get in, you do a good job for our city, you're going to have a good career in a lot of different disciplines, and we just need to tell that story. And we didn't used to have problems recruiting people to work here, and we've obviously gone through a phase here where we need to get back out and tell that story. So I appreciate the fact that you're doing that with you and Amy, right?
Right.
Yes, that's great.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And if you look at like careers in water, where they have to have licenses, a lot of young people don't know. I know they know we drink water, but they don't know They don't know
Where
the
does it come
process.
from?
They don't know what goes into, how does this happen? So there are just a lot of opportunities to tell our story, and we're going to do a better job at that.
And if I can add, it's not just what your point is huge, and they're focusing on that, but their focus is also the engagement and the retention of quality teammates as well. So he's looking at this from a 360 view, which is huge to go out and recruit. Most people don't know we have engineers that work for the city, or chemists, or whatever that looks like. But to make sure the people that are here maintain engaged and feel they're valued in the service that they provide is huge. So I commend Don. Spent a lot of time with Don when it comes to personnel situations that present themselves. But Don is always methodical. He's objective and fair, and that is huge in what his role is. So thank you for what you do.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Don. Very good. You want to hit on your budget?
Yeah, so I will cover first. I see the building, the public building. Just a couple things noted in that. We have a few offices in areas that are going to hopefully get some carpet upgrades this year that are long overdue. So that's an increase there. We have Parker Fitness Center that is the city gym, if you will, and we actually have a line item this year so we can take care of either purchasing a piece of equipment if that's what's warranted, or repair if that's what's needed too. So we have a line item in there this year, $5,000. And then some of the utilities saw a significant increase this year. And then in the insurance, building and equipment insurance coverage, that was another increase. But other than that, it was pretty flat. My service director budget, there's just a couple of things that are a little different this year. We have an increase in printing, ID cards and so forth. Those are not cheap. Some of the equipment, the materials that it takes, there's a significant increase in that this year.
And those are being needed primarily having to be replaced with the RFIDs for the new ExecuTime system. So we're having to replace a lot more of them all at once.
Thank you for that. A couple other things. Miscellaneous supplies, that's where Christmas lights, decorations, and sandbags. In the unfortunate event that we need to use sandbags, that's budgeted in there, so there's an increase there. And then pro services, things that come out of there, we have an annual building appraisal that's coming out of that this year, as well as mosquito spraying and feral cat management. So, and then of course the trash service, we saw such success with our initiatives this year with the tire pickup and the different trash days. We increased that from what we had in the past, 15,000 up to 40, because we had such success and good feedback from the community. So we wanted to make sure there were dollars there for that. That are the highlights, unless anyone has any questions. I can sit here and try to tell you what I do every day, but the last 5 hours that we've been sitting here, I have the pleasure of working with them, and I try to facilitate what their needs are, eliminate barriers, and be that direction for them, serving for the mayor. So, yes, ma'am.
When you talk about the utilities, are we able to, I know that we've seen the increases in the different departments. Do we negotiate that, or is it since we're not contiguous buildings, we can't? Or do we negotiate those rates, or are you?
Those numbers are, honestly, those were given to us, so I don't have a good answer for you.
Yeah, so my understanding is, so obviously we do electric aggregation for the city, and we would fall under that. But typically with large water users, electric users like us, we have a commercial contract as well. So I think that is separate. But that is something that we've been talking about, is obviously any way that we can help start decreasing our electric bills is positive, whether it's LED lights, that we did in the municipal building here, looking at, but the Cube, water treatment, water pollution control are our three largest users. So continuing to utilize the solar, obviously out at water pollution control, but looking for other process improvements. But that's something that's actually on our list. I was talking to Rob today about trying to start identifying all of our largest line items and look for opportunities for cost savings. I'll roll right into mine so we can just keep going and get done. On mine, the personal services, it's an increase from last year primarily because of the overall wage increase, having Jacqueline on full-time. Our 2023 figures were actually not originally correct, so it looks like a larger increase than it is, but that's because we covered some of those personal services out of other line items to bring that up to cost. I did, however, give Kathy Launder, the chief assistant to the mayor, an additional increase. She had not received a kind of merit or, for a performance increase in 7 years, and she does a ton for our team, and I felt that that was warranted. On the other, there's a couple of increases in my miscellaneous as well as postage. You'll see 2 large increases. I had budgeted based off of the strategic plan, looking at potentially doing some sort of either newsletter to the public or larger ad in the newspaper or some sort of annual report being published. So I have included some printing cost and postage costs for that. More to follow. We may not use it, but did throw that in there, as well as funds for additional international travel, hoping to get back potentially to Japan or Germany to visit some of our international companies with economic development to continue to move those. Any questions on that? So I won't hit, Don really hit on a lot of his items. Again, Rob and I's job is supporting all of the other departments. Rob focuses so much on the daily operations and focusing on keeping things going so that I can work on all of the kind of special projects and big community things and all of those different items, and want to give him a shout out. He does a wonderful job, and I really appreciate him putting up with me and keeping the wheels spinning here. 2 other items on, I guess really just one item. On the general expense, I know Ginger will hit on it. We did not have anything included for Raise the Bar. They are planning to present next week. They were supposed to have been on the agenda at the last meeting, and there was a clerical mistake. It wasn't included, and so she didn't get to present. Well, yeah, she was there, and then I was like, well, she didn't get put on the agenda. So anyways, she'll plan to be there. I would encourage us to continue to support that. I haven't even talked to Dawn about this. Dawn probably knows it's coming, but Dawn and Amy are meeting with Tricia and myself to talk about, again, the city's involvement. If council would be okay with it, I am planning, I'll be on the board still as the immediate past president, but I would like to maybe get Dawn or Amy on the board for Raise the Bar. I think that they would have a better perspective, potentially representing the city as an employer, as well as both of them having that HR background, Dawn with his military background, Amy with her legal background. I think that they could be really beneficial to that group. So something to think about. Additionally, it's kind of neither here nor there. We do have about $60,000 in our ARPA funds still available. We could potentially allocate the funds out of there. Again, it's pretty much general fund dollars regardless, but that was something that I had spoke briefly with Councilman Wobser about, is if we wanted to just pretty much do those as ARPA funds towards the support of Raise the Bar. That's an opportunity. So I don't think I need any decision tonight, but just wanted to give you guys that is not in the general expense budget at this point in time. So we would need something from you guys at the council meeting on Tuesday indicating what you would want presented in there at the January 2nd meeting.
Mayor, remind me the amount that we've been doing with Raise the Bar for
$30,000.
$30 a year.
Yes.
And our last time was a 2-year deal. I think we did a 2-year agreement.
Well, we always
put
pretty
2
much
years.
say 2 years, but then we really are only committed year to year.
Right.
Since we don't
Yes.
put it in this budget.
And we don't
again.
put it in the budget, but yeah, understood. So 30,000 is what we're looking
Correct.
for. Okay.
And again, and she can touch on it. I know she presented it. The importance of that is it helps them when you're applying for a grant. When you say you have local government support, that goes a long way in being able to secure additional dollars to help fund their organization. So, any other items from?
I don't, unless it takes us an official vote. Anybody has a disagreement about moving forward with the 30,000 to Raise the Bar, I would suggest that we go ahead and get that put into the budget. Anybody have a?
I would just say, have they?
I was going to say, do we need to do something otherwise?
If there's no objection, we'll put it in, and then your official vote is the first meeting in January.
Yeah,
So it'll be
can't
included.
take a vote at a committee of the whole.
Very
but-
good. Let's do that.
But we're still going to get a presentation
Yep.
from them beforehand and see what they're operating. I mean, hopefully more businesses are now participating, where when we originally started, the county didn't even pony up to be a game player.
Right now, it's really just the city and county contributing so that they have match money, and then everything else has been funded by state and federal grants.
So what is the county? I didn't think they were in. They are in?
I haven't heard from them this year, but they have contributed.
But not at 30,000.
Did
they
at
get up to
30,000. Yeah,
that's good.
I think at least the last 5 years.
I
Yeah.
didn't think they did it the first year or whatever.
I think they did get out one year, but I think they've come back.
Yeah,
Cool.
they've been back the last couple at least. Yep.
Good.
Very good. Okay, we will make that adjustment. Very good. All right, with that.
Before
Ginger-
we change, there was a question I forgot to ask earlier under zoning.
Yeah.
Under the 24 objective, it says contacting properties that have been identified by FEMA to have an outstanding floodplain violation.
Yeah, so.
What is that?
Yeah, so I'm going to give the brief version of this because we'll dig into it more next year. In essence, as the city of Findlay participates in the FEMA flood insurance program. For us to continue to improve our insurance rates with FEMA for all of our users, and in the future to get our floodplain map updated, we started working with them, and feel free to add color commentary, the community assistance visit, where they came in and evaluated us on compliance with FEMA regulations. And they identified some properties that post 2007 or post a flood event did work on their properties, but there was minor, either certain documentation wasn't received or proper venting wasn't done, different things like that. So those properties have been identified, and we've gone through and I said pretty much here's what work needs to be done on these properties. The majority of them are very minor things.
Yep.
Most of it's paperwork, some of
There's-
it's, yeah, go ahead.
There's 25 properties that have been identified, and there's various things that need to be done. One example is crawl space needs stone added to get to a certain height above the floodplain. There's certain areas or houses that need vents put in so there can be airflow. Somebody might have an air conditioner that needs to be raised. So there's so many different things in those 25. But Eric and his team, we've had video conferences with the FEMA representatives. We've identified what that is for each one, and then we're taking those steps towards it. Right now, we actually are working to try to get contractors that are willing to do this type of work, and then we're going to move forward with this in the future. But yeah, that's
I
a
just never saw
high-level
that
summary
before.
of what that is.
Great.
All right. I love being last, especially since everybody's tired and everybody wants to get this done with. I do not have a PowerPoint. Basically, my work and Jim's work is in this binder that's in front of you, going through it and trying to present things, put things together for you. This is my 29th budget cycle. There's a lot of information that's in here. I'm feeling like I'm the old woman historian of the city. So this is what we're going to go through. The first thing we're going to hit on is your own budget, council's budget. And it is on page 1 of your gray section under expenses. Denise puts this budget together for you. I just take the opportunity to go ahead and present it so she doesn't have to stay here for this. For the most part, your budget basically remains unchanged from what you're actually going to be spending supposedly this year to going into next year. Do you have any specific questions I might be able to answer on this?
I know, but I would ask council, do we want to maybe ask for chairs out here? Just to, I mean, he was losing padding over here earlier, so. Yeah, I think we should add it. That's my opinion. I have no idea. What did you budget for chairs?
Chairs are stupid expensive in case they're like $400 to $600 a chair. Yeah.
So I say we go high in budget.
I'm with you. So it looks to me like we need 19 for this roof, 10 on this side, and we'll even get the administration some new ones too.
I said we're moving to standing meetings to keep things moving, but I guess you guys are going a different direction. So maybe that would, like $10,000 would be that. So maybe do 15 just to give some wiggle room.
15,000?
Okay.
10,000 or 15? What did
I would say 15.
She said 15. Well, I heard
Yeah.
her say 10. That's why it's
15.
15. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Let's add half.
Are you done with council budget? Okay. Next one we're going to go to is general expense budget, and it is on page 18. General expense budget exists because, for the most part, these are the items that don't really particularly belong in anybody else's operating budget. So general expense was something that has been created since I have been here to capture those items that we still have an expense for, but they don't necessarily belong to any particular place. Obviously, when you look at your numbers on here, your biggest expense on here is the jail budget. The jail budget this year, we're estimating somewhere about $900,000 being spent. Next year is budgeting 1.2 million, which is about the same amount that I budgeted for you for last year, unless somebody has some words of wisdom as far as how many people are going to be incarcerated, where they're going to be incarcerated at, whether it's going to be the Hancock County Jail, whether it's going to be the other places that we send them to. That was the best guess I could come up with. I have no idea what the dollar amounts are going to be, so if you would like to change that, we can change that, but that's what I'm trying to work with right now. Okay, so your other expenses in here, some other big ones, I'm not going to touch them all. The one that says health services, it's $366,000 and some change on there. That is the city's required portion for the joint Hancock County Health Department. That is the contribution that the city will be making in 2024. If you go down to software, $300,000 is the annual maintenance amount, approximately for the Munis financial system, which also takes care of a lot of other pieces and parts of systems. If we continue to keep going down, you have outside AEP for $428,000. That is for street lights, not traffic signals. That is for street lights. So all the street lights you have throughout the city, council or the city pays for.
There's where you want LEDs. If you're able to do that, that would be a huge savings.
And we have been talking to AEP about that. It's a process, but that is on our radar.
And as, go ahead.
When you're on that subject, do they then ask us to make the change? To pay for that change?
There are multiple different ways to do it. Pay up front, pay it over time. Yeah.
And as you all know, the city is kind of split between AEP and Hancock Woods. Your next line down there, the $54,000 for Hancock Wood, is the Hancock Wood portion of the streetlights in the city. If we kind of go down, the next biggest ones that you really kind of deal with are your subsidies. So you have a subsidy for SCM&R, which is the street subsidy for $598,000, the pool subsidy for $170,000, and the airport subsidy of $485,000.
Excuse me, Ginger, I want to mention something on the subsidies that I didn't say earlier. We've been really blessed with Chase working as hard as he does in parking and does a nice job, and I think the community seems to really like the job he's doing, the way he's doing it. That one, though, costs go up. And it's been a long, long time since there's been a review of those costs, and you're at risk of needing a subsidy, if not in 25, likely in 26. And you don't have a parking authority or a parking, I guess it was a parking authority anymore. You dissolved that, so you might want to put on your radar for your ad hoc committees a discussion or review or some thought as to how you want to approach taking a look at your parking fees, fines, and rents. So that was a comment we had mapped out for this meeting.
Yeah, so I would like to comment on that as well. I appreciate you guys bringing that up. So that is actually on my list to discuss with streets and parking committee. There's some other word in there too, streets something. That is something that we need, I would agree, we need to look at our fees and fines. The reason that has not been something I've pushed recently is primarily because knowing that so much parking was going to be taken up downtown with the construction of the probate juvenile court building. Currently, there's a lot of public parking that is being consumed by county and city employees, and I didn't feel like it was right to further restrict, make it more difficult for people to park and then penalize them for it. So that is something on my list as well that I plan to bring up, but I think it will also be a comprehensive look at parking as well.
Okay. Are there any other questions you have regarding your
Ginger,
general
the
expense budget?
airport subsidies,
Yep.
$250,000. It's almost double.
Right. The airport has expenses, and based upon the revenues that we have been given as far as what they think is going to happen out there, if you don't adjust the rest of your revenues, whether it is hangar rent or whatever else it might be, all of these things are a function. So if they don't spend as much money this year as what they originally said that they're going to spend in here, that could actually mean they wouldn't necessarily need to be subsidized as much. If they spend every last dime that they said they're going to spend, and we get the revenue we're supposed to get next year, you need to at least have $485,000 in order to be able to subsidize or be able to pass the appropriation for the airport budget. On the flip side of that is, if for some reason your revenues don't come in next year that we are thinking is going to happen for the airport, it means you're going to have to subsidize it more. So all of these there's so many different pieces and parts having to do with these subsidies that if one thing changes, it can impact a whole calculation all the way across.
The long and the short of the airport is, even with this wonderful job that's going on out there, you've lost corporate clients that buy Jet A. Jet A is your big ticket item. So if you're not selling Jet A, you can sell as much 100 low lead as you want. You're not going to fund that airport. You've got to sell Jet A, and to sell Jet A, you've got to have corporate clients with jets. So that's hopefully that changes in the not too distant future. But it's a tough thing to do, especially you go all the way back. We lost OHM, and now Cooper Jets, and there's been other jets, and there was a big Cardinal Health. I think was a big one out there. I think it was Cardinal. So you've had multiple large corporate clients over the last 2 decades disappear on you.
So looking at those, we've got an airport board, right?
Yes.
I guess, I don't know, the airport board, I don't know how often they meet. They
about quarterly.
Quarterly, so they are meeting on a regular basis.
Yes.
And reviewing all of our options out there for income. Are we charging the right amounts, et cetera? I asked that question because, we had something we weren't charging the right amount for, and want to make sure we're not falling behind someplace else. The pool, I think also this subsidy continues to rise. Obviously, pool chemicals are going up. Our maintenance cost out there is continuing to rise. It's not going to go down until that thing just falls into the river one of these days. And that's an ultimate conclusion. That's where that's going. That pool has outlived its lifespan by 20 years. It's kind of like our water plants that, we're getting to the end of its useful life. And every year it turns on, we're all very happy that it still fills up.
I wouldn't give quite that comparison. I think we invest in our water treatment plant a whole lot.
I'm sorry, not the
more
water
than
plant, then the pool. Yes, no. I was talking about the pool
Yes,
only.
thank you.
Mayor, thank you. You're right. When the pool fills up before Memorial Day, it is an awesome sight. And it's an amazing thing that those pools were not meant to last that long. So those are things that we have got to look at long term if we want to continue to have a pool there, or what that looks like. And I think also Park and Rec does need to take a hard look at our agreement with the Y. They have always done a great job for us, not knocking that, because quite frankly, without them, we lose a certain amount of professionalism that goes with running an aquatic center that they tend to do a good job with. But at the same time, they've never really been very forthcoming with their internal economics of the whole situation. And I would like to see a little bit more about that. Just make sure that our agreement with them is where it needs to be. Simply just that.
Yep, we can definitely look at that. I would note, I think we've had multiple conversations about long-term planning around some of the large capital projects and the pool is certainly one of them. Is we need to have a conversation about what we want that to look like or not look like, and that is on our list of capital projects that we see looming.
Right.
Okay, so the only outstanding question I have for you on general expense is, am I supposed to put the $30,000 in for raise the bar, or am I supposed to leave it alone for now?
Put it in.
Okay. So the next item would be your self-insurance fund, which is on page 122. 122. Okay, so the self-insurance fund, there is budgeted a total of $174,500. It's $2,000 more than what we budgeted for in 2023. This fund is the fund that takes care of the expenses having to do with our premiums, as well as any kind of weird claims that we might have as far as lawsuits and stuff like that. Something to keep in mind about this fund is that self-insurance fund is a fund by itself. Whatever money, as far as principal we have in there, we invest that money. We earn interest off that money. That interest that we're supposed to be earning off of it is supposed to help pay for our expenses. If you go back and look in the revenue section, I'm not going to make you do it right now, but if you go back and look at the revenue section of this area, self-insurance only earned about $45,000, $47,000 of interest in 2023. And we're projecting about the same thing for next year because obviously we don't have the crystal ball to know what the interest rates are going to be next year either. So if it's only earning $47,000 interest this year, and this year was a pretty decent interest year, yet you're spending $174,500, you're getting into the principal every year. So every year you're being asked to put more money into the self-insurance fund to at least keep it at the $1 million floor that it's supposed to be at.
Yeah, so keep in mind, if all you did was read the article in the paper the other day, it's a little bit misleading in the sense that your budget just to pay the regular bills out of this fund is over $170,000, darn near $200,000. And then all the other things that come in during the course of the operations year stack on top of that. The other thing I want to make sure I mention that came out in the meeting that we had the other day when we talked to the insurance person was that it should be clear that the piece of legislation in front of you that's talking about raising the self-insurance or funding it to $2 million is not creating a new floor. It's only funding it to $2 million. That amount will then continue to lower until you fund it again. And that's an important thing I want you all to know because we will spend that money. You look at it $200,000 a year without any claims. You're going to spend it 10 years. So you're going to spend that money in a reasonable period of time. You have the money today. You've got a decision to make, and we're looking forward to the discussion on that. But I want to make sure that it's clear. There's a big difference between that large operations number and then the additional things that are funded from the self-insurance fund as claims come in. And that can be anything from a tire that goes through a pothole we know about to a legal payoff to something that's tied to the health insurance. There's a lot of things there.
Yeah, and just as a reminder on that, our insurance audit was being completed last week, so we'll be meeting with him to get feedback on that, and that's one of the items that was requested just for him to provide some insight on.
Actually, we did get that feedback, and Hal Forrester is the name of the individual. He did it in the meeting. He said if you have the money, it would be wise to add it. However, he said it would not be appropriate for him to comment on the amount, that should be a decision that we decide internally. One, I know, is because he decided that he didn't feel that was fair. The second reason, though, is there is not public knowledge due to the HIPAA laws and whatnot with regard to risks that we have on the health insurance side. We talked about that at length last year in the presentation that I gave you folks. Probably, if I think of it here this week, I should probably resend that PowerPoint to you all that was presented next year because a lot of that information is still relevant this year.
All done with self-insurance? Okay, moving on. The treasurer's budget is on page 7. Susan would have been here tonight, but she fell ill. Her budget is not very difficult anyway. Her budget basically is pretty much the same amount as it was for 2023. Is there anything of any major concern in her budget that we need to discuss? Okay. So the next budget would be on page 5. That would be the auditor's budget. I am not going to go line by line. I'm just going to tell you about my department. Right now I have 3 full-time people, 1 part-time person. We lost 1 person with a lot of information due to a retirement this year. I also lost another person that just did not work out. That was the person that was supposed to be learning my position. I will be hiring a new replacement sometime after the first of the year, after I get a chance to breathe of doing all of the budget book stuff. I have 4.5 years until my retirement. I realize the clock is ticking, and I need to make sure that I get somebody else trained on this. We were hoping the last one would work out, but he just did not work out. Along with that, just so that you have a general idea, our office has also been very busy. We've been working on the executive timekeeping and advanced scheduling system. We have on there live recreation, the entire public works division, the water treatment plant, and the supply reservoir. We have part of the police division kind of working on it through the scheduling side of it. They've got some other weird kinks that we have to work out with, having to do with their shift scheduling that we're trying to work through. Because of the fact that we've had the retirement, we had to wait on wiring issues for the systems to be able to hook up, for the time clocks to be hooked up, and some other miscellaneous things. It slowed us down some on this thing. But it is something that we are working on. We do have some departments that are actually live. In addition to that, last year I talked to you about the fact that we were doing Tyler payments specifically for recreation. Recreation is live on Tyler payments. If you go out to the concession stand, you can pay for your concession stand items via a credit card, Apple Pay, you can tap your card, and there's a few other things that are supposed to be coming out from Tyler payments. The plan was to roll this out to other departments. That still is the plan. However, we're working with some, that particular system is causing some back-end reconciliation that our office is trying to work through. And once we get that resolved, then we'll continue to keep moving forward. But I don't see the need to add everybody else onto this if we're still trying to figure out back-end reconciliation processes.
I think we need to comment there. A lot of you don't know that I actually have a computer engineering degree from Ohio State, and Ginger and I are in full agreement of this. It is better to put together a system in a small world with as few users as possible that have full functionality, make it work great, and then expand it out to everybody than it is to expand it out to everybody and then put out fires until you get it right. You can do it both ways and you can end up with the same result. But I think we're in complete agreement that's the best way to do it, particularly with the type of entity that we're working with here. So we're very comfortable with the way this is going. If there's any concerns about some of the time lags, I think we'd be able to offset those concerns with the fact that in the end you're going to have something special. And I'm going to take a moment here, even though you have a few more things that you need to cover, to say I have never in my professional career seen anybody work as diligently and be more thorough in their review of the implementation of the system than our deputy auditor here, Ginger. She just is phenomenal. She's phenomenal at working with other departments like the income tax department or utility billing department. Anybody that's touching software, even our own computer services, when they need to review. And it's interesting that your state auditors say they want the city auditor's office to be involved in those system implementations. So it actually is almost a mandate, I think, for lack of a better word, from the state auditor's office. So I think this is the best time. It's impressive, it's important, and it's thorough. And we would not have the financial system that we have today had Ginger not had the hand in it that she did all those years ago when they switched from the mainframe system to Munis. And I want to make sure you all know that.
Yeah, thanks, Ginger. You do a lot of great work, and I know the teams appreciate it, and so thanks you.
For embarrassing me. Okay, that kind of leads me to the segue, though, of my next piece is our office has also been working with the airport staff trying to figure out a new POS system, which Amanda did mention they're trying to work on. We are actually now on our second company. The first company did not work out well. We were trying to work through testing. We were trying to work through some other things. We are now on second company, and that, again, something my office is involved in. In addition to that, there was a lot of time taken this year out of our office having to do with the utility billing audit. I used to like to be able to say that the months of June and July were our office's downtime. That's not the case anymore. And June and July, I was trying to work through this utility billing audit as well as working through some other things. So there has been a lot of different, as well as having new people in the office. There's been a lot of learning curve. There's been a lot of things that we've been taken away from. And our hands, that's something you have to remember too. As each one of these departments was talking, they're talking about numbers. Every time a number has to do with finances, money, whether it's revenue, whether it's expenses, it basically comes through our office. We have our hand in it some way, shape, or form. And if we don't know about it, then sometimes it causes concern because we have to backtrack and try to learn about it. Along with that, you've heard a lot of different things about grants. You also heard HRPC talk about the fact that they administer some of the grants. They do administer some of the grants. There's also a lot of grant oversight that goes on in between me and also as well as Jeremy too, trying to make sure that we don't get pinged in the audit. When our auditors show up every year for the annual financial audit, one of the pieces they do is a federal grants audit, and there's actually a big terminology for it. I won't give you that. But it's a requirement. Anytime you spend over $750,000, and I think that threshold is going to get raised to $1 million, anytime a government entity spends over $750,000, we are required to have this other audit referred to as a single audit. We try as hard as we can to try to make it so that we are a clean audit on that, because the one thing that many people do not understand is even though the fire department might apply for what I'm going to refer to as a relatively small $30,000 grant, and they might get it from the federal government through FEMA or through whatever division it might be, Department of Homeland Security. If they don't follow every piece of that audit or every piece of their grant to the T, including their reporting after the fact and whatever else, we can get pinged on that. And unfortunately, all this information has to be uploaded to a federal database. Then, if Jeremy is going out for a competitive grant through Federal Highway Administration or anything else, and we are up against another entity, another city that was wanting to do the same thing, if they've got a clean audit and we've got a ping on there because of something we missed on any kind of grant, we're thrown out. That other entity is going to get it. So it is very important to make sure that we're paying attention to all the federal grants. That's the reason why there are a lot of pieces and people have their hands in it. And I become very passionate about the grants to make sure that we are doing things that we're supposed to be doing them so that we don't get pinged on them. Is there any other questions about our particular department, the auditor's office?
Ginger, you talk about grants. Do you think there's a need that we should have somebody on the city side outside of regional planning, since there are so many grants that we're using or utilizing, to make sure we don't I'm not saying we're doing anything wrong or bad, but would it help with your load and Jeremy's load and everybody's load to have somebody who specializes in managing oversight?
I'm not sure the right way necessarily to answer that, other than I'm not sure that the city would have enough activity to employ one person full-time for that particular activity. Yes, it would be helpful. Yes, it would be helpful to have somebody else be able to go to conferences or whatever else and learn all the pieces. But I don't know that I can answer that.
Yeah, I want to add to that, though. I thought about that a little bit since you brought that up in the last council meeting. And one of the things that I think is notable here is, again, as you guys know, I refer to the Government Finance Officers Association pretty regularly, and I've noted in your budget book. You're to the point with the amount of grant dollars that came in, and I realize they may have peaked, but we don't know. There's a lot of reasons that the state and the Fed have invested in this part of Ohio, and Findlay in particular. But that you as a legislative authority should have a policy that you're following in terms of what types of grants you want, what types of grants you don't want. Every time we get a grant, every time we get an opportunity, a lot of times you want the administration to go ahead and just do it. You don't want to have to wait to a meeting for them to come to you. But other times, like particularly this ARPA grant with the clawbacks, you really need to give some thought into, do you have the personnel, and is it the type of grant you want? And then the third component to that is, as you know, there's also a portion of the community that doesn't like when we get certain grants, and it gives you an opportunity to say, hey, we have a policy in place, this meets our guidelines, we're comfortable with it, we're going forward. So it gives you something to lean on a little bit too. So there's two sides to that, and we are to the point. I believe that it would be worthwhile for your appropriations committee or appropriations in combination with strategic planning to put together some guidelines as to what their goal is in acquiring grants, whether it's to get every dollar they can get or whether it's to focus on certain areas that are affiliated with the plan.
Ginger, thanks for all that you do and keeping Jim straight. We certainly appreciate that. And I will be retiring sometime right before you do, because I don't want to be around after that point in time. But very seriously, though, thanks for the work that you're doing with the other departments on our payment systems. To me, this is something that when people go and try to pay for the most minor thing in any of our facilities and they can't use anything but cash, it just really makes us look old, and I think it projects a bad influence. So, albeit we're going small, Jim, eventually you're going to get it worked out, we're going to spread it around, but I think that's a huge increase for us, or huge win for us. It's much like our income tax system, where it's all online and it's in multiple languages, and we're catching up to the 20th century, which is great. So thank you for that work.
The one thing to keep in mind, though, is that there is always the option to pay via credit card. We have had the official payment system in place for a very long time. The flip side of that is, though, if somebody chooses to pay with a credit card or a debit card, they have to pay a user fee for it. So there is always that option to be able to take care of their payments via a debit or credit card.
Anything else on our office that you have? Okay, yeah, I got a couple more comments on our office. I want to make sure you all are aware. It was a year of big changes for us, especially in the transition to a new full-time payroll person who completed the transition of the role of taking over for Carolyn, who retired. Those are some big shoes to fill, and she's not only done that well, but also the transition into dealing with our health plan and the administration of that, and coordinating the regular meetings with some of the challenges that are involved with administering our health benefits. And the other thing is we've got now some good experience under us with regard to our accounts payable person. And accounts payable, that Amy Wilkerson, she has contact with just every department almost daily, and it's wonderful. And I've made sure that my staff knows, they're really the front line, and they really, in talking to people, it's important to keep those relationships good, and they work through things, especially when there's issues and challenges. So they've done a great job. And then, of course, we still have Amy Barrett as well, who's been with us quite a while. And then we also share the office with the city treasurer, Susan Height, who's there. And Susan, we're her backup when she's not there. So my staff, when Susan can't do it, actually prepares the deposit for the treasurer, and then I take it over, or if I'm not available at that moment, one of my staff members take it over. So we've got a lot of things going on there. So I'm very blessed to work with such wonderful professionals, and they're all 4-year college degree professionals. And I think that's something special for this city, that's evolved from an accounting staff to a full-time professional staff that you have working for you there, and you're getting your value out of them, and I want you to appreciate that. Ginger, I'll let you finish up.
Okay. So the last piece that we actually have is everything else that wasn't discussed. So in your book, under the financial summaries tab, chapter, tab, whatever you want to call it, the very last page, there is a gold sheet. Looks like this. These are all of the other miscellaneous type funds that don't necessarily fall under any particular department. They could be debt services, they could be pension funds, whatever else. The numbers that are on here, you've got several debt services. This list has actually become much shorter in the 28 years of doing this, because a lot of your debt has been paid off. The items that are on here, you obviously have a lot of debt pieces, or you have debt pieces on here that you're taking care of, as well as it falls under, you have a police pension and fire pension. Police pension and fire pension have to do with the money that comes in off of the, particularly the real estate tax settlements, as well as a few other tax settlements. That money comes in and it's designated, it has to go into the police pension fund or the fire pension fund. And at the end of the year, there is a transfer done out of these two funds to offset the costs of the police department and fire department pension obligations. Primarily, this is supposed to go to the past pension obligations. I'm not going to go into a long history of this whole process, but we still have past pension obligations from when each individual city had their own retirement system, and then the state took over the retirement system. So whatever was the city had went over to police and fire pension system. And we are still paying for that debt, and it will be being paid for even after I retire. You also then have cemetery trust. Cemetery trust, we have, every time you purchase a lot at the cemetery, there is a portion of that that gets dropped into a perpetual care account for cemetery trust. What is supposed to happen there is once all of the lots are sold at Maple Grove Cemetery, the money that is in this trust, the interest that's being earned off of it, is supposed to be able to help offset the cost of the cemetery department. So at the end of the year, every year, we go through the process of seeing how much interest gets earned off the cemetery trust account, and it gets transferred over to cemetery as a revenue. So it helps offset the cost of cemetery trust, or cemetery department. Next line down is private trust. Private trusts are when those people that are very specific about their graves wish to have a winter wreath blanket or carnations put on their grave on Mother's Day or their specific birthday or whatever else. Those people decide in their wills to give money to the city. It is held in trust. We cannot use the principal of that. And whatever interest we earn off of that then can be used to take care of whatever requests they have. If for some reason those trusts don't earn enough interest, then we cannot fulfill the obligations. I believe that the clerk at the cemetery department then reaches out to the family members, if there are still living family members, to find out whether or not they want to go ahead and also pay for it, but they are usually notified some way, shape, or form if there are living family members that we can't take care of it. The money that's showing up in here is the amount of money that we are thinking is going to be earned in interest off of those private trusts and will be transferred over, as well as the expenses for whatever it is for those grave blankets and the carnations and whatever special requests they've got. Is there anything you've got a question on the gold sheet? Then that's all I have for you.
All right, I'm not going to keep you any longer than you need, so does anybody have any other final questions, comments, concerns? If not, thank you for sticking it out. Greatly appreciate it. I'm so glad we can reward you with new chairs next year. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you guys next week. Yes, yes, if you didn't eat it, take it. Please, please.